Chapter 1. David Strauss, The Confessor and the Writer, Section 1. Public opinion in Germany seems strictly to forbid any allusion to the evil and dangerous consequences of a war, more particularly when the war in question has been a victorious one. Those writers therefore command a more ready attention who, regarding this public opinion as final, proceed to vie with each other in their jubilant praise of the war and of the powerful influences it has brought to bear upon morality, culture, and art. Yet it must be confessed that a great victory is a great danger. Human nature bears a triumph less easily than a defeat. Indeed, it might even be urged that it is simpler to gain a victory of this sort than to turn it to such account that it may not ultimately prove a serious rout. But of all evil results due to the last contest with France, the most deplorable, perhaps, is that widespread and even universal error of public opinion, and of all who think publicly that German culture was also victorious in the struggle, and that it should now, therefore, be decked with garlands as a fit recognition of such extraordinary events and successes. This error is in the highest degree pernicious, not because it is an error, for there are illusions which are both salutary and blessed, but because it threatens to convert our victory into a signal defeat. A defeat, I should say rather, into the uprooting of the German mind for the benefit of the German Empire. Even supposing that the fight had been between the two cultures, the standard for the value of the victor would still be a very relative one, and, in any case, would certainly not justify such exaggerated triumph or self-glorification. For in the first place, it would be necessary to ascertain the worth of the conquered culture. This might be very little, in which case, even if the victory had involved the most glorious display of arms, Tiku would still offer no warrant for inordinate rapture. Even so, however, there can be no question, in our case, of the victory of German culture, and for the simple reason that French culture remains as heretofore, and that we depend upon it as heretofore. It did not even help towards the success of our arms. Severe military discipline, natural bravery, and sustaining power, the superior generalship. Unity and obedience in the rank and file, in short, factors which have nothing to do with culture, were instrumental in making us conquer an opponent in whom the most essential of these factors were absent. The only wonder is that precisely what is now called culture in Germany did not prove an obstacle to the military operations which seemed vitally necessary to a great victory. Perhaps, though, this was only owing to the fact that this thing which dubs itself culture saw its advantage, for once, in keeping in the background. If, however, it be permitted to grow and to spread, if it be spoilt by the flattering and nonsensical assurance that it has been victorious, then, as I have said, it will have the power to extirpate German mind. And when that is done, who knows whether there will still be anything to be made out of the surviving German body, provided it were possible to direct that calm and tenacious bravery which the German opposed to the pathetic and spontaneous fury of the Frenchman. Against the inward enemy, against the highly suspicious and, at all events, unnative cultivation which, owing to a dangerous misunderstanding, is called culture in Germany, then all hope of a really genuine German culture, the reverse of that cultivation, would not be entirely lost. For the Germans have never known any lack of clear-sighted and heroic leaders, though these often enough, probably, have lacked Germans. But whether it be possible to turn German bravery into a new direction seems to me to become ever more and more doubtful, for I realize how fully convinced everyone is that such a struggle and such bravery are no longer requisite. On the contrary, that most things are regulated as satisfactorily as they possibly can be, or at all events, that everything of moment has long ago been discovered and accomplished. In a word, that the best seed of culture is already sown everywhere, and is now either shooting up its fresh green blades or, here and there, even bursting forth into luxuriant blossom. In this sphere, not only happiness, but ecstasy reigns supreme. I am conscious of this ecstasy and happiness in the ineffable, truculent assurance of German journalists and manufacturers of novels, tragedies, poems, and histories, for it must be clear that these people belong to one category, who seem to have conspired to improve the leisure and ruminative hours, that is to say, the intellectual lapses, of the modern man by bewildering him with their printed paper. Since the war, All is gladness, dignity, and self-consciousness in this merry throng. After the startling successes of German culture, it regards itself not only as approved and sanctioned, but almost as sanctified. It therefore speaks with gravity, affects to apostrophize the German people, and issues complete works after the manner of the classics. Nor does it shrink from proclaiming in those journals, which are open to it, some few of its adherents as new German classical writers and model authors. It might be supposed that the dangers of such an abuse of success would be recognized by the more thoughtful and enlightened among cultivated Germans, or at least that these would feel how painful is the comedy that is being enacted around them. For what in truth could more readily inspire pity than the sight of a cripple strutting like a cock before a mirror and exchanging complacent glances with his reflection? But the scholar caste willingly allow things to remain as they are, and are too much concerned with their own affairs to busy themselves with the care of the German mind. Moreover, the units of this caste are too thoroughly convinced that their own scholarship is the ripest and most perfect fruit of the age, in fact, of all ages, to see any necessity for a care of German culture in general, since insofar as they and the legion of their brethren are concerned, preoccupations of this order have everywhere been, so to speak, surpassed. The more conscientious observer, more particularly if he be a foreigner, cannot help noticing withal that no great disparity exists between that which the German scholar regards as his culture and that other triumphant culture of the new German classics, save in respect to the quantum of knowledge. Everywhere, where knowledge and not ability, where information and not art hold the first rank, everywhere, therefore, where life bears testimony to the kind of culture extant, there is now only one specific German culture, and this is the culture that is supposed to have conquered France. The contention appears to be altogether too preposterous. It was solely to the more extensive knowledge of German officers, to the superior training of their soldiers, and to their more scientific military strategy, that all impartial judges, and even the French nation, in the end, ascribed the victory. Hence, if it be intended to regard German erudition as a thing apart, in what sense can German culture be said to have conquered? In none whatsoever. For the moral qualities of severe discipline, of more placid obedience, have nothing in common with culture. These were characteristic of the Macedonian army, for instance, despite the fact that the Greek soldiers were infinitely more cultivated. To speak of German scholarship and culture as having conquered, therefore, can only be the outcome of a misapprehension, probably resulting from the circumstance that every precise notion of culture has now vanished from Germany. Culture is, before all things, the unity of artistic style in every expression of the life of a people. Abundant knowledge and learning, however, are not essential to it, nor are they a sign of its existence, and, at a pinch, they might coexist much more harmoniously with the very opposite of culture, with barbarity, that is to say, with a complete lack of style or with the riotous jumble of all styles. But it is precisely amid this riotous jumble that the German of today subsists, and the serious problem to be solved is how, with all his learning, he can possibly avoid noticing it, how, into the bargain, he can rejoice with all his heart in his present culture, for everything conduces to open his eyes for him. Every glance he casts at his clothes, his room, his house, every walk he takes through the streets of his town, every visit he pays to his art dealers and to his trader in the articles of fashion. In his social intercourse, he ought to realize the origin of his manners and movements. In the heart of our art institutions, the pleasures of our concerts, theaters, and museums, he ought to become apprised of the superend juxtaposition of all imaginable styles. The German heaps up around him the forms, colors, products, and curiosities of all ages and zones, and thereby succeeds in producing that garish newness, and thereby as of a country fair, which his scholars then proceed to contemplate and to define as modernism per se. And there he remains squatting peacefully in the midst of this conflict of styles. But with this kind of culture, which is, at bottom, nothing more nor less than a phlegmatic insensibility to real culture, men cannot vanquish an enemy, least of all an enemy like the French, who, whatever their worth may be, do actually possess a genuine and productive culture, and whom, up to the present, we have systematically copied, though in the majority of cases without skill, Even supposing we had really ceased copying them, it would still not mean that we had overcome them, but merely that we had lifted their yoke from our necks. Not before we have succeeded in forcing an original German culture upon them can there be any question of the triumph of German culture. Meanwhile, let us not forget that in all matters of form we are and must be just as dependent upon Paris now as we were before the war. For up to the present, there has been no such thing as an original German culture. We all ought to become aware of this, of our own accord. Besides, one of the few who had the right to speak to Germans in terms of reproach publicly drew attention to the fact. We Germans are of yesterday, Goethe once said to Eckermann. True, for the last 100 years we have diligently cultivated ourselves. But a few centuries may yet have to run their course before our fellow countrymen become permeated with sufficient intellectuality and higher culture to have it said of them, "It is a long time since they were barbarians," Section 2. If, however, our public and private life is so manifestly devoid of all signs of a productive and characteristic culture, if, moreover, our great artists, with that earnest vehemence and honesty which is peculiar to greatness, admit, and have admitted this monstrous fact, so very humiliating to a gifted nation, how can it still be possible for contentment to reign to such an astonishing extent among German scholars? And since the last war, this complacent spirit has seemed ever more and more ready to break forth into exultant cries and demonstrations of triumph. At all events, the belief seems to be rife that we are in possession of a genuine culture. And the enormous incongruity of this triumphant satisfaction in the face of the inferiority which should be patent to all seems only to be noticed by the few and the select. For all those who think with the public mind have blindfolded their eyes and closed their ears. The incongruity is not even acknowledged to exist. How is this possible? What power is sufficiently influential to deny this existence? What species of men must have attained to supremacy in Germany that feelings which are so strong and simple should be denied or prevented from obtaining expression? This power, this species of men I will name, they are the Philistines of culture. As everyone knows, the word Philistine is borrowed from the vernacular of student life, and in its widest and most popular sense, it signifies the reverse of a son of the muses, of an artist, and of the genuine man of culture. The Philistine of culture, however, the study of whose type and the hearing of whose confessions when he makes them have now become tiresome duties, distinguishes himself from the general notion of the order Philistine by means of a superstition. He fancies that he is himself a son of the muses and a man of culture. This incomprehensible error clearly shows that he does not even know the difference between a Philistine and his opposite. We must not be surprised, therefore, if we find it, for the most part, solemnly protesting that he is no Philistine. Owing to this lack of self-knowledge, he is convinced that his culture is the consummate manifestation of real German culture. And since he everywhere meets with scholars of his own type, since all public institutions, whether schools, universities, or academies, are so organized as to be in complete harmony with his education and needs, wherever he goes, he bears with him the triumphant feeling that he is the worthy champion of prevailing German culture. And he frames his pretensions and claims accordingly. If, however, real culture takes unity of style for granted, and even an inferior and degenerate culture cannot be imagined in which a certain coalescence of the profusion of forms has not taken place, it is just possible that the confusion underlying the culture Philistine's error may arise from the fact that, since he comes into contact everywhere with creatures cast in the same mold himself, he concludes that this uniformity among all scholars must point to a certain uniformity in German education, hence to culture. All around him, he sees only needs and views similar to his own. Wherever he goes, he finds himself embraced by a ring of tacit conventions concerning almost everything, but more especially matters of religion and art. This imposing sameness, tutti unisono, which, though it responds to no word of command, is yet ever ready to burst forth, presents him into the belief that here a culture must be established and flourishing. But Philistinism, despite its systematic organization and power, does not constitute a culture by virtue of its system alone. It does not even constitute an inferior culture, but invariably the reverse, namely, firmly established barbarity. For the uniformity of character which is so apparent in the German scholars of today is only the result of a conscious or unconscious exclusion and negation of all the artistically productive forms and requirements of a genuine style. The mind of the cultured Philistine must have become sadly unhinged, for precisely what culture repudiates he regards as culture itself. And since he proceeds logically, he succeeds in creating a connected group of these repudiations, a system of non-culture, to which one might at a pinch grant a certain unity of style, provided of course it were not nonsense to attribute style to barbarity. If he have to choose between a stylish act and its opposite, he will invariably adopt the latter, and since this rule holds good throughout, every one of his acts bears the same negative stamp. Now, it is by means of this stamp that he is able to identify the character of the German culture, which is his own patent. And all things that do not bear it are so many enemies and obstacles drawn up against him. In the presence of these arrayed forces, the culture Philistine either does no more than ward off the blows, or else he denies, holds his tongue, stops his ears, and refuses to face facts. He is a negative creature, even in his hatred and animosity. Nobody, however, is more disliked by him than the man who regards him as a Philistine, and tells him what he is, namely, a barrier in the way of all powerful men and creators, the labyrinth for all who doubt and go astray, the swamp for all the weak and the weary, the fetters of those who would run towards lofty goals, the poisonous mist that chokes all germinating hopes, the scorching sand to all those German thinkers who seek for and thirst after a new life. For the mind of Germany is seeking, and ye hate it, because it is seeking, and because it will not accept your word, when ye declare that ye have found what it is seeking. How could it have been possible for a type like that of the culture Philistine to develop? And even granting its development, how was it able to rise to the powerful position of supreme judge concerning all questions of German culture? How could this have been possible, seeing that whole procession of grand and heroic figures has already filed past us, whose every movement, the expression of whose every feature, whose questioning voice and burning eye betrayed the one fact, that they were seekers, and that they sought that which the culture Philistine had long fancied he had found, to wit, a genuine original German culture? Is there a soil? Thus they seem to ask, a soil that is pure enough, unhandselled enough, of sufficient virgin sanctity, to allow the mind of Germany to build its house upon it. Questioning thus, they wandered through the wilderness, and the woods of wretched ages and narrow conditions, and as seekers they disappeared from our vision. One of them, at an advanced age, was even able to say, in the name of all, for half a century, my life has been hard and bitter enough. I have allowed myself no rest, but have ever striven, sought, and done, to the best and to the utmost of my ability. What does our culture Philistinism say of these seekers? It regards them simply as discoverers, and seems to forget that they themselves only claim to be seekers. We have our culture, say her sons, for have we not our classics? Not only is the foundation there, but the building already stands upon it. We ourselves constitute that building. And so saying, the Philistine raises his hand to his brow. But in order to be able thus to misjudge, and thus to grant left-handed veneration to our classics, people must have ceased to know them. This, generally speaking, is precisely what has happened. For otherwise, one ought to know that there is only one way of honoring them, and that is to continue seeking with the same spirit and with the same courage, and not to weary of the search, but to foist the doubtful title of classics upon them, and to edify oneself from time to time by reading their works, means to yield to those feeble and selfish emotions which all the paying public may purchase at concert halls and theaters. Even the raising of monuments to their memory and the christening of feasts and societies with their names, all these things are but so many ringing cash payments by means of which the culture Philistine discharges his indebtedness to them, so that in all other respects he may be rid of them, and above all, not bound to follow in their wake and prosecute his search further. For henceforth inquiry is to cease. That is the Philistine watchword. This watchword once had some meaning. In Germany during the first decade of the 19th century, for instance, when the heyday and confusion of seeking, experimenting, destroying, promising, surmising, and hoping was sweeping in currents and cross-currents over the land. The thinking middle classes were right in their concern for their own security. It was then quite right of them to dismiss from their minds with a shrug of their shoulders the omnium gatherum of fantastic and language-maiming philosophies, and of rabid special pleading historical studies, the carnival of all gods and myths, and the poetical affectations and fooleries which a drunken spirit may be responsible for. In this respect, they were quite right, for the Philistine has not even the privilege of license. With the cunning proper to base natures, however, he availed himself of the opportunity in order to throw suspicion even upon the seeking spirit, and to invite people to join in the more comfortable pastime of finding. His eye opened to the joy of Philistinism. He saved himself from wild experimenting by clinging to the idyllic and opposed the restless creative spirit that animates the ardent. By means of a certain smug ease, the ease of self-conscious narrowness, tranquility, and self-sufficiency, his tapering finger pointed without any affectation of modesty to all the hidden and intimate incidents of his life, to the many touching and ingenuous joys which sprang into existence in the wretched depths of his uncultivated existence, and which modestly blossomed forth on the bog land of Philistinism. There were, naturally, a few gifted narrators who, with a nice touch, drew vivid pictures of the happiness, the prosaic simplicity, the bucolic robustness, and all the well-being which floods the quarters of children, scholars, and peasants. With picture books of this class in their hands, these smug ones now once, and for all sought, to escape from the yoke of these dubious classics, and the command which they contained, to seek further and to find. They only started the notion of an epigoing age in order to secure peace for themselves, and to be able to reject all the efforts of disturbing innovators summarily, as the work of epigonos. With the view of ensuring their own tranquility, these smug ones even appropriated history, and sought to transform all sciences that threatened to disturb their wretched ease into branches of history, more particularly philosophy and classical philology. Through historical consciousness, they saved themselves from enthusiasm, for, in opposition to Goethe, it was maintained that history would no longer kindle enthusiasm. No, in their desire to acquire an historical grasp of everything, stultification became the sole aim of these philosophical admirers of nil admirare, while professing to hate every form of fanaticism and intolerance. What they really hated at bottom was the dominating genius and the tyranny of the real claims of culture. They therefore concentrated and utilized all their forces in those quarters where a fresh and vigorous movement was to be expected, and then paralyzed, stupefied, and tore it to shreds. In this way, a philosophy which veiled the Philistine confessions of its founder beneath neat twists and flourishes of language, proceeded further to discover a formula for the canonization of the commonplace. It expatiated upon the rationalism of all reality, and thus ingratiated itself with the culture Philistine, who also loves neat twists and flourishes, and who, above all, considers himself real, and regards his reality as the standard of reason for the world. From this time forward, he began to allow everyone, and even himself, to reflect, to investigate, to aestheticize, and more particularly to make poetry, music, and even pictures, not to mention systems of philosophy, provided, of course, that everything were done according to the old pattern, and that no assault were made upon the reasonable and the real, that is to say, upon the Philistine. The latter really does not at all mind giving himself up from time to time to the delightful and daring transgressions of art or of skeptical historical studies, and he does not underestimate the charm of such recreations and entertainments. But he strictly separates the earnestness of life, under which term he understands his calling, his business, and his wife and child, from such trivialities, and among the latter, he includes all things which have any relation to culture. Therefore, woe to the art that takes itself seriously, that has a notion of what it may exact, and that dares to endanger his income, his business, and his habits. Upon such an art, he turns his back as though it were something dissolute, and affecting the attitude of a guardian of chastity, he cautions every unprotected virtue on no account to look. Being such an adept at cautioning people, he is always grateful to any artist who heeds him and listens to caution. He then assures his protégé that things are to be made more easy for him, that as a kindred spirit, he will no longer be expected to make sublime masterpieces, but that his work must be one of two kinds, either the imitation of reality to the point of simian mimicry in idyls or gentle and humorous satires, or the free copying of the best known and most famous classical works, albeit with shamefast concessions to the taste of the age. For although he may only be able to appreciate slavish copying or accurate portraiture of the present, still he knows that the latter will but glorify him and increase the well-being of reality, while the former, far from doing him any harm, rather helps to establish his reputation as a classical judge of taste, and is not otherwise troublesome. For he has once and for all come to terms with the classics. Finally, he discovers the general and effective formula health for his habits, methods of observation, judgments, and the objects of his patronage. While he dismisses the importunate disturber of the peace with the epithets hysterical and morbid, it the saddest fate in regard to our scholastic institutions. And in typical Philistine, it is thus that he speaks of philosophy of Schopenhauer as being thoroughly intellectual, yet often unhealthy and unprofitable. It is indeed a deplorable fact that intellect should show such a decided preference for the unhealthy and the unprofitable. And even the Philistine, if he be true to himself, will admit that, in regard to the philosophies which men of his stamp produce, he is conscious of a frequent lack of intellectuality, although of course they are always thoroughly healthy and profitable. Now and again, the Philistines, provided they are by themselves, indulge in a bottle of wine, and then they grow reminiscent and speak of the great deeds of the war, honestly and ingenuously. On such occasions, it often happens that a great deal comes to light, which would otherwise have been most steadfastly concealed. And one of them may even be heard to blurt out the most precious secrets of the whole brotherhood. Indeed, a lapse of this sort occurred but a short while ago to a well-known aesthete of the Hegelian school of reasoning. It must, however, be admitted that the provocation thereto was of an unusual character. A company of Philistines were feasting together in celebration of the memory of a genuine anti-Philistine, one who, moreover, had been, in the strictest sense of the words, wrecked by Philistinism. This man was Hölderlin, and the aforementioned aesthete was therefore justified, under the circumstances, in speaking of the tragic souls who had foundered on reality, reality being understood here to mean Philistine reason. But the reality is now different, and it might well be asked whether Hölderlin would be able to find his way at all in the present great age. I doubt, says Dr. Vischer, whether his delicate soul could have borne all the roughness which is inseparable from war, and whether it had survived the amount of perversity which since the war we now see flourishing in every quarter. Perhaps he would have succumbed to despair. His was one of the unarmed souls. He was the Werther of Greece, a hopeless lover. His life was full of softness and yearning. But there was strength and substance in his will, and in his style greatness. Riches and life, here and there it is even reminiscent of Aeschylus. His spirit, however, lacked hardness. He lacked the weapon humor. He could not grant that one may be a Philistine and still be no barbarian. Not the sugary condolence of the postprandial speaker, but this last sentence concerns us. Yes, it is admitted that one is a Philistine, but a barbarian, no, not at any price. Unfortunately, poor Hölderlin could not make such fine distinctions. If one reads the reverse of civilization, or perhaps sea pirating, or cannibalism, into the word barbarian, then the distinction is justifiable enough. But what the aesthete obviously wishes to prove to us is that we may be Philistines and at the same time men of culture. Therein lies the humor which poor Hölderlin lacked, and the need of which ultimately wrecked him. On this occasion, a second admission was made by the speaker. It is not always strength of will, but weakness, which makes us superior to those tragic souls which are so passionately responsive to the attractions of beauty, or words to this effect. And this was said in the name of the assembled we, that is to say, the superiors through weakness. Let us content ourselves with these admissions. We are now in possession of information concerning two matters from one of the initiated: first, that these we stand beyond the passion for beauty; secondly, that their position was reached by means of weakness. In less confidential moments, however, it was just this weakness which masqueraded in the guise of a much more beautiful name. It was the famous healthiness of the culture Philistine. In view of this very recent restatement of the case, however, it would be as well not to speak of them any longer as the healthy ones, but as the weakly, or still better, as the feeble. Oh, if only these feeble ones were not in power. How is it that they concern themselves at all about what we call them? They are the rulers, and he is a poor ruler who cannot endure to be called by a nickname. Yes, if one only have power, one soon learns to poke fun, even at oneself. It cannot matter so very much, therefore, even if one do give oneself away. For what could not the purple mantle of triumph conceal? The strength of the culture Philistine steps into the broad light of day when he acknowledges his weakness. And the more he acknowledges it, the more cynically he acknowledges it, the more completely he betrays his consciousness of his own importance and superiority. We are living in a period of cynical Philistine confessions. Just as Friedrich gave us his in a word, so has that word in that book are cynical. Section 3 makes a double confession. By word and by deed, that is to say, by the word of the confessor and the act of the writer. His book, entitled The Old Faith and the New, is, first in regard to its contents, and secondly in regard to its being a book and a literary production, an uninterrupted confession, while in the very fact that he allows himself to write confessions at all about his faith, there already lies a confession. Presumably, everyone seems to have the right to compile an autobiography after his 40th year. For the humblest amongst us may have experienced things, and may have seen them at such close quarters, that the recording of them may prove of use and value to the thinker. But to write a confession of one's faith cannot but be regarded as 1,000 times more pretentious, since it takes for granted that the writer attaches worth, not only to the experiences and investigations of his life, but also to his beliefs. What the nice thinker will require to know above all else is the kind of faith which happens to be compatible with natures of the Straussian order, and what it is they have half dreamily conjured up concerning matters of which those alone have the right to speak, who are acquainted with them at first hand. Whoever would have desired to possess the confession, say, of a Rank or Mommsen, and these men were scholars and historians of a very different stamp from David Strauss. If, however, they had ever ventured to interest us in their faith instead of in their scientific investigations, we should have felt that they were overstepping their limits in a most irritating fashion. Yet Strauss does this when he discusses his faith. Nobody wants to know anything about it, save perhaps a few bigoted opponents of the Straussian doctrines, who, suspecting, as they do, a substratum of satanic principles beneath these doctrines, hope that he may compromise his learned utterances by revealing the nature of those principles. These clumsy creatures may perhaps have found what they sought in the last book, but we who had no occasion to suspect a satanic substratum discovered nothing of the sort, and would have felt rather pleased than not had we been able to discern even a dash of the diabolical in any part of the volume. But surely no evil spirit could speak as Strauss speaks of his new faith. In fact, spirit in general seems to be altogether foreign to the book, more particularly the spirit of genius. Only those whom Strauss designates as his we speak as he does, and then when they expatiate upon their faith to us, they bore us even more than when they relate their dreams. Be they scholars, artists, military men, civil employees, merchants, or landed proprietors, come they in their thousands, and not the worst people in the land either. If they do not wish to remain the peaceful ones in town or country, but threaten to wax noisy, then let not the din of their unisono deceive us concerning the poverty and vulgarity of the melody they sing. How can it dispose us more favorably towards a profession of faith to hear that it is approved by a crowd, when it is of such an order that if any individual of that crowd attempted to make it known to us, we should not only fail to hear him out, but should interrupt him with a yawn? If thou sharest such a belief, we should say unto him, in heaven's name, keep it to thyself. Maybe in the past some few harmless types looked for cover the believer in him, and are disappointed. Had he kept silent, he would have remained, for these at least, a philosopher, whereas now no one regards him as such. He no longer craved the honors of the thinker, however. All he wanted to be was a new believer, and he is proud of his new belief. In making a written declaration of it, he fancied he was writing the catechism of modern thought and building the broad highway of the world's future. Indeed, our Philistines have ceased to be faint-hearted and bashful, and have acquired almost cynical assurance. There is a time, long, long ago, when the Philistine was only tolerated as something that did not speak, and about which no one spoke. Then a period ensued during which his roughness was smoothed, during which he was found amusing and people talked about him. Under this treatment, he gradually became a prig, rejoiced with all his heart over his rough places and his wrong-headed and candid singularities, and so began to talk on his own account after the style of Reel's music for the home. But what do I see? Is it a shadow? Is it reality? How long and broad my poodle grows. For now he is already rolling like a hippopotamus along the broad highway of the world's future, and his growling and barking have become transformed into the proud incantations of a religious founder. And is it your own sweet wish, great master, to found the religion of the future? The times seem to us not yet ripe. It does not occur to us to wish to destroy a church. But why not, great master? One but needs the ability. Besides, to speak quite openly in the matter, you yourself are convinced that you possess this ability. Look at the last page of your book. There you actually state, forsooth, that your new way alone is the future highway of the world, which now only requires partial completion, and especially general use, in order also to become easy and pleasant. Make no further denials, then. The religious founder is unmasked. The convenient and agreeable highway leading to the Straussian paradise is built. It is only the coach in which you wish to convey us that does not altogether satisfy you, unpretentious man that you are. You tell us in your concluding remarks, nor will I pretend that the coach to which my esteemed readers have been obliged to trust themselves with me fulfills every requirement, all through one as much jolted. Ah, you are casting about for a compliment, you gallant old religious founder. But let us be straightforward with you. If your reader so regulates the perusal of the 368 pages of your religious catechism as to read only 1 page a day, that is to say, if he take it in the smallest possible doses, then perhaps we should be able to believe that he might suffer some evil effect from the book, if only as the outcome of his vexation, when the results he expected fail to make themselves felt. Gulp down more heartily, however, and as much as possible being taken at each draught, according to the prescription to be recommended in the case of all modern books. The drink can work no mischief, and after taking it, the reader will not necessarily be either out of sorts or out of temper, but rather merry and well-disposed, as though nothing had happened, as though no religion had been assailed, no world's highway been built, and no profession of faith been named. And I do indeed call this a result. The doctor, the drug, and the disease, everything forgotten, and the joyous laughter, the continual provocation to hilarity. You are to be envied, sir, for you have founded the most attractive of all religions, one whose followers do honor to its founder by laughing at him. Section 4. The Philistine as founder of the religion of the future, that is the new belief in its most emphatic form of expression. The Philistine becomes a dreamer. That is the unheard of occurrence which distinguishes the German nation of today. But for the present, in any case, let us maintain an attitude of caution towards this fantastic exalcause, to exercise such caution in the following profound passage, the general tone of which leads us to think of the founder of Christianity rather than of our particular author. We know there have been noble enthusiasts of genius. The influence of an enthusiast can rouse, exalt, and produce prolonged historic effects. But we do not wish to choose him as the guide of our life. He will be sure to mislead us if we do not subject his influence to the control of reason. But we know something more. We know that there are enthusiasts who are not intellectual, who do not rouse or exalt, and who, nevertheless, not only expect to be the guides of our lives, but, as such, to exercise a very lasting historical influence into the bargain, and to rule the future all the more reason why we should place their influence under the control of reason. Lichtenberg even said there are enthusiasts quite devoid of ability, and these are really dangerous people in the first place. As regards the above-mentioned control of reason, we should like to have candid answers to the three following questions. First, how does the new believer picture his heaven? Secondly, how far does the courage lent him by the new faith extend? And thirdly, how does he write his books? Strauss the confessor must answer the first and second questions. Strauss the writer must answer the third. The heaven of the new believer must perforce be a heaven upon earth. For the Christian prospect of an immortal life in heaven, together with the other consolations, must irretrievably vanish for him who has but one foot on the Straussian platform. The way in which a religion represents its heaven is significant. And if it be true that Christianity knows no other heavenly occupations than singing and making music, the prospect of the Philistine, illustrious, is truly not a very comforting one. In the Book of Confessions, however, there's a page which treats of paradise, happiest of Philistines, unrolls parchment scroll before anything else, and the whole of heaven will seem to clamber down to thee. We would but indicate how we act, how we have acted these many years. Besides our profession, for we are members of the most various professions, and by no means exclusively consist of scholars or artists, but of military men and civil employees, of merchants and landed proprietors. And again, as I said already, there are not a few of us, but many thousands, and not the worst people in the country. Besides our profession, then, I say, we are eagerly accessible to all the higher interests of humanity. We have taken a vivid interest of humanity during late years, and each after his manner has participated in the great national war and the reconstruction of the German state. And we have been profoundly exalted by the turn events have taken, as unexpected as glorious. For our much-tried nation, to the end of forming just conclusions in these things, we study history, which has now been made easy, even to the unlearned, by a series of attractively and popularly written works. At the same time, we endeavor to enlarge our knowledge of the natural sciences, where also there is no lack of sources of information. And lastly, in the writings of our great poets, in the performances of our great musicians, we find a stimulus for the intellect and heart, for wit and imagination, which leaves nothing to be desired. Thus we live and hold on our way in joy. Here is our man, cries the Philistine exultingly, who reads this. For this is exactly how we live. It is indeed our daily life. And how perfectly he understands the euphemism. When, for example, he refers to the historical studies by means of which we help ourselves in forming just conclusions regarding the political situation. What can he be thinking of if it be not our newspaper reading? When he speaks of the active part we take in the reconstruction of the German state, he surely has only our daily visits to the beer garden in his mind, and is not a walk in the zoological gardens implied by the sources of information through which we endeavor to enlarge our knowledge of the natural sciences. Finally, the theaters and concert halls are referred to as places from which we take home a stimulus for wit and imagination, which leaves nothing to be desired. With what dignity and wit he describes even the most suspicious of our doings. Here indeed is our man, for his heaven is our heaven. Thus cries the Philistine, and if we are not quite so satisfied as he, it is merely owing to the fact that we wanted to know more. Scaliger used to say, what does it matter to us whether Montaigne drank red or white wine? But in this more important case, how greatly ought we to value definite particulars of this sort? If we could but learn how many pipes the Philistine smokes daily, according to the prescriptions of the new faith, and whether it is the Spener or the National Gazette that appeals to him over his coffee. But our curiosity is not satisfied. With regard to one point only, do we receive more exhaustive information, and fortunately this point relates to the heaven in heaven, the private little art rooms, which will be consecrated to the use of great poets and musicians, and to which the Philistine will go to edify himself, in which, moreover, according to his own showing, he will even get all his stains removed and wiped away, so that we are led to regard these private little art rooms as a kind of bathrooms. But this is only effected for some fleeting moments. It happens and counts only in the realms of fantasy. As soon as we return to rude reality and the cramping confines of actual life, we are again on all sides assailed by the old cares. Thus our master sighs. Let us, however, avail ourselves of the fleeting moment during which we remain in the... There is just sufficient time to get a glimpse of the apotheosis of the Philistine, that is to say, the Philistine whose stains have been removed and wiped away, and who is now an absolute pure sample of his type. In truth, the opportunity we have here may prove instructive. Let no one who happens to have fallen a victim to the confession book lay it aside before having read the two appendices. Of our great poets and of our great musicians, here the rainbow of the new brotherhood is set, and he who can find no pleasure in it, for such an one there is no help, as Strauss says on another occasion. And, as he might well say here, he is not yet ripe for our point of view, for are we not in the heaven of heavens? The enthusiastic explorer undertakes to lead us about, and begs us to excuse him if, in the excess of his joy at all the beauties to be seen, he should by any chance be tempted to talk too much. If I should, perhaps, become more garrulous than may seem warranted in this place, let the reader be indulgent to me, for out of the abundance of the heart the mouth speaketh. Let him only be assured that what he is now about to read does not consist of older materials, which I take the opportunity of inserting here, but that these remarks have been written for their present place and purpose, pages 345 to 46. This confession surprises us somewhat for the moment. What can it matter to us whether or not the little chapters were freshly written? As if it were a matter of writing. Between ourselves, I should have been glad if they had been written a quarter of a century earlier. Then, at least, I should have understood why the thoughts seem to be so bleached, and why they are so redolent of resuscitated antiquities. But that a thing should have been written in 1872, and already smell of decay in 1872, strikes me as suspicious. Let us imagine someone's falling asleep while reading these chapters. What would he most probably dream about? A friend answered this question for me. Because he happened to have had the experience himself, he dreamt of a waxwork show. The classical writers stood there, elegantly represented in wax and beads. Their arms and eyes moved, and a screw inside them creaked in accompaniment to their movements. He saw something gruesome among them, a misshapen figure decked with tapes and jaundiced paper, out of whose mouth a ticket hung on which Lessing was written. My friend went close up to it and learned the worst. It was the Homeric chimera. In front it was Strauss, behind it was Gervinus, and in the middle chimera, the Tautensignable was Lessing. This discovery caused him to shriek with terror. He waked and read no more. In sooth, great master, why have you written such fusty little chapters? We do indeed learn something new from them. For instance, that Gervinus made it known to the two-world how and why Goethe was no dramatic genius. That in the second part of Faust, he had only produced a world of phantoms and of symbols. That Wallenstein is a Macbeth as well as a Hamlet. That the Straussian reader extracts the short stories out of the Wanderer, much as naughty children pick the raisins and almonds out of a tough plum cake. That no complete effect can be produced on the stage without the forcible element. And that Schiller I emerged from Kant as from a cold water cure. All this is certainly new and striking, but even so, it does not strike us with wonder, and so sure as it is new. It will never grow old, for it never was young. It was senile. What extraordinary ideas seem to occur to these blessed ones after the new style in their aesthetic heaven? And why can they not manage to forget a few of them, more particularly when they are of that unsesthetic, earthly, and ephemeral order to which the scholarly thoughts of Gervinus belong, and when they so obviously bear the stamp of puerility? But it almost seems as though the modest greatness of a Strauss and the vain insignificance of a Gervinus were only too well able to harmonize. Then long live all those blessed ones. May we, the rejected, also live long. If this unchallenged judge of art continues any longer to teach his borrowed enthusiasm, and the gallop of that hired steed of which the honest Grillparzer speaks, with such delightful clearness, until the whole of heaven rings beneath the hoof of that galloping enthusiasm, then at least section 100. Things will be livelier and noisier than they are at the present moment, in which the carpet-slippered rapture of our heavenly leader and the lukewarm eloquence of his lips only succeed in the end in making us sick and tired. I should like to know how a hallelujah sung by Strauss would sound. I believe one would have to listen very carefully, lest it should seem no more than a courteous apology or a lisp compliment. Apropos of this, I might adduce an instructive and somewhat forbidding example. Strauss strongly resented the action of one of his opponents who happened to refer to his reverence for Lessing. The unfortunate man had misunderstood. True, Strauss did declare that one must be of a very obtuse mind not to recognize that the simple words of paragraph 86 come from the writer's heart. Now, I do not question this warmth in the very least. On the contrary, the fact that Strauss fosters these feelings towards Lessing has always excited my suspicion. I find the same warmth for Lessing raised almost to heat in Gervinus. Yeah, on the whole, no great German writer is so popular among little German writers as Lessing is. But for all that, they deserve no thanks for their predilection. For what is it, in sooth, that they praise in Lessing? At one moment, it is his Catholicity. The fact that he was critic and poet, archaeologist and philosopher, dramatist and theologian. And on, it is the unity in him of the writer and the man, of the head and the heart. The last quality, as a rule, is just as characteristic of the great writer as of the little one. As a rule, a narrow head agrees only too fatally with a narrow heart. And as to the Catholicity, this is no distinction, more especially when, as in Lessing's case, it was a dire necessity. What astonishes one in regard to Lessing enthusiasts is rather that they have no conception of the devouring necessity which drove him on through life and to this Catholicity. No feeling for the fact that such a man is too prone to consume himself rapidly, like a flame, nor any indignation at the thought that the vulgar narrowness and pusillanimity of his whole environment, especially of his learned contemporaries, so saddened, tormented, and stifled the tender and ardent creature that he was, that the very universality for which he is praised should give rise to feelings of the deepest compassion. Have pity on the exceptional man. Goethe cries to us for it WPS his lot to live in such a wretched age that his life was one long polemical F-Elber. How can ye, my worthy Philistines, think of Lessing without shame, he who was ruined precisely on account of your stupidity, while struggling with your ludicrous fetiches and idols, with the defects of your theaters, scholars, and theologists, without once daring to attempt that eternal flight for which ye had been born? And what are your feelings when ye think of Winckelmann, who, in order to turn his eyes from your grotesque puerilities, went begging to the Jesuits for help, and whose ignominious conversion dishonors not him, but you? Dare ye mention Schiller's name without blushing? Look at his portrait. See the flashing eyes that glance contemptuously over your heads, the deadly red cheek. Do these things mean nothing to you? In him ye had such a magnificent and divine toy that ye shattered it. Suppose for a moment it had been possible to deprive this harassed and hunted life of Goethe's friendship. You would then have been responsible for its still earlier end. Ye have had no finger in any one of the life works of your great geniuses. And yet ye would make a dogma to the effect that no one is to be helped in the future. But for every one of them, ye were the resistance of the obtuse world which Goethe calls by its name in his epilogue to the Bell. For all of them you were the grumbling imbeciles, or the envious bigots, or the malicious egoists. In spite of you, each of them created his works. Against you, each directed his attacks, and thanks to you, each prematurely sank, while his work was still unfinished, broken, and bewildered by the stress of the battle. And now ye presume that ye are going to be permitted, tamquam rebi negestat, to praise such men, and with words which leave no one in any doubt as to whom ye have in your minds when ye utter your encomiums, which therefore spring forth with such hearty warmth, that one must be blind not to see to whom ye are really bowing. Even Goethe in his day had to cry, "Upon my honor, we are in need of a Lessing, and woe unto all vain masters and to the whole aesthetic kingdom of heaven when the young tiger, G, whose restless strength will be visible in his every distended muscle and his every glance, shall sally forth to seek his prey." How clever it was of my friend to read no further, once he had been enlightened, thanks to that chimerical vision, concerning the Straussian Lessing and Strauss himself. We, however, read on further and even craved admission of the doorkeeper of the new faith to the sanctum of music. The master threw the door open for us, as he accompanied us, and began quoting certain names, until at last, overcome with mistrust, we stood still and looked at him. Was it possible that we were the victims of the same hallucination as that to which our friend had been subjected in his dream? The musicians to whom Strauss referred seemed to us to be wrongly designated as long as he spoke about them, and we began to think that the talk must certainly be about somebody else, even admitting that it did not relate to incongruous phantoms. When, for instance, he mentioned Haydn with that same warmth which made us so suspicious when he praised Lessing, and when he posed as the abbot and priest of a mysterious Haydn cult. When in a discussion upon quartet music, if you please, he even likened Haydn to a good unpretending soup and Beethoven to sweetmeats. Then to our minds one thing and one thing alone became certain, namely that his sweetmeat Beethoven is not our Beethoven, and his soup Haydn is not our Haydn. The master was moreover of the opinion that our orchestra is too good to perform Haydn, and that only the most unpretentious amateurs can do justice to that music. A further proof that he was referring to some other artist and some other work, possibly to Riel's music for the home. But whoever can this sweetmeat Beethoven of Strauss's be, he is said to have composed 9 symphonies, of which the pastoral is the least remarkable. We are told that each time in composing the third, he seemed impelled to exceed his bounds and depart on an adventurous quest, from which we might infer that we are here concerned with a sort of double monster, half horse and half cavalier. With regard to a certain Eroica, this centaur is very hard-pressed, because he did not succeed in making it clear whether it is a question of a conflict on the open field or in the deep heart of man. In the pastoral, there is said to be a furiously raging storm, for which it is almost too insignificant to interrupt a dance of country folk, and which, owing to its arbitrary connection with a trivial motive, as Strauss so adroitly and correctly puts it, renders this symphony the least remarkable. A more drastic expression appears to have occurred to the master, but he prefers to speak here, as he says, with becoming modesty. But no, for once our master is wrong. In this case, he is really a little too modest, who indeed will enlighten us concerning this sweetmeat Beethoven, if not Strauss himself, the only person who seems to know anything about him. But immediately below, a strong judgment is uttered with becoming non-modesty, and precisely in regard to the 9th Symphony. It is said, for instance, that this symphony is naturally the favorite of a prevalent taste, which in art and music especially mistakes the grotesque for the genial, and the formless for the sublime. It is true that a critic as severe as Gervinus was, gave this work a hearty welcome because it happened to confirm one of his doctrines. But Strauss is far from going to these problematic productions in search of the merits of his Beethoven. It is a pity, cries our master with a convulsive sigh, that one is compelled by such reservations to mar one's enjoyment of Beethoven, as well as the admiration gladly accorded to him. For our master is a favorite of the Graces, and these have informed him that they only accompanied Beethoven part of the way, and that he then lost sight of them. This is a defect, he cries, but can you believe that it may also appear as an advantage? He who is painfully and breathlessly rolling the musical idea along will seem to be moving the weightier one, and thus appear to be the stronger, pages 423 to 24. This is a confession, and not necessarily one concerning Beethoven alone, but concerning the classical prose writer himself. He, the celebrated author, is not abandoned by the great. From the play of airy jests, that is to say, Straussian jests, to the heights of solemn earnestness, that is to say, Straussian earnestness, they remain stolidly at his elbow. He, the classical prose writer, slides his burden along playfully, and with a light heart, whereas Beethoven rolls his painfully and breathlessly. He seems merely to dandle his load. This is indeed an advantage. But would anybody believe that it might equally be a sign of something wanting? In any case, only those could believe this who mistake the grotesque for the genial, and the formless for the sublime. Is not that so, you dandling favorite of the Graces? We envy no one the edifying moments he may have. either in the stillness of his little private room or in a new heaven specially fitted out for him. But of all possible pleasures of this order, that of Strauss's is surely one of the most wonderful, for he is even edified by a little holocaust. He calmly throws the sublimest works of the German nation into the flames in order to cense his idols with their smoke. Suppose for a moment that by some accident the Eroica, the Pastoral, and the Ninth Symphony had fallen into the hands of our priest of the graces, and that it had been in his power to suppress such problematic productions, in order to keep the image of the master pure, who doubts but what he would have burned them. And it is precisely in this way that the Strausses of our time demean themselves. They only wish to know so much of an artist as is compatible with the service of their rooms. They know only the extremes, censing or burning. To all this they are heartily welcome. The one surprising feature of the whole case is that public opinion in matters artistic should be so feeble, vacillating, and corruptible as contentedly to allow these exhibitions of indigent Philistinism to go by without raising an objection. Yea, that it does not even possess sufficient sense of humor to feel tickled at the sight of an unaesthetic little masters sitting in judgment upon Beethoven. As to Mozart, what Aristotle says of Plato ought really to be applied here. Insignificant people ought not to be permitted even to praise him. In this respect, however, all shame has vanished from the public as well as from the master's mind. He is allowed not merely to cross himself before the greatest and purest creations of German genius, as though he had perceived something godless and immoral in them, but people actually rejoice over his candid confessions and admission of sins, more particularly as he makes no mention of his own, but only of those which great men are said to have committed. Oh, if only our master be in the right. His readers sometimes think, when attacked by a paroxysm of doubt, he himself, however, stands there, smiling and convinced, perorating, condemning, blessing, raising his hat to himself, and is at any minute capable of saying what the Duchesse de la Forêt said to Madame de Staël, to wit, "My dear, I must confess that I find no one but myself invariably right." Section 6. A corpse is a pleasant thought for a worm, and a worm is a dreadful thought for every living creature. Worms fancy their kingdom of heaven in a fat body. Professors of philosophy seek theirs in rummaging among Schopenhauer's entrails, and as long as rodents exist, there will exist a heaven for rodents. In this, we have the answer to our first question. How does the believer in the new faith picture his heaven? The Straussian Philistine harbors in the works of our great poets and musicians, H-key, a parasitic worm whose HFE is destruction, whose admiration is devouring, and whose worship is digesting. Now, however, our second question must be answered. How far does the courage lent to its adherents by this new faith extend? Even this question would already have been answered if courage and pretentiousness had been one, for then Strauss would not be lacking even in the just and veritable courage of a Mameluke. At all events, the becoming modesty of which Strauss speaks in the above-mentioned passage where he is referring to Beethoven can only be a stylistic and not a moral manner of speech. Strauss has his full share of the temerity to which every successful hero assumes the right. All flowers grow only for him, the conqueror, and he praises the sun because it shines in at his window just at the right time. He does not even spare the venerable old universe in his eulogies, as though it were only now and henceforward sufficiently sanctified by praise to revolve around the central monad in formos. Is it is true a machine with jagged iron wheels, stamping and hammering ponderously, but we do not only find the revolution of pitiless wheels in our world machine, but also the shedding of soothing oil. The universe, provided it submit to Strauss's encomiums, is not likely to overflow with gratitude towards this master of weird metaphors, who was unable to discover better similes in its praise. But what is the oil called which trickles down upon the hammers and stampers? And how would it console a workman who chanced to get one of his limbs caught in the mechanism to know that this oil was trickling over him? Passing over this simile as bad, let us turn our attention to another of Strauss's artifices, whereby he tries to ascertain how he feels disposed towards the universe. This question of Marguerite's, he loves me, not loves me, hanging on his lips the while, Now, although Strauss is not telling flower petals or the buttons on his waistcoat, still what he does is not less harmless, despite the fact that it needs perhaps a little more courage. Strauss wishes to make certain whether his feeling for the all is either paralyzed or withered, and he pricks himself, for he knows that one can prick a limb that is either paralyzed or withered without causing any pain. As a matter of fact, he does not really prick himself, but selects another more violent method, which he describes thus: "We open Schopenhauer, who takes every occasion of slapping our idea in the face." Now, as an idea, even that of Strauss's concerning the universe has no face, if there be any face in the question. At all, it must be that of the idealist, and the procedure may be subdivided into the following separate actions. Strauss, in any case, throws Schopenhauer open, whereupon the latter slaps Strauss in the face. Strauss then reacts religiously. That is to say, he again begins to belabor Schopenhauer, to abuse him, to speak of absurdities, blasphemies, dissipations, and even to allege that Schopenhauer could not have been in his right senses. Result of the dispute: we demand the same piety for our cosmos that the devout of old demanded for his God. Or briefly, he loves me. Our favorite of the graces makes his life a hard one, but he is as brave as a Mameluke, and fears neither the devil nor Schopenhauer. How much soothing oil must he use if such incidents are of frequent occurrence? On the other hand, we readily understand Strauss's gratitude to this tickling, pricking, and slapping Schopenhauer. Hence, we are not so very much surprised when we find him expressing himself in the following kind way about him. W. need only turn over the leaves of Arthur Schopenhauer's works, although we shall on many other accounts do well not only to glance over but to study them, etc. P by 66. Now, to whom does this captain of Philistines address these words? To him who has clearly never even studied Schopenhauer. The latter might well have retorted, "This is an author who does not even deserve to be scanned, much less to be studied." Obviously, he gulped Schopenhauer down the wrong way, and this hoarse coughing is merely his attempt to clear his throat. But in order to fill the measure of his ingenuous encomiums, Strauss even arrogates to himself the right of commending old Kant. He speaks of the latter's general history of the heavens of the year E, as of a work which has always appeared to me not less important than his later critique of pure reason. If in the latter we admire the depth of insight, the breadth of observation strikes us in the former. If in the latter we can trace the old man's anxiety to secure even a limited possession of knowledge, so it be but on a firm basis, in the former we encounter the mature man, full of the daring of the discoverer and conqueror in the realm of thought. This judgment of Strauss's concerning Kant did not strike me as being more modest than the one concerning Schopenhauer. In the one case, we have the little captain, who is above all anxious to express even the most insignificant opinion with certainty, and in the other we have the famous prose writer who, with all the courage of ignorance, exudes his eulogistic secretions over Kant. It is almost incredible that Strauss availed himself of nothing in Kant's critique of pure reason while compiling his testament of modern ideas, and that he knew only how to appeal to the coarsest realistic taste must also be numbered among the more striking characteristics of this new gospel, which professes to be but the result of the laborious and continuous study of history and science, and therefore tacitly repudiates all connection with philosophy. For the Philistine captain and his we, Kantian philosophy does not exist. He does not dream of the fundamental antinomy of idealism and of the highly relative sense of all science and reason. And it is precisely reason that ought to tell him how little it is possible to know of things in themselves. It is true, however, that people of a certain age cannot possibly understand Kant, especially when in their youth they understood or fancied they understood that old gigantic mind, Hegel, as Strauss did, and had moreover concerned themselves with Schleiermacher, who, according to Strauss, was gifted with perhaps too much acumen. It will sound odd to our author when I tell him that, even now, he stands absolutely dependent upon Hegel and Schleiermacher, and that his teaching of the cosmos, his way of regarding things sub specie bienni, is salams to the state of affairs, now existing in Germany, and, above all, his shameless Philistine optimism, can only be explained by an appeal to certain impressions of youth. Early habit, Nietzsche and disorders, for he who has once sickened on Hegel and Schleiermacher never completely recovers. There is one passage in the Confession book where the incurable optimism referred to above bursts forth with the full joyousness of holiday spirits, pages 166-6. If the universe is a thing which had better not have existed, says Strauss, then surely the speculation of the philosopher, as forming part of this universe, is a speculation which had better not have speculated. The pessimist philosopher fails to perceive that he, above all, declares his own thought, which declares the world to be bad as bad also. But if the thought which declares the world to be bad is a bad, then it follows naturally that the world is good. As a rule, optimism may take things too easily. Schopenhauer's references to the colossal part which sorrow and evil play in the world are quite in their right place as a counterpoise. But every true philosophy is necessarily optimistic, as otherwise she hews down the branch on which she herself is sitting. If this refutation of Schopenhauer is not the same as that to which Strauss refers somewhere else as the refutation loudly and jubilantly acclaimed in higher spheres, then I quite fail to understand the dramatic phraseology used by him elsewhere to strike an opponent. Here, optimism has for once intentionally simplified her task. But the master stroke lay in thus pretending that the refutation of Schopenhauer was not such a very difficult task after all, and in playfully wielding the burden in such a manner that the three graces attendant on the dandling optimist might constantly be delighted by his methods. The whole purpose of the deed was to demonstrate this one truth, that it is quite unnecessary to take a pessimist seriously. The most vapid sophisms become justified, provided they show that in regard to a philosophy as unhealthy and unprofitable as Schopenhauer's. Not proofs, but quips and sallies alone are suitable. While perusing such passages, the reader will grasp the full meaning of Schopenhauer's solemn utterance to the effect that, where optimism is not merely the idle prattle of those beneath whose flat brows words and only words are stored, it seemed to him not merely an absurd but a vicious attitude of mind, and one full of scornful irony towards the indescribable sufferings of humanity. When a philosopher like Strauss is able to frame it into a system, it becomes more than a vicious attitude of mind. It is then an imbecile gospel of comfort for the I or for the we, and can only provoke indignation. Who could read the following psychological avowal, for instance, without indignation, seeing that it is obviously but an offshoot from this vicious gospel of comfort? Beethoven remarked that he could never have composed a text like Figaro or Don Juan. Life had not been so profuse, cf. its snubs to him, that he could treat it so gaily or deal so lightly with the foibles of men. In order, however, to adduce the most striking instance of this dissolute vulgarity of sentiment, let it suffice here to observe that Strauss knows no other means of accounting for the terribly serious negative instinct and the movement of ascetic sanctification which characterized the first century of the Christian era, than by supposing the existence of a previous period of surfeit in the matter of all kinds of sexual indulgence, which of itself brought about a state of revulsion and disgust. The Persians call it Bidamagbuden, the Germans say Katzenjammerl. Strauss quotes this himself and is not ashamed. As for us, we turn aside for a moment, that we may overcome our loathing. Section 7. As a matter of fact, our Philistine captain is brave, even audacious in words, particularly when he hopes by such bravery to delight his noble colleagues, the we, as he calls them. So the asceticism and self-denial of the ancient anchorite and saint was merely a form of Katzenjammer. Jesus may be described as an enthusiast who nowadays would scarcely have escaped the madhouse. And the story of the resurrection may be termed a worldwide deception. For once, we will allow these views to pass without raising any objection, seeing that they may help us to gauge the amount of courage which our classical Philistine Strauss is capable of. Let us first hear his confession. It is certainly an unpleasant and a thankless task to tell the world those truths which it is least desirous of hearing. It prefers, in fact, to manage its affairs on a profuse scale, receiving and spending after the magnificent fashion of the great, as long as there is anything left, Should any person, however, add up the various items of its liabilities and anxiously call its attention to the sum total, he is certain to be regarded as an i.e. fortunate meddler. And yet this has always been the bent of my moral and intellectual nature. A moral and intellectual nature of this sort might possibly be regarded as courageous. But what still remains to be proved is whether this courage is natural and inborn, or whether it is not rather acquired and artificial. Perhaps Strauss only accustomed himself by degrees to the role of an importunate meddler, until he gradually acquired the courage of his calling. Innate cowardice, which is the Philistine's birthright, would not be incompatible with this mode of development, and section 505. It is precisely this cowardice which is perceptible in the want of logic of those sentences of Strauss's, which it needed courage to pronounce. They sound like thunder, but they do not clear the air. No aggressive action is performed. Aggressive words alone are used, and these he selects from among the most insulting he can find. He moreover exhausts all his accumulated strength and energy in coarse and noisy expression. And when once his utterances have died away, he is more of a coward even than he who has always held his tongue. The very shadow of his deeds, his morality, shows us that he is a word hero, and that he avoids everything which might induce him to transfer his energies from mere verbosity to really serious things, with admirable frankness. He announces that he is no longer a Christian, but disclaims all idea of wishing to disturb the contentment of anyone. He seems to recognize a contradiction in the notion of abolishing one society by instituting another, whereas there is nothing contradictory in it at all. With a certain rude self-satisfaction, he swathes himself in the hirsute garment of our simian genealogists, and extols Darwin as one of mankind's greatest benefactors. But our perplexity is great when we find him constructing his ethics quite independently of the question, what is our conception of the universe? In this department, he had an opportunity of exhibiting native pluck, for he ought to have turned his back on his we, and have established a moral code for life out of bellum omnium contra omnes and the privileges of the strong. But it is to be feared that such a code could only have emanated from a bold spirit like that of Hobbes, and must have taken its root in a love of truth quite different from that which was only able to vent itself in explosive outbursts against parsons, miracles, and the world-wide humbug of the resurrection. For whereas the Philistine remained on Strauss's side in regard to these explosive outbursts, he would have been against him had he been confronted with a genuine and seriously constructed ethical system based upon Darwin's teaching. Says Strauss, I should say that all moral action arises from the individual's acting in consonance with the idea of kind. Put quite clearly and comprehensively, this means live as a man and not as an ape or a seal. Unfortunately, this imperative is both useless and feeble. For in the classmen what a multitude of different types are included, to mention only the Patagonian and the master, Strauss, and no one would ever dare to say with any right, live like a Patagonian and live like the master Strauss. Should anyone, however, make it his rule to live like a genius, that is to say, like the ideal type 1, the Janus man, and should he perchance at the same time be either a Patagonian or Strauss himself, what should we then not have to suffer from the importunities of genius-mad eccentrics concerning whose mushroom growth in Germany even Leichenberg had already spoken, who with savage cries would compel us to listen to the confession of their most recent belief. Strauss has not yet learned that no idea can ever make man better or more moral, and that the preaching of a morality is as easy as the establishment of it is difficult. His business ought rather to have been to take the phenomena of human goodness, such for instance as pity, love, and self-abnegation, which are already to hand, and seriously to explain them and show their relation to his Darwinian first principle. But no, he preferred to soar into the imperative, and thus escape the task of explaining. But even in his flight, he was irresponsible enough to soar beyond the very first principles of which we speak. Ever remember, says Strauss, that thou art human, not merely a natural production. Ever remember that all others are human also, and with all individual differences, the same as thou, having the same needs and claims as thyself. This is the sum and the substance of morality. But where does this imperative hail from? How can it be intuitive in man, seeing that, according to Darwin, man is indeed a creature of nature, and that his ascent to his present stage of development has been conditioned by quite different laws, by the very fact that he was continually forgetting that others were constituted like him and shared the same rights with him, by the very fact that he regarded himself as the stronger, and thus brought about the gradual suppression of weaker types. Though Strauss is bound to admit that no two creatures have ever been quite alike, and that the ascent of man from the lowest species of animals to the exalted height of the culture Philistine depended upon the law of individual distinctness, he still sees no difficulty in declaring exactly the reverse in his law. He half-ye thyself as though there were no such things as individual distinctions. Where is the Strauss-Darwin morality here? Whither, above all, has the courage gone? In the very next paragraph, we find further evidence tending to show us the point at which this courage veers round to its opposite. For Strauss continues, "Ever remember that thou, and all that thou beholdest within and around thee, all that befalls thee and others, is no disjointed fragment, no wild chaos of atoms or casualties, but that following eternal law, it springs from the one primal source of all life, all reason, and all good." This is the essence of religion, pages 277 to 78. Out of that one primal source, however, all ruin and irrationality, all evil flows as well. And its name, according to Strauss, is cosmos. Now, how can this cosmos, with all the contradictions and the self-annihilating characteristics which Strauss gives it, be worthy of religious veneration and be addressed by the name God? As Strauss addresses it, our God does not indeed take us into his arms from the outside. Here one expects as an antithesis, a somewhat miraculous process of being taken into his arms from the inside. But he unseals the well springs of consolation within our own bosoms. He shows us that although chance would be an unreasonable ruler, yet necessity, or the enchainment of causes in the world, is reason itself, a misapprehension of which only the weak can fail to perceive the folly, because they were brought up in the Hegelian section 1, worship of reality as the reasonable, that is to say, in the canonization of success. He teaches us to perceive that to demand an exception in the accomplishment of a single natural law would be to demand the destruction of the universe, pages 435 to 36. On the contrary, great master, an honest natural scientist believes in the unconditional rule of natural laws in the world, without, however, taking up any position in regard to the ethical or intellectual value of these laws. Wherever neutrality is abandoned in this respect, it is owing to an anthropomorphic attitude of mind, which allows reason to exceed its proper bounds. But it is just at the point where the natural scientist resigns that Strauss, to put it in his own words, reacts religiously and leaves the scientific and scholarly standpoint in order to proceed along less honest lines of his own. Without any further warrant, he assumes that all that has happened possesses the highest intellectual value, that it was therefore absolutely reasonably and intentionally so arranged, and that it even contained a revelation of eternal goodness. He therefore has to appeal to a complete cosmodicy, and finds himself at a disadvantage in regard to him who is contented with a theodicy, and who, for instance, regards the whole of man's existence as a punishment for sin or a process of purification. At this stage, and in this embarrassing position, Strauss even suggests a metaphysical hypothesis, the driest and most palsied ever conceived, and in reality but an unconscious parody of one of Lessing's sayings. We read on page 255, "And that other saying of Lessing's, if God, holding truth in his right hand, and in his left only the ever-living desire for it, although on condition of perpetual error, left him the choice of the two, he would, considering that truth belongs to God alone, humbly seize his left hand, and beg its contents for himself." This saying of Lessing's has always been accounted one of the most magnificent which he has left us. It has been found to contain the general expression of his restless love of inquiry and activity. The saying has always made a special impression upon me, because behind its subjective meaning, I still seem to hear the faint ring of an objective one of infinite import. For does it not contain the best possible answer to the rude speech of Schopenhauer, respecting the ill-advised God who had nothing better to do than to transform himself into this miserable world? If, for example, the Creator himself had shared Lessing's conviction of the superiority of struggle to tranquil possession. What? A God who would choose perpetual erovy together with a striving after truth, and who would perhaps fall humbly at Strauss's feet and cry to him, "Take thou all truth, it is thine." If ever a God and a man were ill-advised, they are this Straussian God whose hobby is to err and to fail, and this Straussian man who must atone for this erring and failing. Here indeed one hears a faint ring of infinite import. Here flows Strauss's cosmic soothing oil. Here one has a notion of the rationale of all becoming and all natural laws. Really, is not our universe rather the work of an inferior being, as Leichenberg suggests? Of an inferior being who did not quite understand his business, therefore an experiment, an attempt, upon which work is still proceeding, would be compelled to admit that our universe is by no means the theater of reason, but of error, and that no conformity to law can contain anything consoling. Since all laws have been promulgated by an erratic God, who even finds pleasure to blundering, it really is a most amusing spectacle to watch Strauss, as a metaphysical architect building castles in the air. But for whose benefit is this entertainment given? For the smug anti-noble we, that they may not lose conceit we themselves. They may possibly have taken sudden fright in the midst of the inflexible and pitiless wheelworks of the world machine, and are tremulously imploring their leader to come to their aid. That is why Strauss pours forth the soothing oil. That is why he leads forth on a leash a God whose passion it is to err. It is for the same reason, too, that he assumes for once the utterly unsuitable role of a metaphysical architect. He does all this because the noble souls already referred to are frightened, and because he is too. And it is here that we reach the limit of his courage, even in the presence of his we. He does not dare to be honest, and to tell them, for instance, "I have liberated you from a helping and pitiful God. The cosmos is no more than an inflexible machine. Beware of its wheels, that they do not crush you." He dare not do this. Consequently, he must enlist the help of a witch, and he turns to metaphysics. To the Philistine, however, even Strauss's metaphysics is preferable to Christianity's, and the notion of an erratic God more congenial than that of one who works miracles. For the Philistine himself errs, but has never yet performed a miracle. Hence his hatred of the genius, for the latter is justly famous for the working of miracles. It is therefore highly instructive to ascertain why Strauss, in one passage alone, suddenly takes up the cudgels for genius and the aristocracy of intellect in general. Whatever does he do it for? He does it out of fear of the social democrat. He refers to Bismarck and Moltke, whose greatness is the less open to controversy, as it manifests itself in the domain of tangible external facts. No help for it, therefore. Even the most stiff-necked and obdurate of these fellows must condescend to look up a little, if only to get a sight, be it no farther than the knees, of those august figures. Do you, master metaphysician, perhaps intend to instruct the social democrats in the art of getting kicks? The willingness to bestow them may be met with everywhere, and you are perfectly justified in promising to those who happen to be kicked a sight of those sublime beings as far as the knee. Also in the domain of art and science, Strauss continues, there will never be a dearth of kings whose architectural undertakings will find employment for a multitude of carters. Granted, but what if the carters should begin building? It does happen at times, great master, as you know, and then the kings must grin and bear it. As a matter of fact, this union of impudence and weakness, of daring words and cowardly concessions, this cautious deliberation as to which sentences will or will not impress the Philistine or smooth him down the right way, this lack of character and power, masquerading as character and power, this meager wisdom in the guise of omniscience. These are the features in this book which I detest. If I could conceive of young men having patience to read it and to value it, I should sorrowfully renounce all hope for their future. And is this confession of wretched, hopeless, and really despicable Philistinism supposed to be the expression of the thousands constituting the we, of whom Strauss speaks, and who are to be the fathers of the coming generation? unto him who would fain help this coming generation to acquire what the present one does not yet possess, namely a genuine German culture. The prospect is a horrible one. To such a man, the ground seems strewn with ashes, and all stars are obscured, while every withered tree and field laid waste seems to cry to him, "Barren, forsaken! Springtime is no longer possible here." He must feel as young Goethe felt when he first peered into the melancholy, atheistic twilight of the Systeme de la Nature. To him this book seemed so gray, so Cimmerian and deadly, that he could only endure its presence with difficulty, and shuddered at it as one shudders at a spectre. Section 8. We ought now to be sufficiently informed concerning the heaven and the courage of our new believer to be able to turn to the last question. How does he write his books? And of what order are his religious documents? He who can answer this question uprightly and without prejudice will be confronted by yet another serious problem, and that is how this Straussian pocket oracle of the German Philistine was able to pass through 6 editions. And he will grow more than ever suspicious when he hears that it was actually welcomed as a pocket oracle, not only in scholastic circles, but even in German universities as well. Students are said to have greeted it as a canon for strong intellects, and from all accounts, the professors raised no objections to this view, while here and there, people have declared it to be a religious book for scholars. Strauss himself gave out that he did not intend his profession of faith to be merely a reference book for learned and cultured people. But here let us abide by the fact that it was first and foremost a work appealing to his colleagues, and was ostensibly a mirror in which they were to see their own way of living faithfully reflected. For therein lay the feat. The master feigned to have presented us with a new ideal conception of the universe, and now adulation is being paid him out of every mouth, because each is in a position to suppose that he too regards the universe and life in the same way. Thus Strauss has seen fulfilled in each of his readers what he only demanded of the future. In this way, the extraordinary success of his book is partly explained. Thus we live and hold on our way in joy. The scholar cries in his book, and delights to see others rejoicing over the announcement. If the reader happened to think differently from the master in regard to Darwin or to capital punishment, it is of very little consequence, for H.E. is too conscious throughout of breathing an ATM, sphere that is familiar to him, and of hearing booge the echoes of his own voice and wants. However painfully this unanimity may strike the true friend of German culture, it is his duty to be unrelenting in his explanation of it as a phenomenon, and not to shrink from making this explanation public. We all know the peculiar methods adopted in our own time of cultivating the sciences. We all know them because they form a part of our lives. And for this very reason, scarcely anybody seems to ask himself what the result of such a cultivation of the sciences will mean to culture in general, even supposing that everywhere the highest abilities and the most earnest will be available for the promotion of culture. In the heart of the average scientific type, quite irrespective of the examples thereof with which we meet today, there lies a pure paradox. He behaves like the veriest idler of independent means, to whom life is not a dreadful and serious business, but a sound piece of property settled upon him for all eternity, and it seems to him justifiable to spend his whole life in answering questions, which, after all is said and done, can only be of interest to that person who behaves in eternal life as an absolute certainty. The air of but a few hours he sees himself encompassed by yawning abysses, terrible to behold, and every step he takes should recall the questions, wherefore, whither, and whence to his mind. But his soul rather warms to his work, and be this the counting of a floweret's petals, or the breaking of stones by the roadside, he spends his whole fund of interest, pleasure, strength, and aspirations upon it. This paradox the scientific man has lately dashed ahead at such a frantic speed in Germany that one would almost think the scientific world were a factory in which every minute wasted meant a fine. Today, the man of science works as arduously as the fourth or slave caste. His study has ceased to be an occupation. It is a necessity. He looks neither to the right nor to the left, but rushes through all things, even through the serious matters which life bears in its train, with that semi-listlessness and repulsive need of rest, so characteristic of the exhausted laborer. This is also his attitude towards culture. He behaves as if life to him We're not only otium, but sine dignity. Even in his sleep he does not throw off the yoke, but like an emancipated slave still dreams of his misery, his forced haste, and his floggings. Our scholars can scarcely be distinguished, and even then not to their advantage, from agricultural laborers, who in order to increase a small patrimony, assiduously strive day and night to cultivate their fields, drive their plows, and urge on their oxen now. Pascal suggests that men only endeavor to work hard at their business and sciences with the view of escaping those questions of greatest import, which every moment of loneliness or leisure presses upon them. The questions relating to the wherefore, the whence and the whither of life. Curiously enough, our scholars never think of the most vital question of all, the wherefore of their work, their haste, and their painful ecstasies. Surely their object is not the earning of bread or the acquiring of posts of honor. No, certainly not. But ye take as much pains as the famishing and breadless, and with that eagerness and lack of discernment which characterizes the starving, ye even snatch the dishes from the sideboard of science. If, however, as scientific men, ye proceed with science as the laborers with the tasks which the exigencies of life impose upon them, what will become of a culture which must await the hour of its birth and its salvation in the very midst of all this agitated and breathless running to and fro, this sprawling scientificality? For it no one has time, and yet for what shall science have time, if not for culture? Answer us here, then, at least. Whence, whither, wherefore all science, if it do not lead to culture, but like to barbarity? And in this direction we already see the scholar caste ominously advanced, if we are to believe that such superficial books as this one of Strauss's meet the demand of their present degree of culture. For precisely in him do we find that repulsive need of rest and that incidental semi-listless attention to and coming to terms with philosophy, culture, and every serious thing on earth. It will be remembered that at the meetings held by scholars, as soon as each individual has had his say in his own particular department of knowledge, signs of fatigue, of a desire for distraction at any price, of waning memory, and of incoherent experiences of life begin to be noticeable. While listening to Strauss discussing any worldly question, be it marriage, the war, or capital punishment, we are startled by his complete lack of anything like first-hand experience, or of any original thought on human nature. All his judgments are so redolent of books, our reminiscences do duty for genuine ideas and views, and the assumption of a moderate and grandfatherly tone take the place of wisdom and mature thought. How perfectly in keeping all this is with the fulsome spirit animating the holders of the highest places in German science in large cities. How thoroughly this spirit must appeal to that other, for it is precisely in those quarters that culture is in the saddest plight. It is precisely there that its fresh growth is made impossible. So boisterous are the preparations made by science. So sheepishly are favorite subjects of knowledge allowed to oust questions of much greater import. What kind of lantern would be needed here in order to find men capable of a complete surrender to genius, and of an intimate knowledge of its depths, men possessed of sufficient courage and strength to exorcise the demons that have forsaken our age? Viewed from the outside, such quarters certainly do appear to possess the whole pomp of culture. With their EM Section 1 posing apparatus, they resemble great arsenals fit with huge guns and other machinery of war. We see preparations in progress and the most strenuous activity, as though the heavens themselves were to be stormed, and truth were to be drawn out of the deepest of all wells. And yet, in war, the largest machines are the most unwieldy. Genuine culture, therefore, leaves such places as these religiously alone, for its best instincts warn it that in their midst it has nothing to hope for and very much to fear. For the only kind of culture with which the inflamed eye and obtuse brain of the scholar working classes concern themselves is of that Philistine order of which Strauss has announced the gospel. If we consider for a moment the fundamental causes underlying the sympathy which binds the learned working classes to culture Philistinism, we shall discover the road leading to Strauss the writer, who has been acknowledged classical, and thence to our last and principal theme. To begin with, that culture has contentment written in its every feature, and will allow of no important changes being introduced into the present state of German education. It is above all convinced of the originality of all German educational institutions, more particularly the public schools and universities. It does not cease recommending these to foreigners, and never doubts that if the Germans have become the most cultivated and discriminating people on earth, it is owing to such institutions. Culture philistinism believes in itself. Consequently, it also believes in the methods and means at its disposal. Secondly, however, it leaves the highest judgment concerning all questions of taste and culture to the scholar, and even regards itself as the ever-increasing compendium of scholarly opinions regarding art, literature, and philosophy. Its first care is to urge the scholar to express his opinions. These it proceeds to mix, dilute, and systematize, and then it administers them to the German people in the form of a bottle of medicine. What comes to life outside this circle is either not heard or attended at all, or if heard is heeded half-heartedly, until at last a voice, it does not matter whose, provided it belong to someone who is strictly typical of the scholar tribe, is heard to issue from the temple in which traditional infallibility of taste is said to reside. And from that time forward, public opinion has one conviction more, which it echoes and re-echoes hundreds and hundreds of times. As a matter of fact, though, the aesthetic infallibility of any utterance emanating from the temple is the more doubtful, seeing that the lack of taste, thought, and artistic feeling in any scholar can be taken for granted, unless it has previously been proved that, in his particular case, the reverse is true, and only a few can prove this. For how many who have had a share in the breathless and unending scurry of modern science have preserved that quiet and courageous gaze of the struggling man of culture? If they ever possessed it, that gaze which condemns even the scurry we speak of as a barbarous state of affairs, that is why these few are forced to live in an almost perpetual contradiction. What could they do against the section one? Uniform belief of the thousands who have enlisted public opinion in their cause, and who mutually defend each other in this belief. What purpose can it serve when one individual openly declares war against Strauss? Seeing that a crowd have decided in his favor, and that the masses led by this crowd have learned to ask 6 consecutive times for the master's Philistine sleeping mixture, if, without further ado, we here assume that the Straussian confession book had triumphed over public opinion and had been acclaimed and welcomed as conqueror, its author might call our attention to the fact that the multitudinous criticisms of his work in the various public organs are not of an altogether unanimous or even favorable character, and that he therefore felt it incumbent upon him to defend himself against some of the more malicious, impudent, and provoking of these newspaper pugilists by means of a postscript. How can there be a public opinion concerning my book, he cries to us, if every journalist is to regard me as an outlaw and to mishandle me as much as he likes? This contradiction is easily explained as soon as one considers the 2 aspects of the Straussian book, the theological and the literary, and it is only the latter that has anything to do with German culture. Thanks to its theological coloring, it stands beyond the pale of our German culture and provokes the animosity of the various theological groups, yea, even of every individual German, insofar as he is a theological sectarian from birth, and only invents his own peculiar private belief in order to be able to dissent from every other form of belief. But when the question arises of talking about Strauss, does Friedrich pray listen to what the theological sectarians have to say about him? As soon as his literary side comes under notice, all theological objections immediately subside, and the dictum comes plain and clear, as if from the lips of one congregation. In spite of it all, he is still a classical writer, everybody. Even the most bigoted Orthodox churchman pays the writer the most gratifying compliments, while there is always a word or two thrown in as a tribute to his almost Lessengesque language, his delicacy of touch, or the beauty and accuracy of his aesthetic views. As a book, therefore, the Straussian performance appears to meet all the demands of an ideal example of its kind. The theological opponents, despite the fact that their voices were the loudest of all, nevertheless constitute but an infinitesimal portion of the great public. And even with regard to them, Strauss still maintains that he is right when he says, "Compared with my thousands of readers, a few dozen public cavillers form, but an insignificant minority, and they can hardly prove that they are their faithful interpreters. It was obviously in the nature of things that opposition should be clamorous and assent tacit. Thus, apart from the angry bitterness which Strauss's profession of faith may have provoked here and there, even the most fanatical of his opponents, to whom his voice seems to rise out of an abyss, like the voice of a beast, are agreed as to his merits as a writer. And that is why the treatment which Strauss has received at the hands of the literary lackeys of the theological groups proves nothing against our contention that culture Philistinism celebrated its triumph in this book. It must be admitted that the average educated Philistine is a degree less honest than Strauss, or is at least more reserved in his public utterances. But this fact only tends to increase his admiration for honesty in another. At home, or in the company of his equals, he may applaud with wild enthusiasm, but takes care not to put on paper how entirely Strauss's words are in harmony with his own innermost feelings. For as we have already maintained, our culture Philistine is somewhat of a coward, even in his strongest sympathies. Hence, Strauss, who can boast of a trifle more courage than he, becomes his leader, notwithstanding the fact that even Straussian pluck has its very definite limits. If he overstepped these limits, as Schopenhauer does in almost every sentence, he would then forfeit his position at the head of the Philistines, and everybody would flee from him as precipitately as they are now following in his wake. He who would regard this artful, if not sagacious moderation, and this mediocre valor as an Aristotelian virtue, would certainly be wrong, for the valor in question is not the golden mean between two faults, but between a virtue and a fault, and in this mean between virtue and fault, all Philistine qualities are to be found. Section 9, in spite of it all, he is still a classical writer. Well, let us see. Perhaps we may now be allowed to discuss Strauss, the stylist and master of language, but in the first place, let us inquire whether, as a literary man, he is equal to the task of building his house, and whether he really understands the architecture of a book. From this inquiry, we shall be able to conclude whether he is a respectable, thoughtful, and experienced author. And even should we be forced to answer no to these questions, he may still, as a last shift, take refuge in his fame as a classical prose writer. This last mentioned talent alone, it is true, would not suffice to class him with the classical authors, but at most with the classical improvisers and virtuosos of style, who, however, in regard to power of expression and the whole planning and framing of the work, reveal the awkward hand and the embarrassed eye of the bungler. We therefore put the question whether Strauss really possesses the artistic strength necessary for the purpose of presenting us with a thing that is a whole totem ponder. As a rule, it ought to be possible to tell from the first rough sketch of a work whether the author conceived the thing as a whole, and whether, in view of this original conception, he has discovered the correct way of proceeding with his task and of fixing its proportions. Should this most important part of the problem be solved, and should the framework of the building have been given its most favorable proportions, even then there remains enough to be done. How many smaller faults have to be corrected? How many gaps require filling in? Here and there, a temporary partition or floor was found to answer the requirements. Everywhere dust and fragments litter the ground, and no matter where we look, we see the signs of work done and work still to be done. The house, as a whole, is still uninhabitable and gloomy. Its walls are bare, and the wind blows in through the open windows. Now, whether this remaining necessary and very irksome work has been satisfactorily accomplished by Strauss does not concern us at present. Our question is whether the building itself has been conceived as a whole, and whether its proportions are good. The reverse of this, of course, would be a compilation of fragments, a method generally adopted by scholars. They rely upon it that these fragments are related among themselves, and thus confound the logical and the artistic relation between them. Now, the relation between the four questions which provide the chapter headings of Strauss's book cannot be called a logical one. Are we still Christians? Have we still a religion? What is our conception of the universe? What is our rule of life? And it is by no means contended that the relation is illogical simply because the third question has nothing to do with the second, nor the fourth with the third, nor all three with the first. The natural scientist who puts the third question, for instance, shows his unsullied love of truth by the simple fact that he tacitly passes over the second. And with regard to the subject of the fourth chapter, marriage, republicanism, and capital punishment, Strauss himself seems to have been aware that they could only have been muddled and obscured by being associated with the Darwinian theory expounded in the third chapter, for he carefully avoids all reference to this theory when discussing them. But the question, are we still Christians, destroys the freedom of the philosophical standpoint at one stroke by lending it an unpleasant theological color. Moreover, in this matter, he quite forgot that the majority of men today are not Christians at all, but Buddhists. Why should one without further ceremony immediately think of Christianity at the sound of the words old faith? Is this a sign that Strauss has never ceased to be a Christian theologian, and that he has, therefore, never learned to be a philosopher? For we find still greater cause for surprise in the fact that he quite fails to distinguish between belief and knowledge, and continually mentions his new belief and the still newer science in one breath. Or is new belief merely an ironical concession to ordinary parlance? This almost seems to be the case, for here and there he actually allows new belief and newer science to be interchangeable terms, as for instance on page 10, where he asks on which side, whether on that of the ancient orthodoxy or of modern science, exist more of the obscurities and insufficiencies unavoidable in human speculation, moreover according to the scheme laid down in the introduction. His desire is to disclose those proofs upon which the modern view of life is based, but he derives all of these proofs from science, and in this respect assumes far more the attitude of a scientist than of a believer. At bottom, therefore, the religion is not a new belief, but being of a piece with modern science, it has nothing to do with religion at all. If Strauss, however, persists in his claims to be religious, the grounds for these claims must be beyond the pale of recent science, only the smallest portion of the Straussian book, that is to say. But a few isolated pages refer to what Strauss in all justice might call a belief, namely, that feeling for the all for which he demands, the piety that the old believer demanded for his God. On the pages in question, however, he cannot claim to be altogether scientific. But if only he could lay claim to being a little stronger, more natural, more outspoken, more pious, we should be content. Indeed, what perhaps strikes us most forcibly about him is the multitude of artificial procedures of which he avails himself before he ultimately gets the feeling that he still possesses a belief and a religion. He reaches it by means of stings and blows, as we have already seen. How indigently and feebly this emergency belief presents itself to us. We shiver at the sight of it, although Strauss, in the plan laid down in his introduction, promises to compare the two faiths, the old and the new, and to show that the latter will answer the same purpose as the former. Even he begins to feel, in the end, that he has promised too much. For the question whether the new belief answers the same purpose as the old, or is better or worse, is disposed of incidentally, so to speak, and with uncomfortable haste, in 2 or 3 pages, p. 436 et seq, and is actually bolstered up by the following subterfuge. He who cannot help himself in this matter is beyond help, is not yet ripe for our standpoint. How differently, and with what intensity of conviction, did the ancient Stoic believe in the all and the rationality of the all? And viewed in this light, how does Strauss's claim to originality appear? But as we have already observed, it would be a matter of indifference to us whether it were new, old, original, or imitated, so that it were only more powerful, more healthy, and more natural. Even Strauss himself leaves this double-distilled emergency belief to take care of itself as often as he can do so in order to protect himself and us from danger, and to present his recently acquired biological knowledge to we with a clear conscience. The more embarrassed he may happen to be when he speaks of faith, the rounder and fuller his mouth becomes when he quotes the greatest benefactor to modern men, Darwin. Then he not only exacts belief for the new Messiah, but also for himself, the new apostle. For instance, while discussing one of the most intricate questions in natural history, he declares with true ancient pride, "I shall be told that I am here speaking of things about which I understand nothing. Very well, but others will come who will understand them, and who will also have understood me. According to this, it would almost seem as though the famous we were not only in duty bound to believe in the all, but also in the naturalist Strauss. In this case, we can only hope that in order to acquire the feeling for this last belief, other processes are requisite than the painful and cruel ones demanded by the first belief. Or is it perhaps sufficient, in this case, that the subject of belief himself be tormented and stabbed with the view of bringing the believers to that religious reaction, which is the distinguishing sign of the new faith? What merit should why, then, discover in the piety of those whom Strauss calls we otherwise? It is almost to be feared that modern men will pass on in pursuit of their business without troubling themselves over much concerning the new furniture of faith offered them B.J. the Apostle. Just as they have done heretofore without the doctrine of the rationality of the whole of modern biological and historic, research has nothing to do with the Straussii belief in the all, and the fact that the modern Philistine does not require the belief is proof B.J. the description of his life given by Strauss in the chapter, What is Our Rule of Life? He is then quite right in doubting whether the coach T.I., which his esteemed readers have been obliged, T.I. trust themselves with him, fulfills every requirement. It certainly does not. For the modern man makes more rapid progress when he does not take his place in the Straussian coach, or rather he got ahead much more quickly long before the Straussian coach ever existed. Now, if it be true that the famous minority which is not to be overlooked, and of which, and in whose name Strauss speaks, attaches great importance to consistency, it must be just as dissatisfied with Strauss the coach builder as we are with Strauss the logician. Let us, however, drop the question of the logician, perhaps from the artistic point of view. The book really is an example of a well-conceived plan, and does, after all, answer to the requirements of the laws of beauty, despite the fact that it fails to meet with the demands of a well-conducted argument. And now, having shown that he is neither a scientist nor a strictly correct and systematic scholar, for the first time we approach the question, is Strauss a capable writer? Perhaps the task he set himself was not so much to scare people away from the old faith, as to captivate them by a picturesque and graceful description of what life would be with the new. If he regarded scholars and educated men as his most probable audience, experience ought certainly to have told him that whereas one can shoot such men down with the heavy guns of scientific proof, but cannot make them surrender, they may be got to capitulate all the more quickly before lightly equipped measures of seduction. Lightly equipped, and intentionally so. Thus Strauss himself speaks of his own book. Nor do his public eulogizers refrain from using the same expression in reference to the work as the following passage, quoted from one of the least remarkable among them, and in which the same expression is merely paraphrased. We'll go to proof. The discourse flows on with delightful harmony. Wherever it directs its criticism against old ideas, it wields the art of demonstration, almost playfully. And it is with some spirit that it prepares the new ideas it brings so enticingly, and presents them to the simple as well as to the fastidious taste. The arrangement of such diverse and conflicting material is well thought out for every portion of it required to be touched upon, without being made too prominent. At times the transitions leading from one subject to another are artistically managed, and one hardly knows what to admire most: the skill with which unpleasant questions are shelved, or the discretion with which they are hushed up. The spirit of such eulogies, as the above clearly shows, is not quite so subtle in regard to judging of what an author is able to do as in regard to what he wishes. What Strauss wishes, however, is best revealed by his own emphatic and not quite harmless commendation of Voltaire's charms, in whose service he might have learned precisely those lightly equipped arts of which his admirer speaks. That virtue may be acquired, and a pedagogue can never be a dancer. Who could help having a suspicion or two in reading the following passage, for instance, in which Strauss says of Voltaire, as a philosopher, is certainly not original, but in the main a mere exponent of English investigations. In this respect, however, he shows himself to be completely master of his subject, which he presents with incomparable skill, in all possible lights, and from all possible sides, and is able zissel to meet the demands of thoroughness, without, however, being over-severe in his method. Now, all the negative traits mentioned in this passage might be applied to Strauss. No one would contend, I suppose, that Strauss is original or that he is over-severe in his method, but the question is whether we can regard him as master of his subject and grant him incomparable skill. The confession to the effect that the treatise was intentionally lightly equipped leads us to think that it at least aimed at incomparable skill. It was not the dream of our architect to build a temple, nor yet a house, but a sort of summer pavilion, surrounded by everything that the art of gardening can provide. Yea, it even seems as if that mysterious feeling for the all were only calculated to produce an aesthetic effect, to be, so to speak, a view of an irrational element, such as the sea, looked at from the most charming and rational of terraces. The walk through the first chapters, that is to say, through the theological catacombs with all their gloominess and their involved and Baroque embellishments, was also no more than an aesthetic expedient in order to throw into greater relief the purity, clearness, and common sense of the chapter, what is our conception of the universe? For immediately after that walk in the gloaming and that peep into the wilderness of irrationalism, we step into a hall with a skylight to it. Soberly and limpidly it welcomes us. Its mural decorations consist of astronomical charts and mathematical figures. It is filled with scientific apparatus, and its cupboards contain skeletons, stuffed apes, and anatomical specimens. But now, really rejoicing for the first time, we direct our steps into the innermost chamber of bliss belonging to our pavilion dwellers. There we find them with their wives, children, and newspapers, occupied in the commonplace discussion of politics. We listen for a moment to their conversation on marriage, universal suffrage, capital punishment, and workmen's strikes, and we can scarcely believe it to be possible that the rosary of public opinions can be told off so quickly. At length, an attempt is made to convince us of the classical taste of the inmate. A moment's halt in the library and the music room suffices to show us what we had expected all along, namely, that the best books lay on the shelves, and that the most famous musical compositions were in the music cabinets. Someone actually played something to us, and even if it were Haydn's music, Haydn could not be blamed, because it sounded like Reel's music for the home. Meanwhile, the host had found occasion to announce to us his complete agreement with Lessing and Goethe, although with the latter only up to the second part of Faust. At last, our pavilion owner began to praise himself, and assured us that he who could not be happy under his roof was beyond help, and could not be right for his standpoint, whereupon he offered us his coach, but with the polite reservation that he could not assert that it would fulfill every requirement, and that, owing to the stones on his road having been newly laid down, we were not to mind if we were very much jolted. Our Epicurean garden god then took leave of us with the incomparable skill which he praised in Voltaire. Who could now persist in doubting the existence of this incomparable skill? The complete master of his subject is revealed. The lightly equipped artist gardener is exposed, and still we hear the voice of the classical author saying, "As a writer, I shall for once cease to be a Philistine. I will not be one, I refuse to be one, but a Voltaire, the German Voltaire, or at least the French Lessing. With this we have betrayed a secret. Our master does not always know which he prefers to be, Voltaire or Lessing, but on no account will he be a Philistine. At a pinch he would not object to being both Lessing and Voltaire, that the word might be fulfilled that is written, he had no character, but when he wished to appear as if he had, he assumed one." Section 10. If we have understood Strauss the Confessor correctly, he must be a genuine Philistine, with a narrow parched soul and scholarly and commonplace needs. Albeit no one would be more indignant, would be quite happy to be regarded as mischievous, bold, malicious, daring, but his ideal of bliss would consist in finding himself compared with either Lessing or Voltaire, because these men were undoubtedly anything but Philistines. In striving after this state of bliss, he often seems to waver between two alternatives, either to mimic the brave and dialectical petulance of Lessing, or to affect the manner of the fawn-like and free-spirited man of antiquity that Voltaire was. When taking up his pen to write, he seems to be continually posing for his portrait, and whereas at times his features are drawn to look like Lessing's anon, they are made to assume the Voltairian mold. While reading his praise of Voltaire's manner, we almost seem to see him abjuring the consciences of his contemporaries for not having learned long ago what the modern Voltaire had to offer them. Even his excellences are 1J direfully uniform, he says. Simple naturalness, J transparent clearness, vivacious mobility, seductive charm, warmth and emphasis are also not wanting where they are needed. And Voltaire's innermost nature always revolted against stiltedness and affectation, while, on the other hand, if at times wantonness or passion descend to an unpleasantly low level, the fault does not rest so much with the stylist as with the man. According to this, Strauss seems only too well aware of the importance of simplicity in style. It is ever the sign of genius, which alone has the privilege to express itself naturally and guilelessly. When, therefore, an author selects a simple mode of expression, this is no sign whatever of vulgar ambition. For although many are aware of what such an author would fain be taken for, they are yet kind enough to take him precisely for that. The genial writer, however, not only reveals his true nature in the plain and unmistakable form of his utterance, but his superabundant strength actually dallies with the material he treats, even when it is dangerous and difficult. Nobody treads stiffly along unknown paths, especially when these are broken throughout their course by thousands of crevices and furrows. But the genius speeds nimbly over them, and leaping with grace and daring, scorns the wistful and timorous step of caution. Even Strauss knows that the problems he prances over are dreadfully serious, and have ever been regarded as such by the philosophers who have grappled with them. Yet he calls his book lightly equipped. But of this dreadfulness and of the usual dark nature of our meditations, when considering such questions as the worth of existence and the duties of man, we entirely cease to be conscious when the genial master plays his antics before us. Lightly equipped, and intentionally so, yes, even more lightly equipped than is Rousseau, of whom he tells us it was said that he stripped himself below and adorned himself on top, whereas Goethe did precisely the reverse. Perfectly guileless geniuses do not, it appears, adorn themselves at all. Possibly the words lightly equipped may simply be a euphemism for naked. The few who happen to have seen the goddess of truth declare that she is naked, and perhaps in the minds of those who have never seen her, but who implicitly believe those few nakedness or light equipment is actually a proof, or at least a feature of truth. Even this vulgar superstition turns to the advantage of the author's ambition. Someone sees something naked and he exclaims, "What if this were the truth?" Whereupon he grows more solemn than is his wont. By this means, however, the author scores a tremendous advantage, for he compels his reader to approach him with greater solemnity than another, and perhaps more heavily equipped writer. This is unquestionably the best way to become a classical author. Hence, Strauss himself is able to tell us, "I even enjoy the unsought honor of being, in the opinion of many, a classical writer of prose." He has therefore achieved his aim. Strauss the genius goes gadding about the streets in the garb of lightly equipped goddesses as a classic, while Strauss the Philistine, to use H.L. original expression, of this geniuses must at all costs be declared to be on the decline, I irrevocably dismissed. But alas, in spite of all declarations of decline and dismissal, the Philistine still returns, and all too frequently. Those features contorted to resemble Lessing and Voltaire must relax from time to time to resume their old and original shape. The mask of genius falls from them too often, and the master's expression is never more sour and his movements never stiffer than when he has just attempted to take the leap, or to glance with the fiery eye of a genius. Precisely owing to the fact that he is too lightly equipped for our zone, he runs the risk of catching cold more often and more severely than another. It may seem a terrible hardship to him that everyone should notice this, but if he wishes to be cured, the following diagnosis of his case ought to be publicly presented to him. Once upon a time there lived a Strauss, a brave, less severe, and stoutly equipped scholar, with whom we sympathize as wholly as with all those in Germany who seek to serve truth with earnestness and energy, and to rule within the limits of their powers. He, however, who is now publicly famous, Logins, may be to blame for this metamorphosis. But, at any rate, his present toying with the mask of genius inspires us with as much hatred and scorn as his former earnestness commanded respect and sympathy. When, for instance, he tells us, "It would also argue ingratitude towards my genius, if I were not to rejoice that to the faculty of an incisive, analytical criticism was added the innocent pleasure in artistic production." It may astonish him to hear that, in spite of this self-praise, there are still men who maintain exactly the reverse, and who say, not only that he has never possessed the gift of artistic production, but that the innocent pleasure he mentions is of all things the least innocent. Seeing that it succeeded in gradually undermining and ultimately destroying a nature as strongly and deeply scholarly and critical as Strauss's, in fact, the real Straussian genius. In a moment of unlimited frankness, Strauss himself indeed adds, "Merck was always in my thoughts calling out, 'Don't produce such child's play again, others can do that too.'" That was the voice of the real Straussian genius, which also asked him what the worth of his newest, innocent, and lightly equipped modern Philistine's testament was. Others can do that too, and many could do it better. And even they who could have done section 1 at best, that is, those thinkers who are more widely endowed than Strauss, could still only have made nonsense of it. I take it that you are now beginning to understand the value I set on Strauss, the writer. You are beginning to realize that I regard him as a mummer who would parade as an artless genius and classical writer. When Lichtenberg said, "A simple manner of writing is to be recommended if only in view of the fact that no honest trims and twists his expressions," he was very fidget from wishing to imply that a simple style is a prow of literary integrity. I, for my part, only wish the Strauss, the writer, had been more upright, for though he would have written more becomingly and have been less famous. Or if he would be a mummer at all costs, how much more would he not have pleased me if he had been a better mummer, one more able to ape the guileless genius and classical author? For it yet remains to be said that Strauss was not only an inferior actor, but a very worthless stylist as well. Section 11. The blame attaching to Strauss for being a bad writer is greatly mitigated by the fact that it is extremely difficult in Germany to become even a passable or moderately good writer, and that it is more the exception than not to be a really good one. In this respect, the natural soil is wanting, as are also artistic values and the proper method of treating and cultivating oratory. This latter accomplishment, as the various branches of it, lead drawing room, ecclesiastical and parliamentary parlance show, has not yet reached the level of a national style. Indeed, it has not yet shown even a tendency to attain to a style at all. And all forms of language in Germany do not yet seem to have passed a certain experimental stage. In view of these facts, the writer of today, to some extent, lacks an authoritative standard, and he is in some measure excused if, in the matter of language, he attempts to go ahead of his own accord. As to the probable result which the present dilapidated condition of the German language will bring about, Schopenhauer, perhaps, has spoken most forcibly. If the existing state of affairs continues, he says, in the year 1900 German classics will cease to be understood for the simple reason that no other language will be known, save the trumpery jargon of the noble present, the chief characteristic of which is impotence. And in truth, if one turn to the latest periodicals, one will find German philologists and grammarians already giving expression to the view that our classics can no longer serve us as examples of style, owing to the fact that they constantly use words, modes of speech, and syntactic arrangements which are fast dropping out of currency. Hence, the need of collecting specimens of the finest prose that has been produced by our best modern writers, and of offering them as examples to be followed after the style of Sanders' Pocket Dictionary of Bad Language. In this book, that repulsive monster of styled musical appears as a classic, and according to its injunctions, we seem to be called upon to accustom ourselves to quite a new and wondrous crowd of classical authors, among which the first, or one of the first, is David Strauss, he whom we cannot describe more aptly than we have already, that is to say, as a worthless stylist. The notion which the culture Philistine has of a classic and standard author speaks eloquently for his pseudo-culture. He who only shows his strength by opposing a really artistic and severe style, and who, thanks to the persistence of his opposition, finally arrives at a certain uniformity of expression, which again almost appears to possess unity of genuine style. In view, therefore, of the right which is granted to everyone to experiment with the language, how is it possible at all for individual authors to discover a generally agreeable tone? What is so generally interesting in them? In the first place, a negative quality, a total lack of offensiveness, but every really productive thing is offensive. The greater part of a German's daily reading matter is undoubtedly sought either in the pages of newspapers, periodicals, or reviews. The language of these journals gradually stamps itself on his brain by means of its steady drip, drip, drip of similar phrases and similar words. And since he generally devotes to reading those hours of the day, during which his exhausted brain is in any case not inclined to offer resistance, his ear for his native tongue so slowly but surely accustoms itself to this everyday German that it ultimately cannot endure its absence without pain. But the manufacturers of these newspapers are, by virtue of their trade, most thoroughly inured to the effluvia of this journalistic jargon. They have literally lost all taste, and their palate is rather gratified than not by the most corrupt and arbitrary innovations. Hence the tutti unisono with which, despite the general lethargy and sickliness, every fresh solecism is greeted. It is with such impudent corruptions of the language that her hirelings are avenged against her for the incredible boredom she imposes ever more and more upon. I remember having read an appeal to the German nation by Berthold Auerbach, in which every sentence was un-German, distorted and false, and which, as a whole, resembled a soulless mosaic of words cemented together with international syntax. As to the disgracefully slipshod German with which Edward de Vrij solemnized the death of Mendelssohn, I do not even wish to do more than refer to it. A grammatical error, and this is the most extraordinary feature of the case, does not therefore seem an offense in any sense to our Philistine, but a most delightful restorative in the barren wilderness of everyday German. He still, however, considers all really productive things to be offensive. The wholly bombastic, distorted, and threadbare syntax of the modern standard author, yea, even his ludicrous neologisms, are not only tolerated but placed to his credit as the spicy element in his works. But woe to the stylist with character who seeks as earnestly and perseveringly to avoid the trite phrases of everyday parlance as the yesternight monster blooms of modern ink, flingers, as Schopenhauer says. When platitudes, hackneyed, feeble, and vulgar phrases are the rule, and the bad and the corrupt become refreshing exceptions, then all that is strong, distinguished, and beautiful perforce acquires an evil odor. From which it follows that, in Germany, the well-known experience, which befell the normally built traveler in the land of hunchbacks, is constantly being repeated. It will be remembered that he was so shamefully insulted there, owing to his quaint figure and lack of dorsal convexity, that a priest at last had to harangue the people on his behalf as follows: "My brethren, rather pity this poor stranger, and present thank offerings unto the gods, that you are blessed with such attractive gibbosities." If anyone attempted to compose a positive grammar out of the international German style of today, and wished to trace the unwritten and unspoken laws followed by everyone, he would get the most extraordinary notions of style and rhetoric. He would meet with laws which are probably nothing more than reminiscences of bygone school days, vestiges of impositions for Latin prose, and results perhaps of choice readings from French novelists, over whose incredible crudeness every decently educated Frenchman would have the right to laugh. But no conscientious native of Germany seems to have given a thought to these extraordinary notions under the yoke of which almost every German lives and writes. As an example of what I say, we may find an injunction to the effect that a metaphor or a simile must be introduced from time to time, and that it must be new. But since to the mind of the shallow-pated writer, newness and modernity are identical, he proceeds forthwith to rack his brain for metaphors in the technical vocabularies of the railway, the telegraph, the steamship, and the stock exchange, and is proudly convinced that such metaphors must be new because they are modern. In Strauss's confession book, We find liberal tribute paid to modern metaphor. He treats us to a simile covering a page and a half, drawn from modern road improvement work. A few pages farther back, he likens the world to a machine with its wheels, dampers, hammers, and soothing oil. A repast that begins with champagne. Kant is a cold water cure. The Swiss constitution is to that of England as a watermill is to a steam engine, as a waltz tune or a song to a fugue or symphony. In every appeal, the sequence of procedure must be observed. Now, the mean tribunal between the individual and humanity is the nation, if we would know whether there be still any life in an organism which appears dead to us. We are wont to test it by a powerful, even painful stimulus, as, for example, a stab. The religious domain in the human soul resembles the domain of the Red Indian in America, virtuosos in piety in convents, and place the sum total of the foregoing in round numbers under the account. Darwin's theory resembles a railway track that is just marked out, where the flags are fluttering joyfully in the breeze. In this really highly modern way, Strauss has met the Philistine injunction to the effect that a new simile must be introduced from time to time. Another rhetorical rule is also very widespread. Namely, that didactic passages should be composed in long periods and should be drawn out into lengthy abstractions, while all persuasive passages should consist of short sentences followed by striking contrast. On page 154 in Strauss's book, we find a standard example of the didactic and scholarly style. A passage blown out after the genuine Schleiermacher manner, and made T.I. stumble along at a true tortoise pace. In the earlier stages of religion, there appear many instead of the single whereon. A plurality of gods instead of the one is explained in this deduction of religion, from the fact that the various forces of nature or relations of life, which inspire man with the sentiment of unqualified dependence, still act upon him in the commencement with the full force of their distinctive characteristics. That he has not as yet become conscious how, in regard to his unmitigated dependence upon them, there is no distinction between them, and that therefore the whereon of this dependence, or the being to which it conducts in the last instance, can only be one. On pages 7 and 8, we find an example of the other kind of style. That of the short sentences containing that affected liveliness which so excited certain readers that they cannot mention Strauss anymore without coupling his name with Lessing's. I am well aware that what I propose to delineate in the following pages is known to multitudes as well as to myself. To some even much better. Or do we not all supply each other's deficiencies? If another is better informed as regards some things, I may perhaps be so as regards others. While yet others are known and viewed by me in a different light. Out with it then. Let my colors be displayed, that it may be seen whether they are genuine or not. It is true that Strauss's style generally maintains a happy medium between this sort of merry quick march and the other funereal and indolent pace. But between two vices, one does not invariably find a virtue, more often rather only weakness, helpless paralysis, and impotence. As a matter of fact, I was very disappointed when I glanced through Strauss's book in search of fine and witty passages. For not having found anything praiseworthy in the Confessor, I had actually set out with the express purpose of meeting here and there with at least some opportunities of praising Strauss the writer. I sought and sought, but my purpose remained unfulfilled. Meanwhile, however, another duty seemed to press itself strongly on my mind, that of enumerating the solecisms, the strained metaphors, the obscure abbreviations, the instances of bad taste, and the distortions which I encountered, and these were of such a nature that I dare do no more than select a few examples of them from among a collection which is too bulky to be given in full. By means of these examples, I may succeed in showing what it is that inspires, in the hearts of modern Germans, such faith in this great and seductive stylist Strauss. I refer to his eccentricities of expression, which, in the barren waste and dryness of his whole book, jump out at one, not perhaps as pleasant, but as painfully stimulating surprises. When perusing such passages, we are at least assured, to use a Straussian metaphor, that we are not quite dead, but still respond to the test of a stab. For the rest of the book is entirely lacking in offensiveness, that quality which alone, as we have seen, is productive, and which our classical author has himself reckoned among the positive virtues. When the educated masses meet with exaggerated dullness and dryness, when they are in the presence of really vapid commonplaces, they now seem to believe that such things are the signs of health. And in this respect, the words of the author of the Dialogus de Oratoribus are very much to the point. Illum ipsum quant jacta sanitatem non firmate, sed jejunio consequenter, that is why they so unanimously hate every firmitacy, because it bears testimony to a kind of health quite different from theirs. Hence their one wish to throw suspicion upon all austerity and terseness, upon all fiery and energetic movement, and upon every full and delicate play of muscles. They have conspired to twist nature and the names of things completely round, and for the future to speak of health only there where we see weakness, and to speak of illness and excitability, where for our part we see genuine vigor. From classical author, if only this dullness were of a severely logical order. But simplicity and austerity in thought are precisely what these weaklings have lost, and in their hands, even our language has become illogically tangled. As a proof of this, let anyone try to translate Strauss's style into Latin. In the case of Kant, be it remembered, this is possible, while with Schopenhauer, it even becomes an agreeable exercise. The reason why this test fails with Strauss's German is not owing to the fact that it is more Teutonic than theirs, but because his is distorted and illogical, whereas theirs is lofty and simple. Moreover, he who knows how the ancients exerted themselves in order to learn to write and speak correctly, and how the moderns omit to do so, must feel, as Schopenhauer says, a positive relief when he can turn from a German book, like the one under our notice, to dive into those other works, those ancient works which seem to him still to be written in a new language. For in these books, says Schopenhauer, I find a regular and fixed language which, throughout, faithfully follows the laws of grammar and orthography, so that I can give up my thoughts completely to their matter. Whereas in German, I am constantly being disturbed by the author's impudence and his continual attempts to establish his own orthographical freaks and absurd ideas, the swaggering foolery of which disgusts me. It is really a painful sight to see a fine old language possessed of classical literature being botched by asses and ignoramuses. Thus Schopenhauer's holy anger cries out to us, and you cannot say that you have not been warned. He who turns a deaf ear to such warnings, and who absolutely refuses to relinquish his faith in Strauss the classical author, can only be given this last word of advice to imitate his hero. In any case, try it at your own risk. But you why repent it, not only in your style, but in your high, that it may be fulfilled, which was spoken by T. Indian prophet, saying, He who gnaweth a cow's horn, gnaweth in vain, and shorteneth his life, for he grindeth away his teeth. Yet his belly is empty. Section 12. By way of concluding, we shall proceed to give our classical prose writer the promised examples of his style, which we have collected. Schopenhauer would probably have classed the whole lot as new documents serving to swell the trumpery jargon afforded to hear, if what follows can be regarded as a comfort at all, that everybody now writes as he does. Some, of course, worse. And that among the blind, the one-eyed is king. Indeed, we allow him too much when we grant him one eye. But we do this willingly because Strauss does not write so badly as the most infamous of all corruptors of German, the Hegelians and their crippled offspring. Strauss at least wishes to extricate himself from the mire, and he is already partly out of it. Still, he is very far from being on dry land, and he still shows signs of having stammered Hegel's prose in youth. In those days, possibly, something was sprained in him. Some muscle must have been overstrained. His ear, perhaps, H-key that of a boy brought up amid the beating of drums, grew dull, and became incapable of detecting those artistically subtle and yet mighty laws of sound, under the guidance of which every writer is content to remain who has been strictly trained in the study of good models. But in this way, as a stylist, he has lost his most valuable possessions, and stands condemned to remain reclining his life long on the dangerous and barren shifting sand of newspaper style. That is, if he do not wish to fall back into the Hegelian mire. Nevertheless, he has succeeded in making himself famous for a couple of hours in our time, And perhaps in another couple of hours, people will remember that he was once famous. Then, however, night will come, and with her oblivion. And already at this moment, while we are entering his sins against style in the Black Book, the sable mantle of twilight is falling upon his fame. For he who has sinned against the German language has desecrated the mystery of all our Germanity. Throughout all the confusion and the changes of races and of customs, the German language alone, as though possessed of some supernatural charm, has saved herself, and with her own salvation she has wrought that of the spirit of Germany. She alone holds the warrant for this spirit in future ages, provided she be not destroyed at the sacrilegious hands of the modern world. But de meliora, avant, ye pachyderms, avant. This is the German language, by means of which men express themselves, and in which great poets have sung and great thinkers have written. Hands off! To put it in plain words, what we have seen have been feet of clay, and what appeared to be of the color of healthy flesh was only applied paint. Of course, culture Philistinism in Germany will be very angry when it hears its one living God referred to as a series of painted idols. He, however, who dares to overthrow its idols will not shrink, despite all indignation, from telling it to its face that it has forgotten how to distinguish between the quick and the dead, the genuine and the counterfeit, the original and the imitation, between a god and a host of idols, that it has completely lost the healthy and manly instinct for what is real and right. It alone deserves to be destroyed, and already the manifestations of its power are sinking. Already are its purple honors falling from it. But when the purple falls, its royal wearer soon follows. Here I come to the end of my confession of faith. This is the confession of an individual. And what can such a one do against the whole world, even supposing his voice were heard everywhere? In order for the last time to use a precious Straussism, his judgment only possesses that amount of subjective truth which is compatible with a complete lack of objective demonstration. Is not that so, my dear friends? Meanwhile, be of good cheer. For the time being, let the matter rest at this amount, which is compatible with a complete lack. For the time being. That is to say, for as long as that is held to be out of season, which in reality is always in season and is now more than ever pressing. I refer to Speaking the Truth, Section 1. Chapter 2. The use and abuse of history. Consider the herds that are feeding yonder. They know not the meaning of yesterday or today. They graze and ruminate, move or rest from morning to night, from day to day, taken up with their little loves and hates, at the mercy of the moment, feeling neither melancholy nor satiety. Man cannot see them without regret, for even in the pride of his humanity, he looks enviously in the beast's happiness. He wishes simply to live without satiety or pain like the beast. Yet it is all in vain, for he will not change places with it. He may ask the beast, "Why do you look at me and not speak to me of your happiness?" The beast wants to answer, "Because I always forget what I wish to say," but he forgets his answer too, and is silent, and the man is left to wonder. He wonders also about himself, that he cannot learn to forget, but hangs on the past. However far or fast he run, that chain runs with him. It is matter for wonder. The moment that is here and gone, that was nothing before, and nothing after returns like a spectre to trouble the quiet of a later moment. A leaf is continually dropping out of the volume of time and fluttering away, and suddenly it flutters back into the man's lap. Then he says, "I remember," and envies the beast that forgets at once and sees every moment really die, sink into night and mist, extinguish forever. The beast lies unhistorically, for it goes into the present like a number, without leaving any curious remainder. It cannot dissimulate, it conceals nothing. At every moment it seems what it actually is, and thus can be nothing that is not honest. But man is always resisting the great and continually increasing weight of the past. It presses him down, and bows his shoulders. He travels with a dark invisible burden that he can plausibly disown, and is only too glad to disown and converse with his fellows, in order to excite their envy. And so it hurts him, like the thought of a lost paradise, to see a herd grazing, or nearer still a child that has nothing yet of the past to disown, and plays in a happy blindness between the walls of the past and the future. And yet its play must be disturbed, and only too soon will it be summoned from its little kingdom of oblivion. Then it learns to understand the words once upon a time, the open sesame that lets in battle, suffering, and weariness on mankind, and reminds them what their existence really is, an imperfect tense that never becomes a present. And when death brings at last the desired forgetfulness, it abolishes life and being together, and sets the seal on the knowledge that being is merely a continual, has been a thing that lives by denying and destroying and contradicting itself. If happiness and the chase for new happiness keep alive in any sense the will to live, no philosophy has perhaps more truth than the cynic's, for the beast's happiness, like that of the perfect cynic, is the visible proof of the truth of cynicism. The smallest pleasure, if it be only continuous and make one happy, is incomparably a greater happiness than the more intense pleasure that comes as an episode. A wild freak, a mad interval between ennui, desire, and privation. But in the smallest and greatest happiness, there is always one thing that makes it happiness. The power of forgetting, or in more learned phrase, to the capacity of feeling unhistorically throughout its duration. One who cannot leave himself behind on the threshold of the moment and forget the past, who cannot stand on a single point, like a goddess of victory, without fear or giddiness, will never know what happiness is, and worse still, will never do anything to make others happy. The extreme case would be the man without any power to forget, who is condemned to see becoming everywhere. Such a man believes no more in himself or his own existence. He sees everything fly past in an eternal succession, and loses himself in the stream of becoming. At last, like the logical disciple of Heraclitus, he will hardly dare to raise his finger. Forgetfulness is a property of all action, just as not only light but darkness is bound up with the life of every organism. One who wished to feel everything historically would be like a man forcing himself to refrain from sleep, or a beast who had to live by chewing a continual cud. Thus, even a happy life is possible without remembrance, as the beast shows, but life in any true sense is absolutely impossible without forgetfulness. Or, to put my conclusion better, there is a degree of sleeplessness, of rumination, of historical sense, that injures and finally destroys the living thing, be it a man or a people or a system of culture. To fix this degree and the limits to the memory of the past, if it is not to become the grave digger of the present, we must see clearly how great is the plastic power of a man or a community or a culture. I mean the power of specifically growing out of oneself, of making the past and the strange one body with the near and the present, of healing wounds, replacing what is lost, repairing broken molds. There are men who have this power so slightly that a single sharp experience, a single pain, often a little injustice, will lacerate their souls like the scratch of a poisoned knife. There are others who are so little injured by the worst misfortunes, and even by their own spiteful actions, as to feel tolerably comfortable with a fairly quiet conscience in the midst of them, or at any rate shortly afterward. The deeper the roots of a man's inner nature, the better will he take the past into himself. And the greatest and most powerful nature would be known by the absence of limits for the historical sense to overgrow and work harm. It would assimilate and digest the past, however foreign, and turn it to sepi. Such a nature can forget what it cannot subdue. There is no break in the horizon, and nothing to remind it that there are still men, passions, theories, and aims on the other side. This is a universal law. A living thing can only be healthy, strong, and productive within a certain horizon. If it be incapable of drawing one round itself, or too selfish to lose its own view in another's, it will come to an untimely end. Cheerfulness, a good conscience, belief in the future, the joyful deed, all depend in the individual as well as the nation. On there being a line that divides the visible and clear from the vague and shadowy, we must know the right time to forget as well as the right time to remember, and instinctively see when it is necessary to feel historically. To feel historically, and when unhistorically, this is the point that the reader is asked to consider. That the unhistorical and the historical are equally necessary to the health of an individual, a community, and a system of culture. Everyone has noticed that a man's historical knowledge and range of feeling may be very limited, his horizon as narrow as that of an alpine valley, his judgments incorrect, and his experience falsely supposed original. And yet, in spite of all the incorrectness and falsity, he may stand forth in unconquerable health and vigor, to the joy of all who see him, whereas another man with far more judgment and learning will fail in comparison. Because the lines of his horizon are continually changing and shifting, and he cannot shake himself free from the delicate network of his truth and righteousness for a downright act of will or desire. We saw that the beast, absolutely unhistorical with the narrowest of horizons, has yet a certain happiness, and lives at least without hypocrisy or ennui. And so we may hold the capacity of feeling to a certain extent, unhistorically, to be the more important and elemental as providing the foundation of a sound and real growth. Everything that is truly great and human. The unhistorical is like the surrounding atmosphere that can alone create life, and in whose annihilation life itself disappears. It is true that man can only become man by first suppressing this unhistorical element in his thoughts, comparisons, distinctions, and conclusions, letting a clear sudden light break through these misty clouds by his power of turning the past to the uses of the present. But an excess of history makes him flag again, while without the veil of the unhistorical he would never have the courage to begin. What deeds could man ever have done if he had not been enveloped in the dust cloud of the unhistorical? Or to leave metaphors and take a concrete example, imagine a man swayed and driven by a strong passion, whether for a woman or a theory. His world is quite altered. He is blind to everything behind him. New sounds are muffled and meaningless, though his perceptions were never so intimately felt in all their color, light, and music, and he seems to grasp them with his five senses together. All his judgments of value are changed for the worse. There is much he can no longer value, as he can scarcely feel it. He wonders that he has so long been the sport of strange words and opinions, that his recollections have run round in one unwearying circle, and are yet too weak and weary to make a single step away from it. His whole case is most indefensible. It is narrow and grateful to the past, blind to danger, deaf to warnings, a small living eddy in a dead sea of night and forgetfulness. And yet this condition, unhistorical and anti-historical throughout, is the cradle not only of unjust action, but of every just and justifiable action in the world. No artist will paint his picture, no general win his victory, no nation gain its freedom without having striven and yearned for it under those very unhistorical conditions. If the man of action, in Goethe's phrase, is without conscience, he is also without knowledge. He forgets most things in order to do one. He is unjust to what is behind him, and only recognizes one law, the law of that which is to be. So he loves his work infinitely more than it deserves to be loved. And the best works are produced in such an ecstasy of love that they must always be unworthy of it, however great their worth otherwise. Should anyone be able to dissolve the unhistorical atmosphere in which every great event happens and breathe afterwards, he might be capable of rising to the superhistorical standpoint of consciousness. That Niebuhr has described as the possible result of historical research. History, he says, is useful for one purpose, if studied in detail, that men may know as the greatest and best spirits of our generation do not know. The accidental nature of the forms in which they see and insist on others seeing. Insist, I say, because their consciousness of them is exceptionally intense. Anyone who has not grasped this idea in its different applications will fall under the spell of a more powerful spirit who reads a deeper emotion into the given form. Such a standpoint might be called superhistorical, as one who took it could feel no impulse from history to any further life or work, for he would have recognized the blindness and injustice in the soul of the doer as a condition of every deed. He would be cured henceforth of taking history too seriously, and have learnt to answer the question how and why life should be lived for all men in all circumstances, Greeks or Turks, the 1st century or the 19th. Whoever asks his friends whether they would live the last 10 or 20 years over again will easily see which of them is born for the superhistorical standpoint. They will all answer no, but will give different reasons for their answer. Some will say they have the consolation that the next 20 will be better, They are the men referred to satirically by David Hume, and from the dregs of life hope to receive what the first sprightly running could not give. We will call them the historical men. Their vision of the past turns them towards the future, encourages them to persevere with life, and kindles the hope that justice will yet come and happiness is behind the mountain they are climbing. They believe that the meaning of existence will become ever clearer in the course of its evolution. They only look backward at the process to understand the present and stimulate their longing for the future. They do not know how unhistorical their thoughts and actions are in spite of all their history, and how their preoccupation with it is for the sake of life rather than mere science. But that question to which we have heard the first answer is capable of another. Also, no, but on different grounds. It is the no of the superhistorical man who sees no salvation in evolution, for whom the world is complete and fulfills its aim in every single moment. How could the next 10 years teach what the past 10 were not able to teach? Whether the aim of the teaching be happiness or resignation, virtue or penance, these superhistorical men are not agreed, but as against all merely historical ways of viewing the past. They are unanimous in the theory that the past and the present are one and the same, typically alike in all their diversity, and forming together a picture of eternally present imperishable types of unchangeable value and significance, just as the hundreds of different languages correspond to the same constant and elemental needs of mankind. And one who understood the needs could learn nothing new from the languages, so the superhistorical philosopher sees all the history of nations and individuals from within. He has a divine insight into the original meaning of the hieroglyphs, and comes even to be weary of the letters that are continually unrolled before him. How should the endless rush of events not bring satiety, surfeit, loathing? So the boldest of us is ready, perhaps at last, to say from his heart with Giacomo Leopardi, "Nothing lives that were worth thy pains, and the earth deserves not a sigh. Our being is pain and weariness, and the world is mud, nothing else. Be calm." But we will leave the superhistorical men to their loathings and their wisdom. We wish rather today to be joyful in our unwisdom and have a pleasant life as active men who go forward and respect the course of the world. The value we put on the historical may be merely a Western prejudice. Let us at least go forward within this prejudice and not stand still. If we could only learn better to study history as a means to life, we would gladly grant the superhistorical people their superior wisdom, so long as we are sure of having more life than they. For in that case, our unwisdom would have a greater future before it than their wisdom. To make my opposition between life and wisdom clear, I will take the usual road of the short summary. A historical phenomenon, completely understood and reduced to an item of knowledge, is, in relation to the man who knows it, dead. For he has found out its madness, its injustice, its blind passion, and especially the earthly and darkened horizon that was the source of its power for history. This power has now become, for him who has recognized it, powerless, not yet, perhaps, for him who is alive. History regarded as pure knowledge and allowed to sway the intellect would mean for men the final balancing of the ledger of life. Historical study is only fruitful for the future if it follow a powerful life-giving influence, for example, a new system of culture. Only therefore if it be guided and dominated by a higher force and do not itself guide and dominate. History, so far as it serves life, serves an unhistorical power, and thus will never become a pure science like mathematics. The question how far life needs such a service is one of the most serious questions affecting the well-being of a man, a people, and a culture. For by excess of history, life becomes maimed and degenerate, and is followed by the degeneration of history as well. Section 2. The fact that life does need the service of history must be as clearly grasped as that an excess of history hurts it. This will be proved later. History is necessary to the living man in three ways. In relation to his action and struggle, his conservatism and reverence, his suffering, and his desire for deliverance. These three relations answer to the three kinds of history, so far as they can be distinguished: the monumental, the antiquarian, and the critical. History is necessary above all to the man of action and power who fights a great fight and needs examples, teachers, and comforters. He cannot find them among his contemporaries. It was necessary in this sense to Schiller, for our time is so evil, Goethe says, that the poet meets no nature that will profit him among living men. Polybius is thinking of the active man when he calls political history the true preparation for governing a state. It is the great teacher that shows us how to bear steadfastly the reverses of fortune by reminding us of what others have suffered. Whoever has learned to recognize this meaning in history must hate to see curious tourists and laborious beetle hunters climbing up the great pyramids of antiquity. He does not wish to meet the idler who is rushing through the picture galleries of the past for a new distraction or sensation, where he himself is looking for example and encouragement. Do avoid being troubled by the weak and hopeless idlers, and those whose apparent activity is merely neurotic. He looks behind him and stays his course towards the goal in order to breathe. Perhaps his own, but often the nations or humanities at large. For the most part, he has no hope of reward except fame, which means the expectation of a niche in the temple of history, where he in his turn may be the consoler and counselor of posterity. For his orders are that what has once been able to extend the conception man and give it a fairer content must ever exist for the same office. The great moments in the individual battle form a chain, a high road for humanity through the ages, and the highest points. Of those vanished moments are yet great and living for men, and this is the fundamental idea of the belief in humanity, that finds a voice in the demand for a monumental history. Volta be but the fiercest battle is fought round the demand for greatness to be eternal. Every other living thing cries no. Away with the monuments is the watchword. Dull custom fills all the chambers of the world with its meanness, and rises in thick vapor around anything that is great, barring its way to immortality, blinding and stifling it, and the way passes through mortal wit. Through the brains of sick and short-lived beasts that ever rise to the surface to breathe, and painfully keep off annihilation for a little space. For they wish but one thing, to live at any cost. Who would ever dream of any monumental history among them? The hard torch race that alone gives life to greatness. And yet there are always men awakening, who are strengthened and made happy by gazing on past greatness, as though man's life were a lordly thing. And the fairest fruit of this bitter tree were the knowledge that there was once a man who walked sternly and proudly through this world, another who had pity and loving kindness, another who lived in contemplation, but all leaving one truth behind them, that his life is the fairest who thinks least about life. The common man snatches greedily at this little span with tragic earnestness, but they, on their way to monumental history and immortality, knew how to greet it with Olympic laughter, or at least with a lofty acorn, and they went down to their graves in irony. For what had they to bury? Only what they had always treated as dross, refuse, and vanity, and which now falls into its true home of oblivion after being so long the sport of their contempt. One thing will live, the sign manual of their inmost being, the rare flash of light, the deed, the creation, because posterity cannot do without it. In this spiritualized form, fame is something more than the sweetest morsel for our egoism. In Schopenhauer's phrase, it is the belief in the oneness and continuity of the great in every age, and a protest against the change and decay of generations. What is the use to the modern man of this monumental contemplation of the past, this preoccupation with the rare and classic? It is the knowledge that the great thing existed and was therefore possible, and so made ye possible, ye gain. He is heartened on his way, for his doubt in weaker moments, whether his desire be not for the impossible, is struck aside. Suppose one believe that no more than 100 men, brought up in the new spirit, efficient and productive, were needed to give the death blow to the present fashion of education in Germany. He will gather strength from the remembrance that the culture of the Renaissance was raised on the shoulders of such another band of 100 men. And yet, if we really wish to learn something from an example, how vague and elusive do we find the comparison? If it is to give us strength, many of the differences must be neglected, the individuality of the past forced into a general formula, and all the sharp angles broken off for the sake of correspondence. Ultimately, of course, what was once possible can only become possible a second time on the Pythagorean theory, that when the heavenly bodies are in the same position again, the events on earth are reproduced to the smallest detail. So when the stars have a certain relation, a Stoic and an Epicurean will form a conspiracy to murder Caesar, and a different conjunction will show another Columbus discovering America. Only if the earth always began its drama again after the fifth act, and it were certain that the same interaction of motives, the same deus ex machina, the same catastrophe would occur at particular intervals. Could the man of action venture to look for the whole archetypic truth in monumental history, to see each fact fully set out in its uniqueness? It would not probably be before the astronomers became astrologers again. Till then, monumental history will never be able to have complete truth. It will always bring together things that are incompatible and generalize them into compatibility, will always weaken the differences of motive and occasion. Its object is to depict effects at the expense of the causes, monumentally, that is, as examples for imitation. It turns aside, as far as it may, from reasons, and might be called with far less exaggeration, a collection of effects in themselves than of events that will have an effect on all ages. The events of war or religion, cherished in our popular celebrations, are such effects in themselves. It is these that will not let ambition sleep and lie like amulets on the bolder hearts, not the real histogikajiji cause and effect, which, rightly understood, would only prove that nothing quite similar could ever be cast again from the dice boxes of fate and the future. As long as the soul of history is found in the great impulse that it gives to a powerful spirit, as long as the past is principally used as a model for imitation, it is always in danger of being a little altered and touched up and brought nearer to fiction. Sometimes there is no possible distinction between a monumental past and a mythical romance, as the same motives for action can be gathered from the one world as the other. If this monumental method of surveying the past dominate the others, the antiquarian and the critical, the past itself suffers wrong. Whole tracts of it are forgotten and despised. They flow away like a dark, unbroken river, with only a few gaily colored islands of fact rising above it. There is something beyond nature in the rare figures that become visible like the golden hips that his disciples attributed to Pythagoras. Monumental history lies by false analogy. It entices the brave to rashness and the enthusiastic to fanaticism by its tempting comparisons. Imagine this history in the hands and the head of a gifted egoist or an inspired scoundrel. Kingdoms will be overthrown, princes murdered, war and revolution let loose, and the number of effects in themselves, in other words, effects without sufficient cause, increased. So much for the harm done by monumental history to the powerful men of action, be they good or bad. But what if the weak and the inactive take it, their servant, or their master? Consider the simplest and commonest example. The inartistic or half-artistic natures whom a monumental history provides with sword and buckler. They will use the weapons against their hereditary enemies. The great artistic spirits, who alone can learn from that history the one real lesson, how to live and embody what they have learnt in noble action. Their way is obstructed, their free air darkened by the idolatrous and conscientious dance round the half-understood monument of a great past. See, that is the true and real art, we seem to hear, of what use are these aspiring little people of today. The dancing crowd has apparently the monopoly of good taste, for the creator is always at a disadvantage compared with the mere looker-on who never put a hand to the work, just as the armchair politician has ever had narrower wisdom and foresight than the actual state may. But if the custom of democratic suffrage and numerical majorities be transferred to the realm of art, and the artist put on his defense before the court of aesthetic dilettanti, you may take your oath on his condemnation, although, or rather because his judges had proclaimed solemnly the canon of monumental art, the art that has had an effect on all ages, according to the official definition. In their eyes, no need nor inclination nor historical authority is in favor of the art which is not yet monumental, because it is contemporary. Their instinct tells them that art can be slain by art. The monumental will never be reproduced, and the weight of its authority is invoked from the past to make it sure. They are connoisseurs of art, primarily because they wish to kill art. They pretend to be physicians, when their real idea is to dabble in poisons. They develop their tastes to a point of perversion that they may be able to show a reason for continually rejecting all the nourishing artistic fare that is offered them. For they do not want greatness to arise. Their method is to say, see, the great thing is already here. In reality, they care as little about the great thing that is already here as that which is about to arise. Their lives are evidence of that. Monumental history is the cloak under which their hatred of present power and greatness masquerades as an extreme admiration of the past. The real meaning of this way that exists, whether they wish it or not, they are acting as though there are not a were, let the dead bury the living. Each of the three kinds of history will only flourish in one ground and climate. Otherwise it grows to a noxious wood. If the man who will produce something great have need of the past, he makes himself its master by means of monumental history. The man who can rest content with the traditional and venerable uses the past as an antiquarian historian. And only he whose heart is oppressed by an instant need, and who will cast the burden off at any price, feels the want of critical history, the history that judges and condemns. There is much harm wrought by wrong and thoughtless planting. The critic without the need, the antiquary without piety, the knower of the great deed who cannot be the doer of it, are plants that have grown to weeds. They are torn from their native soil, and therefore degenerate. Secondly, history is necessary to the man of conservative and reverent nature, who looks back to the origins of his existence with love and trust. Through it, he gives thanks for life. He is careful to preserve what survives from ancient days, and will reproduce the conditions of his own upbringing for those who come after him. Thus he does life a service. The possession of his ancestors' furniture changes its meaning, his soul, for his soul is rather possessed by it. All that is small and limited, moldy and obsolete, gains a worth and inviolability of its own from the conservative and reverent soul of the antiquary migrating into it and building a secret nest there. The history of his town becomes the history of himself. He looks on the walls, the turreted gate, the town council, the fair as an illustrated diary of his youth, and sees himself in it all, his strength, industry, desire, reason, faults and follies. Here one could live, he says, as one can live here now, and will go on living, for we are tough folk, and will not be uprooted in the night. And so, with his we, he surveys the marvelous individual life of the past, and identifies himself with the spirit of the house, the family, and the city. He greets the soul of his people from afar as his own, across the dim and troubled centuries. His gifts and his virtues lie in such power of feeling and divination, his scent of a half-vanished trail, his instinctive correctness in reading the scribbled past, and understanding at once its palimpsests, nay, its polypsists. Goethe stood with such thoughts before the monument of Erwin von Steinbach. The storm of his feeling rent the historical cloud veil that hung between them, and he saw the German work for the first time coming from the stern, rough German soul. This was the road that the Italians of the Renaissance traveled, the spirit that reawakened the ancient Italic genius in their poets to a wondrous echo of the immemorial lyre, as Jacob Burckhardt says. But the greatest value of this antiquarian spirit of reverence lies in the simple emotions of pleasure and content that it lends to the drab, rough, even painful circumstances of a nation's or individual's life. Niebuhr confesses that he could live happily on a moor among free peasants with a history, and would never feel the want of art. How could history serve life better than by anchoring the less gifted races and peoples to the homes and customs of their ancestors, and keeping them from ranging far afield in search of better? JDO find only struggle and competition. The influence that ties men down to the same companions and circumstances, to the daily round of roil, to their bare mountainside, seems to be selfish and unreasonable, but it is a healthy unreason and of profit to the community. As everyone knows who has clearly realized the terrible consequences of mere desire for migration and adventure, perhaps in whole peoples, or who watches the destiny of a nation that has lost confidence in its earlier days, and is given up to a restless cosmopolitanism and an unceasing desire for novelty, the feeling of the tree that clings to its roots, the happiness of knowing one's growth to be not merely arbitrary and fortuitous, but the inheritance the fruit and blossom of a past that does not merely justify but crown the present. This is what we nowadays prefer to call the real historical sense. These are not the conditions most favorable to reducing the past to pure science, and we see here too, as we saw in the case of monumental history, that the past itself suffers when history serves life and is directed by its end. To vary the metaphor, the tree feels its roots better than it can see them. The greatness of the feeling is measured by the greatness and strength of the visible branches. The tree may be wrong here. How far more wrong will it be in regard to the whole forest, which it only knows and feels so far as it is hindered or helped by it, and not otherwise? The antiquarian sense of a man, a city, or a nation has always a very limited field. Many things are not noticed at all. The others are seen in isolation as through a microscope. There is no measure. Equal importance is given to everything, and therefore too much to anything. For the things of the past are never viewed in their true perspective or receive their just value, but value and perspective change with the individual or the nation that is looking back on its past. There is always the danger here that everything ancient will be regarded as equally venerable, and everything without this respect for antiquity, like a new spirit, rejected as an enemy. The Greeks themselves admitted the archaic style of plastic art by the side of the freer and greater style, and later did not merely tolerate the pointed nose and the cold mouth, but made them even a canon of taste. If the judgment of a people harden in this way, and history's service to the past life be to undermine a further and higher life, if the historical sense no longer preserve life, but mummify it, then the tree dies unnaturally. From the top downwards, and at last the roots themselves wither, anti-Aquarian history degenerates from the moment that it no longer gives the soul an inspiration to the fresh life of the present. The spring of piety is dried up, but the learned habit persists without it and revolves complacently round its own center. The horrid spectacle is seen of the mad collector raking over all the dust heaps of the past. He breathes a moldy air. The antiquarian habit may degrade a considerable talent, a real spiritual need in him, to a mere insatiable curiosity for everything old. He often sinks so low as to be satisfied with any food, and greedily devour all the scraps that fall from the bibliographical table. Even if this degeneration do not take place, and the foundation be not withered on which antiquarian history can alone take root with profit to life. Yet there are dangers enough if it become too powerful and invade the territories of the other methods. It only understands how to preserve life, not to create it, and thus always undervalues the present growth, having, unlike monumental history, no certain instinct for it. Thus it hinders the mighty impulse to a new deed, and paralyses the doer, who must always, as doer, be grazing some piety or other. The fact that it has grown old carries with it a demand for its own immortality. For when one considers the life history of such an ancient fact, the amount of reverence paid to it for generations, whether it be a custom, a religious creed, or a political principle, it seems presumptuous, even impious, to replace it by a new fact and the ancient congregation of pieties by a new piety. Here we see clearly how necessary a third way of looking at the past is to man, beside the other two. This is the critical way, which is also in the service of life. Man must have the strength to break up the past and apply it to in order to live. He must bring the past to the bar of judgment, interrogate it remorselessly, and finally condemn it. Every past is worth condemning. This is the rule in mortal affairs, which always contain a large measure of human power and human weakness. It is not justice that sits in judgment here, nor mercy that proclaims the verdict, but only LEF and the dim driving force that insatiably desires itself. Its sentence is always unmerciful, always unjust, as it never flows from a pure fountain of knowledge, though it would generally turn out the same if justice herself delivered it. For everything that is born is worthy of being destroyed. Better were it then that nothing should be born. It requires great strength to be able to live and forget how far life and injustice are one. Luther himself once said that the world only arose by an oversight of God. If he had ever dreamed of heavy ordnance, he would never have created it. The same life that needs forgetfulness needs sometimes its destruction, for should the injustice of something ever become obvious, a monopoly, a caste, A dynasty, for example, the thing deserves to fall. Its past is critically examined, the knife put to its roots, and all the pieties are grimly trodden underfoot. The process is always dangerous, even for life, and the men or the F-times that serve life in this way, by judging and F-annihilating the past, are always dangerous to themselves and others. Whereas we are merely the resultant of previous generations, we are also the resultant of their errors, passions, and crimes. It is impossible to shake off this chain. Though we condemn the errors and think we have escaped them, we cannot escape the fact that we spring from them. At best, it comes to a conflict between our innate inherited nature and our knowledge, between a stern new discipline and an ancient tradition. And we plant a new way of life, a new instinct, a second nature that withers the first. It is an attempt to gain a past a posteriori from which we might spring, as against that from which we do spring. Always a dangerous attempt, as it is difficult to find a limit to the denial of the past. And the second natures are generally weaker than the first. We stop too often at knowing the good without doing it, because we also know the better, but cannot do it. Here and there the victory is won, which gives a strange consolation to the fighters, to those who use critical history for the sake of life. The consolation is the knowledge that this first nature was once a second, and that every conquering second nature becomes a first, section 4. This is how history can serve life. Every man and nation needs a certain knowledge of the past, whether it be through monumental, antiquarian, or critical history, according to his objects, powers, and necessities. The need is not that of the mere thinkers who only look on at life, or the few who desire knowledge and can only be satisfied with knowledge, but it has always a reference to the end of life, and is under its absolute rule and direction. This is the natural relation of an age, a culture and a people to history. Hunger is its source, necessity its norm. The inner plastic power assigns its limits. The knowledge of the past is only desired for the service of the future and thea nui present, not to weaken the present or undermine a living future. All this is as simple as truth itself, and quite convincing to anyone who is not in the toils of historical deduction. And now to take a quick glance at our time. We fly back in astonishment. The clearness, naturalness, and purity of the connection between life and history has vanished. And in what a maze of exaggeration and contradiction do we now see the problem? Is the guilt ours who see it, or have life and history really altered their conjunction, and an inauspicious star arisen between them? Others may prove we have seen falsely. I am merely saying what we believe we see. There is such a star, a bright and lordly star, and the conjunction is really altered by science and the demand for history to be a science. Life is no more dominant, and knowledge of the past no longer its thrall. Boundary marks are overthrown, and everything bursts its limits. The perspective of events is blurred, and the blur extends through their whole immeasurable course. No generation has seen such a panoramic comedy as is shown by the science of universal evolution, history. That shows it with the dangerous audacity of its motto, Fiat Veritas, Periat Vita. Let me give a picture of the spiritual events in the soul of the modern man. Historical knowledge streams on him from sources that are inexhaustible. Strange incoherencies come together. Memory opens all its gates, and yet is never open wide enough. Nature busies herself to receive all the foreign guests, to honor them, and put them in their places. But they are at war with each other. Violent measures seem necessary in order to escape destruction oneself. It becomes second nature to grow gradually accustomed to this irregular and stormy home life, though this second nature is unquestionably weaker, more restless, more radically unsound than the first. The modern man carries inside him an enormous heap of indigestible knowledge stones that occasionally rattle together in his body as the fairy tale has it. And the rattle reveals the most striking characteristic of these modern men, the opposition of something inside them to which nothing external corresponds, and the reverse. The ancient nations knew nothing of this. Taken in excess without hunger, even contrary to desire, has no more the effect of transforming the external life, and remains hidden in a chaotic inner world that the modern man has a curious pride in calling his real personality. He has the substance, he says, and only wants the form. But this is quite an unreal opposition in a living thing. Our modern culture is for that reason not a living one, because it cannot be understood without that opposition. In other words, it is not a real culture, but a kind of knowledge about culture, a complex of various thoughts and feelings about it, from which no decision as to its direction can come. Its real motive force that issues in visible action is often no more than a mere convention, a wretched imitation, or even a shameless caricature. The man probably feels like the snake that has swallowed a rabbit whole and lies still in the sun, avoiding all movement not absolutely necessary. The inner life is now the only thing that matters to education, and all who see it hope that the education may not fail by being too indigestible. Imagine a Greek meeting it. He would observe that for modern men, education and historical education seem to mean the same thing, with the difference that the one phrase is longer. And if he spoke of his own theory, that a man can be very well educated without any history at all, people would shake their heads and think they had not heard aright. The Greeks, the famous people of a past still near to us, had the unhistorical sense strongly developed in the period of their greatest power. If a typical child of his age were transported to that world by some enchantment, he would probably find the Greeks very uneducated. And that discovery would betray the closely guarded secret of modern culture to the laughter of the world. For we moderns have nothing of our own. We only become worth notice by filling ourselves to overflowing with foreign customs, arts, philosophies, religions, and sciences. We are wandering encyclopedias, as an ancient Greek who had strayed into our time would probably call us. But the only value of an encyclopedia lies in the inside, in the contents, not in what is written outside, in the binding or the wrapper. And so the whole of modern culture is essentially internal. The bookbinder prints something like this on the cover: Manual of Internal Culture for External Barbarians. The opposition of inner and outer makes the outer side still more barbarous, as it would naturally be. When the outward growth of a rude people merely developed its primitive inner needs, for what means has nature repressing too great a luxuriance from without? Only one, to be affected by it as little as possible, to set it aside and stamp it out at the first opportunity. And so we have the custom of no longer taking real things seriously. We get the feeble personality on which the jail and the permanent make dut's digital impression. Men become at last more careless and accommodating in external matters, and the volsitude. See, considerable cleft between substance and form is widened until they have no longer any feeling for barbarism, if only their memories be kept continually titillated, and there flow a constant stream of new things to be known that can be neatly packed up in the cupboards of their memory. The culture of a people as against this barbarism can be, I think, described with justice as I am only speaking directly about the Germans of the present day, who have had to suffer more than other people from the feebleness of personality and the opposition of substance and form. Form generally implies for us some convention, disguise, or hypocrisy, and if not hated, is at any rate not loved. We have an extraordinary fear of both the word convention and the thing. This fear drove the German from the French school, for he wished to become more natural and therefore more German. But he seems to have come to a false conclusion with his therefore. First he ran away from his school of convention and went by any road he liked. He has come ultimately to imitate voluntarily in a slovenly fashion what he imitated painfully and often successfully before. So now the lazy fellow lives under French conventions that are actually incorrect. His manner of walking shows it, his conversation and dress, his general way of life. In the belief that he was returning to nature, he merely followed caprice and comfort with the smallest possible amount of self-control. Go through any German town, you will see conventions that are nothing but the negative aspect of the national characteristics of foreign states. Everything is colorless, worn out, shoddy, and ill-copied. Everyone acts at his own sweet will, which is not a strong or serious will, on laws dictated by the universal rush and the general desire for comfort. A dress that made no headache in its inventing and wasted no time in the making, borrowed from foreign models and imperfectly copied, is regarded as an important contribution to German fashion. The sense of form is ironically disclaimed by the people, for they have the sense of substance. They are famous for their cult of inwardness. But there is also a famous danger in their inwardness. The internal substance cannot be seen from the outside, and so may one day take the opportunity of vanishing, and no one notice its absence any more than its presence before. One may think the German people to be very far from this danger, yet the foreigner will have some warrant for his reproach, that our inward life is too weak and ill-organized to provide a form and external expression for itself. It may, in rare cases, show itself finely receptive, earnest, and powerful, richer perhaps than the inward life of other peoples. But taken as a whole, it remains weak, as all its fine threads are not tied together in one strong knot. The visible action is not the self-manifestation of the inward life, but only a weak and crude attempt of a single thread to make a show of representing the whole. And thus, the German is not to be judged on any one action, for the individual may be as completely obscure after it as before. He must obviously be measured by his thoughts and feelings, which are now expressed in his books. If only the books did not, more than ever, raise the doubt whether the famous inward life is still really sitting in its inaccessible shrine. It might one day vanish and leave behind it only the external life, with its vulgar pride and vain servility, to mark the German. Fearful thought. As fearful as if the inward life still sat there, painted and rouged and disguised. Become a play actress or something worse, as his theatrical experience seems to have taught the quiet observer Grillparzer, standing aside as he did from the main press. We feel by theory, he says. We hardly know any more how our contemporaries give expression to their feelings. We make them use gestures that are impossible nowadays. Shakespeare has spoiled us moderns. This is a single example, its general application perhaps too hastily assumed. But how terrible it would be were that generalization justified before our eyes. There would be then a note of despair in the phrase, "We Germans feel by theory, we are all spoiled by history." A phrase that would cut at the roots of any hope for a future national culture. For every hope of that kind grows from the belief in the genuineness and immediacy of German feeling, from the belief in an untarnished inward life. Where is our hope or belief when its spring is muddied and the inward quality has learned gestures and dances and the use of cosmetics, has learned to express itself with due reflection in abstract terms, and gradually to lose itself? And how should a great productive spirit exist among a nation that is not sure of its inward unity and is divided into educated men whose inner life has been drawn from the true path of education, and uneducated men whose inner life cannot be approached at all? How should it exist, I say, when the people has lost its own unity of feeling, and knows that the feeling of the part calling itself the educated part and claiming the right of controlling the artistic spirit of the nation is false and hypocritical? Here and there, the judgment and taste of individuals may be higher and finer than the rest, but that is no compensation. It tortures a man to have to speak only to one section and be no longer in sympathy with his people. He would rather bury his treasure now in disgust at the vulgar patronage of a class, though his heart be filled with tenderness for all. The instinct of the people can no longer meet him halfway. It is useless for them to stretch their arms out to him in yearning. What remains but to turn his quickened hatred against the ban, strike at the barrier raised by the so-called culture, and condemn as judge what blasted and degraded him as a living man and a source of life? He takes a profound insight into fate in exchange for the godlike desire of creation and help, and ends his days as a lonely philosopher with the wisdom of disillusion. It is the painfulest comedy. He who sees it will feel a sacred obligation on him and say to himself, help must come. The higher unity in the nature and soul of a people must be brought back. The cleft between inner and outer must again disappear under the hammer of necessity. But to what means can he look? What remains to him now but his knowledge? He hopes to plant the feeling of a need by speaking from the breadth of that knowledge, giving it freely with both hands. From the strong need, the strong action may one day arise. And to leave no doubt of the instance I am taking of the need and the knowledge, my testimony shall stand, that it is German unity in its high Elsensruhig is the goal of our endeavor, far more than political genuine. It is the Unitschuaf, the German spirit and life shifter, the annihilation of the antagonism between form and substance, inward life and convention. An excess of history seems to be an enemy to the life of a time, and dangerous in 5 ways. Firstly, the contrast of inner and outer is emphasized and personality weakened. Secondly, the time comes to imagine that it possesses the rarest of virtues, justice, to a higher degree than any other time. Thirdly, the instincts of a nation are thwarted, the maturity of the individual, arrested not of the whole. Fourthly, we get the belief in the old age of mankind, the belief, at all times harmful, that we are late survivals, mere epigoni. Lastly, an age reaches a dangerous Con 6 edition of irony with BB God to IEF-LDF, and the still more dangerous state of rightism, when a cunning egoistic theory of action is matured that maims and at last destroys the vital strength. To return to the first point, the modern man suffers from a weakened personality. The Roman of the empire ceased to be a Roman through the contemplation of the world that lay at his feet. He lost himself in the crowd of foreigners that streamed into Rome and degenerated amid the cosmopolitan carnival of arts, worships, and morality. It is the same with the modern man who is continually having a world panorama unrolled before his eyes by his historical artists. He is turned into a restless dilettante spectator and arrives at a condition when even great wars and revolutions cannot affect him beyond the moment. The war is hardly at an end, and it is already converted into thousands of copies of printed matter, and will be soon served up as the latest means of tickling the jaded palates off the historical gourmet. It seems impossible FBR strong full chord to be prolonged, however powerfully the strings are swept. It dies away again the next moment in the soft and strengthless echo of history. In ethical language, one never succeeds in staying on a height. Your deeds are sudden crashes, and not a long roll of thunder. One may bring a marvelous thing to perfection. It must yet go down to Orcus unhonored and unsung. For art flies away when you are roofing your deeds with the historical engabenji. The man who wishes to understand everything in a moment, when he ought to grasp the unintelligible as the sublime by a long stroke, can be called intelligent only in the sense of Schiller's epigram on the reason of reasonable men. There is something the child sees that he does not see, something the child hears that he does not hear. And this something is the most important thing of all. Because he does not understand it, his understanding is more childish than the child's and more simple than simplicity itself, in spite of the many clever wrinkles on his parchment face and the masterly play of his fingers in unraveling the knots. F.A. has lost or destroyed Jadis' instinct. He can no longer trust the divine animal and let the reins hang loose. When his understanding fails him and his way lies through the desert, his individuality is shaken. And left without any sure belief in itself, it sinks into its own inner being, which only means here the disordered chaos of what it has learned, which will never express itself externally, being mere dogma that cannot turn to life. Looking further, we see how the banishment of instinct by history has turned men to shades and abstractions. No one ventures to show a personality but masks. It evens Delici man of Kukur as a poet or politician. If one take hold of these masks, believing he has to deal with a serious thing, not a mere puppet 3 now 4, they all have an appearance of seriousness, he will find nothing but rags and colored streamers in his hands. He must deceive himself no more, but cry aloud, off with your jackets, or be what you seem. A man of the royal stock of seriousness must no longer be a Don Quixote, for he has better things to do than to tilt at such pretended realities. But he must always keep a sharp look about him, call his halt. Who goes there, to all the shrouded figures and tear the masks from their faces, and see the result? One might have thought that history encouraged men above all to be honest, even if it were only to be honest fools. This used to be its effect, but is so no longer. Historical education and the uniform frock coat of the citizen are both dominant at the same time. While there has never been such a full-throated chatter about free personality, personalities can be seen no more, to say nothing of free ones, but merely men in uniform with their coats anxiously pulled over their ears. Individuality has withdrawn itself to its recesses. It is seen no more from the outside, which makes one doubt if it be possible to have causes without effects. Or will a race of eunuchs prove to be necessary to guard the historical harem of the world? We can understand the reason for their aloofness very well. Does it not seem as if their task were to watch over history, to see that nothing comes out except other histories, but no deed that might be historical, to prevent personalities becoming free, that is, sincere towards themselves and others, both in word and deed? Only through this sincerity will the inner need and misery of the modern man be brought to the light, and art and religion come as true helpers in the place of that sad hypocrisy of convention and masquerade. To plant a common culture which will answer to real necessities and not teach, as the present liberal education teaches, to tell lies about these needs, and thus become a walking lie oneself. In such an age that suffers from its liberal education, how unnatural, artificial, and unworthy will be the conditions under which the sincerest of all sciences, the holy naked goddess philosophy, must exist, she remains. In such a world of compulsion and outward conformity, the subject of the deep monologue of the lonely wanderer, or the chance prey of any hunter, the dark secret of the chamber, or the daily talk of the old men and children at the university. No one dare fulfill the law of philosophy in himself. No one lives philosophically with that single-hearted virile faith that forced one of the olden time to bear himself as a stoic, wherever he was and if he had once sworn allegiance to the Stoa, all modern philosophizing is political or official, bound down to be a mere phantasmagoria of learning by our modern governments, churches, universities, moralities, and cowardices. It lives by sighing, if only, and by knowing that it happened once upon a time. Philosophy has no place in historical education, if it will be more than the knowledge that lives indoors and can have no expression in action. Were the modern man once courageous and determined, and not merely such an indoor being even in his hatreds, he would banish philosophy. At present, he is satisfied with modestly covering her nakedness. Yes, men think, write, print, speak, and teach philosophically. So much is permitted them. It is only otherwise in action and life. Only one thing is permitted there, and everything else quite impossible. Such are the orders of historical education. Are these human beings, one might ask, or only machines for thinking, writing, and speaking? Goethe says of Shakespeare, no one has more despised correctness of costume than he. He knows too well the inner costume that all men wear alike. You hear that he describes Romans wonderfully. I do not think so. They are flesh and blood Englishmen, but at any rate they are men from top to toe, and the Roman toga sits well on them. Would it be possible, I wonder, to represent our present literary and national heroes, officials and politicians as Romans? I am sure it would not, as they are no men, but incarnate compendia, abstractions made concrete. If they have a character of their own, it is so deeply sunk that it can never rise to the light of day. If they are men, they are only men to a physiologist. To all others, they are something else, not men. Not beasts or gods, but historical pictures of the march of civilization, and nothing but pictures in civilization form without any ascertainable substance, bad form, unfortunately, and uniform at that. And in this way, my thesis is to be understood and considered. Only strong personalities can endure history. The weak are extinguished by it. History unsettles the feelings when they are not powerful enough to measure the past by themselves. The man who dare no longer trust himself, but asks history against his will for advice how he ought to feel now, is insensibly turned by his timidity into a play actor and plays a part, or generally many parts. Very badly, therefore, and superficially. Gradually, all connection ceases between the man and his historical subjects. We see noisy little fellows measuring themselves with the Romans as though they were like them. They burrow in the remains of the Greek poets, as if these were corpora for their dissection, and as vilia as their own well-educated corpora might be. Suppose a man is working at Democritus. The question is always on my tongue. Why precisely Democritus? Why not Heraclitus, or Philo, or Bacon, or Descartes? And then, why a philosopher? Why not a poet or orator? And why especially a Greek? Why not an Englishman or a Turk? Is not the past large enough to let you find some place where you may disport yourself without becoming ridiculous? But as I said, they are a race of eunuchs, And to the eunuch, one woman is the same as another, merely a woman, woman in herself, the ever unapproachable. And it is indifferent what they study if history itself always remained beautifully objective to them, as men, in fact, who could never make history themselves. And since the eternal feminine could never draw you upward, you draw it down to you, and being neuter yourselves, regard history as neuter also. But in order that no one may take my comparison of history and the eternal feminine too seriously, I will say at once that I hold it, on the contrary, to be the eternal masculine. I only add that for those who are historically trained throughout, it must be quite indifferent which it is, for they are themselves neither man nor woman, nor even hermaphrodite, but mere neuters, or, in more philosophic language, the eternal objective. If the personality be once emptied of just its subjectivity and come to what men call an objective condition, nothing can have any more effect on it. Something good and true may be done in action, poetry, or music. But the hollow culture of the day will look beyond the work and ask the history of the author. Our historian will set out clearly the past and the probable future course of his development. He will put him with others and compare them and separate by analysis the choice of his material and his treatment. He will wisely sum the author up and give him general advice for his future path. The most astonishing works may be created. The swarm of historical neuters will always be in their place, ready to consider the author through their long telescopes. The echo is heard at once, but always in the form of criticism, though the critic never dreamed of the work's possibility a moment before. It never comes to have an influence, but only a criticism. And the criticism itself has no influence, but only breeds another criticism. And so we come to consider the fact of many critics as a mark of influence, that of few or none as a mark of failure. Actually, everything remains in the old condition, even in the presence of such influence. Men talk a little while of a new thing, and then of some other new thing, and in the meantime they do what they have always done. The historical training of our critics prevents their having an influence in the true sense, an influence on life and action. They put their blotting paper on the blackest writing and their thick brushes over the gracefulest designs. These they call corrections, and that is all. Their critical pens never cease to fly, for they have lost power over them. They are driven by their pens instead of driving them. The weakness of modern personality comes out well in the measureless overflow of criticism, in the want of self-mastery, and in what the Romans called impotentia, section 6. But leaving these weaklings, let us turn rather to a point of strength for which the modern man is famous. Let us ask the painful question whether he has the right, in virtue of his historical objectivity, to call himself strong, and just in a higher degree than the man of another age. Is it true that this objectivity has its source in a heightened sense of the need for justice? Or being really an effect of quite other causes, does it only have the appearance of coming from justice, and really lead to an unhealthy prejudice in favor of the modern man? Socrates thought it near madness to imagine one possessed of virtue without really possessing it. Such imagination has certainly more danger in it than the contrary madness of a positive vice. For of this there is still a cure, but the other makes a man or a time daily worse, and therefore more unjust. No one has a higher claim to our reverence than the man with the feeling and the strength for justice. For the highest and rarest virtues unite, and are lost in it, as an unfathomable sea absorbs the streams that flow from every side. The hand of the just man, who is called to sit in judgment, trembles no more when it holds the scales. He piles the weights inexorably against his own side. His eyes are not dimmed as the balance rises and falls, and his voice is neither hard nor broken when he pronounces the sentence. Were he a cold demon of knowledge, he would cast round him the icy atmosphere of an awful superhuman majesty that we should fear, not reverence. But he is a man, and has tried to rise from a careless doubt to a strong certainty, from a gentle tolerance to the imperative, thou must, from the rare virtue of magnanimity to the rarest of justice. He has come to be like that demon without being more than a poor mortal at the outset. Above all, he has to atone to himself for his humanity, and tragically shatter his own nature on the rock of an impossible virtue. All this places him on a lonely height as the most reverend example of the human race. For Truth is his aim, not in the form of cold, ineffectual knowledge, but the truth of the judge who punishes according to law, not as the selfish possession of an individual, but the sacred authority that removes the boundary stones from all selfish possessions. Truth, in a word, as the tribunal of the world, and not as the chance prey of a single hunter. The search for truth is often thoughtlessly praised, but it hardly has anything great in it if the seeker have the sincere, unconditional will for justice. Its roots are in justice alone, but a whole crowd of different motives may combine in the search for it that have nothing to do with truth at all. Curiosity, for example, or dread of ennui, envy, or amusement. Thus, the world seems to be full of men who serve truth, and yet the virtue of justice is seldom present, more seldom known, and almost always mortally hated. On the other hand, a throng of sham virtues has entered in at all times with pomp and honor. Few in truth serve truth, as only few have the pure will for justice, and very few even of these have the strength to be just. The will alone is not enough. The impulse to justice without the power of judgment has been the cause of the greatest suffering to men. And thus the common good could require nothing better than for the seed of this power to be strewn as widely as possible, that the fanatic may be distinguished from the true judge and the blind desire from the conscious power. But there are no means of planting a power of judgment, and so when one speaks to men of truth and justice, they will be ever troubled by the doubt whether it be the fanatic or the judgee who is speaking to them. And they must be pardoned for always treating the servants of truth with special kindness, who possess neither the will nor the power to judge and have set before them the task of finding pure knowledge without reference to consequences, knowledge, in plain terms that comes to nothing. There are very many truths which are unimportant, problems that require no struggle to solve, to say nothing of sacrifice. And in this safe realm of indifference, a man may very successfully become a cold demon of knowledge. And yet if we find whole regiments of learned inquirers being turned to such demons in some age specially favorable to them, it is always unfortunately possible that the age is lacking in a great and strong sense of justice, the noblest spring of the so-called impulse to truth. Consider the historical virtuoso of the present time. Is he the GNS rest man of his age? True, he has developed in himself such a delicacy and sensitiveness that nothing human is alien to him. Times and persons most widely separated come together in the concords of his lyre. He has become a passive instrument whose tones find an echo in similar instruments, until the whole atmosphere of a time is filled with such echoes, all buzzing in one soft chord. Yet I think one only hears the overtones of the original historical note. Its rough, powerful quality can be no longer guessed from these thin and shrill vibrations. The original note sang of action, need, and terror. The overtone lulls us into a soft, dilettante sleep. It is as though the heroic symphony had been arranged for two flutes for the use of dreaming opium smokers. D can now judge how these virtuosi stand towards the claim of the modern man to a higher and purer conception of justice. This virtue has never a pleasing quality. It never charms. It is harsh and strident. Generosity stands very low on the ladder of the virtues in comparison, and generosity is the mark of a few rare historians. Most of them only get as far as tolerant. In other words, they leave what cannot be explained away. They correct it and touch it up condescendingly on the tacit assumption that the novice will count it as justice if the past be narrated without harshness or open expressions of hatred. But only you superior strength can really judge. Weakness must tolerate if it do not pretend to be strength and turn justice to a play actress. There is still a dreadful class of historians remaining clever, stern, honest, but narrow-minded, who have the good will to be just with pathetic belief in their actual judgments, which are all false. For the same reason almost as the verdicts of the usual juries are false. How difficult it is to find a real historical talent if we exclude all the disguised egoists and the partisans who pretend to take up an impartial attitude for the sake of their own unholy game. And we also exclude the thoughtless folk who write history in the naif faith that justice resides in the popular view of their time, and that to write in the spirit of the time is to be just. Faith is found in all religions, and which, in religion, serves very well. The measurement of the opinions and deeds of the past by the universal opinions of the present is called objectivity by these simple people. They find the canon of all truth here. Their work is to adapt the past to the present triviality. And they call all historical writing subjective that does not regard these popular opinions as canonical. Might not an illusion lurk in the highest interpretation of the word objectivity? We understand by it a certain standpoint an historian who sees the procession of motive and consequence too clearly for it to have an effect on his own personality. We think of the aesthetic phenomenon ophilie, detachment from all personal concern with which the painter sees the picture and forgets himself in a stormy landscape amid thunder, lightning, or on a rough sea. And we require the same artistic vision and absorption in his object from the historian. But it is only a superstition to say that the picture given to such a man by the object really shows the truth of things. Unless it be that objects are expected in such moments to paint or photograph themselves by their own activity on a purely passive medium. But this would be a myth, and a bad one at that. One forgets that this moment is actually the powerful and spontaneous moment of creation in the artist, of composition in its highest form, of which the result will be an artistically but not an historically true picture. To think objectively, in this sense of history is the work of the dramatist, to think one thing with another and weave the elements into a single whole, with the presumption that the unity of plan must be put into the object, if it be not already there. So man veils and subdues the past and expresses his impulse to art, but not his impulse to truth or justice. Objectivity and logistas have nothing to do with each other. There could be a kind of historical writing that had no drop of common fact in it, and yet could claim to be called in the highest degree objective. Grillparzer goes so far as to say that history is nothing but the manner in which the spirit of man apprehends facts that are obscure to him, links things together whose connection heaven only knows, replaces the unintelligible by something intelligible, puts his town ideas of causation into the externage world, which can perhaps be explained only from within, and assumes the existence of chance, where thousands of small causes may be really at work. Each man has his own individual needs, and so millions of tendencies are running together, straight or crooked, parallel or across, forward or backward, helping or hindering each other. They have all the appearance of chance and make it impossible, quite apart from all natural influences, to establish any universal lines on which past events must have run. But as a result of this so-called objective way of looking at things, such a must ought to be made clear. It is a presumption that takes a curious form if adopted by the historian as a dogma. Schiller is quite clear about its truly subjective nature when he says of the historian, one event after the other begins to draw away from blind chance and lawless freedom, and take its place as the member of an harmonious whole, which is of course only apparent in its presentation. But what is one to think of the innocent statement, wavering between tautology and nonsense, of a famous historical virtuoso? It seems that all human actions and impulses are subordinate to the process of the material world, that works unnoticed, powerfully and irresistibly. In such a sentence, one no longer finds obscure wisdom in the form of obvious folly. As in the saying of Goethe's gardener, nature may be forced but not compelled, or in the notice on the sideshow at a fair in Swift, the largest elephant in the world except himself. To be seen here, for what opposition is there between human action and the process of the world? It seems to me that such historians cease to be instructive as soon as they begin to generalize. Their weakness is shown by their obscurity. In other sciences, the generalizations are the most important things, as they contain the laws. But if such generalizations as these are to stand as laws, the historian's labor is lost. For the residue of truth after the obscure and insoluble part is removed is nothing but the commonest knowledge. The smallest range of experience will teach it, but to worry whole peoples for the purpose and spend many hard years of work on it is like crowding one scientific experiment on another long after the law can be deduced from the results already obtained. And this absurd excess of experiment has been the bane of all natural science since Solvay. If the value of a drama lay merely in its final scene, the drama itself would be a very long, crooked, and laborious road to the goal. and I hope history will not find its whole significance in general propositions, and regard them as its blossom and fruit. On the contrary, its real value lies in inventing ingenious variations, and a probably commonplace theme, in raising the popular melody to a universal symbol, and showing what a world of depth, power, and beauty exists in it. But this requires, above all, a great artistic faculty, a creative vision from a height, the loving study of the data of experience, the free elaborating of a given type, objectivity, in fact, though this time as a positive quality. Objectivity is so often merely a phrase. Instead of the quiet gaze of the artist that is lit by an inward flame, we have an affectation of tranquility, just as a cold detachment may mask a lack of moral feeling. In some cases, a triviality of thought, the everyday wisdom that is too dull not to seem calm and disinterested, comes to represent the artistic condition in which the subjective side has quite sunk out of sight. Everything is favored that does not rouse emotion, and the driest phrase is the correct one. They go so far as to accept a man who is not affected at all by some particular moment in the past as the right man to describe it. This is the usual relation of the Greeks and the classical scholars. They have nothing to do with each other, and this is called objectivity, the intentional air of detachment that Ewas has doomed for effect. The sober art of the superficial motive hunter is most exasperating when the highest and rarest things are in question. And it is the humify of the historian that drives him to this attritusi JQF difference. He goes to justify the axiom that a man's vanity corresponds to his lack of wit. No, be honest at any rate. Do not pretend to the artist's strength. That is the real objectivity. Do not try to be just if you are not born to that dread vocation, as if it were the task of every time to be just to everything before it. Ages and generations have never the right to be the judges of all previous ages and generations. Only to the rarest men in them can that difficult mission fall. Who compels you to judge? If it is your wish, you must prove first that you are capable of justice. As judges, you must stand higher than that which is to be judged. As it is, you have only come later. The guests that come last to the table should rightly take the last places. And will you take the first? Then do some great and mighty deed. The place may be prepared for you then, even though you do come last. You can only explain the past by what is highest in the present. Only by straining the noblest qualities you have to their highest power. Will you find out what is greatest in the past, most worth knowing, arid preserving. Otherwise you will draw the past to your own level. Do not believe any history that does not spring from the mind of a rare spirit. You will know the quality of the spirit by its being forced to say something universal, or to repeat something that is known already. The fine historian must have the power of coining the known into a thing never heard before, and proclaiming the universal so simply and profoundly that the simple is lost in the profound, and the profound in the simple. No one can be a great historian and artist and a shallopay at the same time. But one must not despise the workers who sift and cast together the material because they can never become great historians. They must, still less, be confounded with them, for they are the necessary bricklayers and apprentices in the service of the master, just as the French used to speak, more naively than a German would, of the historiens de Emil, years. These workmen should gradually become extremely learned, but never, for that reason, turn to be masters. Great learning and great shallowness go together very well under one hat. Thus, history is to be written by the man of experience and character. He who has not lived through something greater and nobler than others will not be able to explain anything great and noble in the past. The language of the past is always oracular. You will only understand it as builders of the future who know the present. We can only explain the extraordinarily wide influence of Delphi by the fact that the Delphic priests had an exact knowledge of the past, and similarly, only he who is building up the future has a right to judge the past. If you set a great aim before your eyes, you control at the same time the itch for analysis that makes the present into a desert for you and all rest, all peaceful growth and ripening, impossible. Hedge yourselves with a great all-embracing hope, and strive on. Make of yourselves a mirror where the future may see itself and forget the superstition that you are epigoni. You have enough to ponder and find out in pondering the life of the future. Buldogio ask history to show you the means and the instrument to it. If you live yourselves back into the history of great men, you will find in it the high command to come to maturity and leave that blighting system of cultivation offered by your time, which sees its own profit in not allowing you to become ripe, that it may use and dominate you while you are yet unripe. And if you want biographies, do not look for those with the legend Mr. So-and-so and his times, but for one whose title page might be inscribed a fighter against his time. Feast your souls on Plutarch, and dare to believe in yourselves when you believe in his heroes. 100 such men educated against the fashion of today, made familiar with the heroic, and come to maturity, are enough to give an eternal quietus to the noisy sham education of this time. Section 7. The unrestrained historical sense, pushed to its logical extreme, uproots the future, because E.T. destroys illusions and robs existing things of the only atmosphere in which they can live. Historical justice, even if practiced conscientiously with a pure heart, is therefore a dreadful virtue, because it always undermines and ruins the living thing. Its judgment always means annihilation. If there be no constructive impulse behind the historical one, if the clearance of rubbish be not merely to leave the ground free for the hopeful living future to build its house, if justice alone be supreme, the creative instinct is sapped and discouraged. A religion, for example, that has to be turned into a matter of historical knowledge by the power of pure justice, and to be scientifically studied throughout, is destroyed at the end of it all. For the historical audit brings so much to light which is false and absurd, violent and inhuman, that the condition of pious illusion falls to pieces. And I think an onjijichicho a pious illusion. For man is creative only through love, and in the shadow of love's illusions, only through the unconditional belief in perfection and righteousness. Everything that forces a man to be no longer unconditioned in his love cuts at the root of his strength. He must wither and be dishonored. Art has the opposite effect to history, and only perhaps if history suffer transformation into a pure work of art can it preserve instincts or arouse them. Such history would be quite against the analytical and inartistic tendencies of our time, and even be considered false. But the history that merely destroys without any impulse to construct will in the long run make its instruments tired of life. For such men destroy illusions, and he who destroys illusions in himself and others is punished by the ultimate tyrant nature. For a time a man can take up history like any other study, and it will be perfectly harmless. Recent theology seems to have entered quite innocently into partnership with history, and scarcely sees even now that it has unwittingly bound itself to the Voltaire Anticrasis. No one need expect from that any new and powerful constructive impulse. They might as well have let the so-called Protestant Union serve as the cradle of a new religion, and the Juris Holzendorf, the editor of the far more dubiously named Protestant Bible, be its John the Baptist. This state of innocence may be continued for some time by the Hegelian philosophy, still seething in some of the older heads, by which men can distinguish the idea of Christianity from its various imperfect manifestations, and persuade themselves that it is the self-movement of the idea that is ever particularizing itself in purer and purer forms, and at last becomes the purest, most transparent, in fact, scarcely visible form in the brain of the present Theologus Liberalis Vulgaris. But to listen to this pure Christianity, speaking its mind about the earlier impure Christianity, the uninitiated hearer would often get the impression that the talk was not of Christianity at all, but of what are we to think? If we find Christianity described by the greatest theologians of the century as the religion that claims to find itself in all real religions and some other barely possible religions, and if the true church is to be a thing which may become a liquid mass with no fixed outline, with no fixed place for its different parts, but everything to be peacefully welded together, what, I ask again, are we to think? Christianity has been denaturalized by historical treatment, which in its most complete form means just treatment, until it has been resolved into pure knowledge and destroyed in everything that has life. For it ceases to have life if it be perfectly dissected and lives in pain and anguish as soon as the historical dissection begins. There are some who believe in the saving power of German music to revolutionize the German nature. They angrily exclaim against the special injustice done to our culture, when such men as Mozart and Beethoven are beginning to be spattered with the learned mud of the biographers and forced to answer 1,000 searching questions on the rack of historical criticism. Is it not premature death, or at least mutilation? For anything whose living influence is not yet exhausted, when men turn their curious eyes to the little minutiae of life and art and look for problems of knowledge where one ought to learn to live and forget problems, set a couple of these modern biographers to consider the origins of Christianity or the Lutheran Reformation. Their sober practical investigations would be quite sufficient to make all spiritual action at a distance impossible. Just as the smallest animal can prevent the growth of the mightiest oak by simply eating up the acorn, all living things need an atmosphere, a mysterious mist around them. If that veil be taken away and a religion, an art, or a genius condemned to revolve like a star without an atmosphere, we must not be surprised if it becomes hard and unfruitful and soon withers. It is so with all great things that never prosper without some illusion, as Hans Sachs says in the Meistersinger. Every people, every man, even who would become ripe. But now, men hate to become ripe, for they honor history above life. They cry in triumph that science is now beginning to rule life. Possibly it might, but a life thus ruled is not of much value. It is not such true life, and promises much less for the future, than the life that used to be guided not by science, but by instincts and powerful illusions. But this is not to be the age of ripe, alert, and harmonious personalities, but of work that may be of most use to the commonwealth. Men are to be fashioned to the needs of the time, that they may soon take their place in the machine. They must work in the factory of the common good before they are ripe, or rather to prevent them becoming ripe. For this would be a luxury that would draw away a deal of power from the labor market. Some birds are blinded that they may sing better. I do not think men sing today better than their grandfathers, though I am sure they are blinded early. But light, too clear, too sudden and dazzling, is the infamous mensuet to blind them. The young man is Kiki-Titnikself all the centuries. Boys who know nothing of war diplomacy or commerce are considered fit to be introduced to political history. We moderns also run through art galleries and hear concerts in the same way as a young man runs through history. We can feel that one thing sounds differently from another, and pronounce on the different effects, and the power of gradually losing all feelings of strangeness or astonishment, and finally being pleased at anything is called the historical sense or historical culture. The crowds of influences streaming on the young soul is so great, the clods of barbarism and violence flung at him so strange and overwhelming, that an assumed stupidity is his only refuge. Where there is a subtler and stronger self-consciousness, we find another emotion too, disgust. The young man has become homeless. He doubts all ideas, all oralities. He knows it was different in every age, and what you are does not matter. In a heavy apathy, he lets opinion on opinion pass by him and understands the meaning of Hölderlin's words when he read the work of Diogenes Laertius on the lives and doctrines of the Greek philosophers. I have seen here, too, what has often occurred to me, that the change and waste in men's thoughts and systems is far more tragic than the fates that overtake what men are accustomed to call the only realities. Such study of history bewilders and overwhelms. It is not necessary for youth, as the ancients show, but even in the highest degree dangerous, as the moderns show. Consider the historical student, the air of ennui that appears even in his boyhood. He has, the methods for original work, the correct ideas, and the airs of the master at his fingers' ends. A little isolated period of the past is marked out for sacrifice. He cleverly applies his method and produces something, or rather, in prouder phrase, creates something. He becomes a servant of truth and a ruler in the great domain of history. If he was what they call ripe as a boy, he is now overripe. You only need shake him and wisdom will rattle down into your lap. But the wisdom is rotten and every apple has its worm. Believe me, if men work in the factory of science and have to make themselves useful before they are really ripe, science is ruined as much as the slaves who have been employed too soon. I am sorry to use the common jargon about slave owners and taskmasters in respect to such conditions that might be thought free from any economic taint, but the words factory, labor market, auction sale, practical use, and all the auxiliaries of egoism come involuntarily to the lips in describing the younger generation of savancy. Successful mediocrity tends to become still more mediocre, science still more useful. Our modern savants are only wise on one subject. In all the rest they are, to say the least, different from those of the old stamp. In spite of that, they demand honor and profit for themselves, as if the state and public opinion were bound to take the new coinage for the same value as the old. The Carters have made a trade compact among themselves and settled that genius is superfluous, for every carrier is being restamped as one. And probably a later age will see that their edifices are only carted together and not built. To those who have ever on their lips the modern cry of battle and sacrifice, division of labor, fall into line, we may say roundly. If you try to further the science as quickly as possible, you will end by destroying it as quickly as possible, just as the hen is worn out which you force to lay too many eggs. The progress of science has been amazingly rapid in the last decade, but consider the savants, those exhausted hens. They are certainly not harmonious natures. They can merely cackle more than before, because they lay eggs oftener, but the eggs are always smaller, though their books are bigger. The natural result of it all is the favorite popularizing of science, or rather its feminizing and infantizing. The villainous habit of cutting the cloth of science to fit the figure of the general public. Goethe saw the abuse in this, and demanded that science should only influence the outer world by way of a nobler ideal of action. The older generation of savants had good reason for thinking this abuse an oppressive burden. The modern savants have an equally good reason for welcoming it, because leaving their little corner of knowledge out of account, they are part of the general public themselves, and its needs are theirs. They only require to take themselves less seriously to be able to open their little kingdom successfully to popular curiosity. This easygoing behavior is called the immodest condescension of the savant to the people, whereas in reality he has only descended to himself so far as he is not a savant, but a plebeian. Rise to the conception of a people, you learned men. You can never have one noble or high enough. If you thought much of the people, you would have compassion towards them, and shrink from offering your historical aquafortis as a refreshing drink. But you really think very little of them, for you dare not take any reasonable pains for their future, and you act like practical pessimists, men who feel the coming catastrophe and become indifferent and careless of their own and others' existence. If only the earth lasts for us, and if it do not last, it is no matter. Thus they come to live an ironical existence. Section 8. It may seem a paradox, though it is none, that I should attribute a kind of ironical self-consciousness to an age that is generally so honestly and clamorously vain of its historical training, and should see a suspicion hovering near it that there is really nothing to be proud of, and a fear lest the time for rejoicing at historical knowledge may soon have gone by. Goethe has shown a similar riddle in man's nature. In his remarkable study of Newton, he finds a troubled feeling of his own error at the base, or rather on the height, of his being, just as if he wagged specious at times of having a deeper insight into things that vanished the moment after. This gave him a certain ironical view of his own nature, and one finds that the greater and more developed historical men are conscious of all the superstition and absurdity in the belief that a people's education need be so extremely historical as it is. The mightiest nations, mightiest in action and influence, have lived otherwise, and their youth has been trained otherwise. The knowledge gives a skeptical turn to their minds. The absurdity and superstition, these skeptics say, suit men like ourselves, who come as the latest withered shoots of a gladder and mightier stock, and fulfill Hesiod's prophecy that men will one day be born gray-headed, and that Zeus will destroy that generation as soon as the sign be visible. Historical culture is really a kind of inherited grayness, and those who have borne volitui, its mark from childhood, must believe instinctively in the old age of mankind. To old age belongs the old man's business of looking back and casting up his accounts, of siege consolation in the memories of the past, historical culture. But the human race is tough and persistent, and will not admit that the lapse of 1,000 years, or 100,000, entitles anyone to sum up its progress from the past to the future. That is, it will not be observed as a whole by an infinitesimal individual. What is there in a couple of thousand years? The period of 34 consecutive human lives of 60 years each. To make us speak of youth at the beginning and the old age of mankind at the end of them. Does not this paralyzing belief in a fast-fading humanity cover the misunderstanding of a theological idea inherited from the Middle Ages that the end of the world is approaching and we are waiting anxiously for the judgment? Does not high increasing demand for historical judgment give us that idea in a new dress? As if our time were the latest possible time and commanded to hold that universal judgment of the past, which the Christian never expected from a man. But from the Son of Man, the memento mori, spoken to humanity as well as the individual, was a sting that never ceased to pain, the crown of medieval knowledge and consciousness. The opposite message of a later time, memento vivere, is spoken rather timidly, without the full power of the lungs, and there is something almost dishonest about it. For mankind still keeps to its memento mori and shows it by the universal need for history. Science may flap its wings as it will, it has never been able to gain the free air. A deep feeling of hopelessness has remained, and taken the historical coloring that has now darkened and depressed all higher education. A religion that, of all the hours of man's life, thinks the last the most important. That has prophesied the end of earthly life and condemned all creatures to live in the fifth act of a tragedy, may call forth the subtlest and noblest powers of man. But it is an enemy to all new planning, to all bold attempts or free aspirations. It opposes all flight into the unknown because it has no life or hope there itself. It only lets the new bud press forth on sufferance to blight it in its own good time. It might lead life astray, give it a false value. What the Florentines did under the influence of Savonarola's exhortations, when they made the famous Holocaust of pictures, manuscripts, masks, and mirrors. Christianity would like to do with every culture that allured to further effort and bore that memento vivere on its standard. And if it cannot take the direct way, the way of main force, it gains its end all the same by allying itself with historical culture, though generally without its connivance. And speaking through its mouth, turns away every fresh birth with a shrug of its shoulders and makes us feel all the more that we are latecomers in epigony, that we are, in a word, born with gray hair. The deep and due-key serious contemplation of the unworthiness of all past action of the world ripe for judgment has been whittled down to the skeptical consciousness that it is anyhow a good thing to know all that has happened. As it is too late to do anything better, the historical sense makes its servants passive and retrospective. Only in moments of forgetfulness, when that sense is dormant, does the man who is sick of the historical fever ever act, though he only analyses his deed again after it is over, which prevents it from having any further consequences, and finally puts it on the dissecting table for the purposes of history. In this sense, we are still living in the Middle Ages, and history is still a disguised theology, just as the reverence with which the unlearned layman looks on the learned class is inherited through the clergy. What men gave formerly to the church they give now, though in smaller measure to science. But the fact of giving at all is the work of the church, not of the modern spirit, which among its other good qualities has something of the miser in it, and is a bad hand at the excellent virtue of liberality. These words may not be very acceptable, any more than my derivation of the excess of history from the medieval memento mori and the hopelessness that Christianity bears in its heart towards all future ages of earthly existence. But you should always try to replace my hesitating explanations by a better one. For the origin of historical culture and of its absolutely radical antagonism to the spirit of a new time and a modern consciousness must itself be known by a historical process. History must solve the problem of history. Science must turn its sting against itself. This threefold must is the imperative of the new spirit, if it is really to contain something new, powerful, vital, and original. Or is it true that we Germans, to leave the Romance nations out of account, must always be mere followers in all the higher reaches of culture, because that is all we can be? The words of Wilhelm Wackernagel are well worth pondering. We Germans are a nation of followers, and with all our higher science and even our faith, are merely the successors of the ancient world. Even those who are opposed to it are continually breathing the immortal spirit of classical culture with that of Christianity. And if anyone could separate these two elements from the living air surrounding the soul of man, there would not be much remaining for a spiritual life to exist on, even if we would rest content with our vocation to follow antiquity. Even if we decided to take it in an earnest and strenuous spirit, and to show our high prerogative in our earnestness, we should yet be compelled to ask whether it were our eternal destiny to be pupils of a fading antiquity. We might be allowed at some time to put our aim higher and further above us. And after congratulating ourselves on having brought that secondary spirit of Alexandrian culture in us to such marvelous productiveness, through our universal history, we might go on to place before us as our noblest prize. As our noblest prize, the still higher task of striving beyond and above this Alexandrian world, and bravely find our prototypes in the ancient Greek world, where all was great, natural, and human. But it is just there that we find the reality of a true unhistorical culture, and in spite of that, or perhaps because of it, an unspeakably rich and vital culture. Were we Germans nothing but followers, we could not be anything greater or prouder than the lineal inheritors and followers of such a culture. This, however, must be added. The thought of being epigone, that is often a torture, can yet create a spring of hope for the future to the individual as well as the people. So far, that is, as we can regard ourselves as the heirs and followers of Seven, the marvelous classical power, and see therein both our honor and our spur, but not as the late and bitter fruit of a powerful stock, giving that stock a further spell of cold life as antiquaries and gravediggers. Such latecomers live truly gibbratical existence. Annihilation follows their halting walk on tiptoe through life. They shudder before it in the midst of their rejoicing over the past. They erigi dreamores, and their own memories have no meaning, for there are none to inherit them. And thus they are wrapped in the melancholy thought that their life is an injustice which no future life can set right again. Suppose that these antiquaries, these late arrivals, were to change their painful ironic modesty for a certain shamelessness. Suppose we heard them saying, aloud, the race is at its zenith. For it has manifested itself consciously for the first time. We should have a comedy in which the dark meaning of a certain very celebrated philosophy would unroll itself for the benefit of German culture. I believe there has been no dangerous turning point in the progress of German culture in this century that has not been made more dangerous by the enormous and still living influence of this Hegelian philosophy. The belief that one is a latecomer in the world is anyhow harmful and degrading, but it must appear frightful and devastating when it raises our latecomer to Godhead by a neat turn of the wheel, as the true meaning and object of all past creation, and his conscious misery is set up as the perfection of the world's history. Such a point of view has accustomed the Germans to talk of a world process and justify their own time as its necessary result. And it has put history in the place of the other spiritual powers, art and religion, as the one sovereign, inasmuch as it is the idea realizing itself, the dialectic of the spirit of the nations, and the tribunal of the world. History understood in this Hegelian way has been contemptuously called God's sojourn upon earth. Though the God was first created by the history, he at any rate became transparent and intelligible inside Hegelian skulls, and has risen through all the dialectically possible steps in his being up to the manifestation. So that for Hegel, the highest and final stage of the world process came together in his own Berlin existence. He ought to have said that everything after him was merely to be regarded as the musical coda of the great historical rondo, or rather as simply superfluous. He has not said it, and thus he has implanted in a generation leavened throughout by him the worship of the power of history, that practically turns every moment into a sheer gaping at success, into an idolatry of the actual. for which we have now discovered the characteristic phrase to adapt ourselves to circumstances. But the I-man who has once learnt to crook the knee and bow the head before the power of history nods yes at last, like a Chinese doll, to every power, whether it be a government or a public opinion or a numerical majority, and his limbs move correctly as the power pulls the string. If each success have come by a rational necessity, and every event show the victory of logic or the idea, then down on your knees quickly, and let every step in the ladder of success have its reverence. There are no more living mythologies, you say. Religions are at their last gasp. Look at the religion of the power, of history, and the priests of the mythology, ideas with their scarred knees. Do not all the virtues follow in the train of the new faith? And shall we not call it unselfishness when the historical man lets himself be turned into an objective mirror of all that is? Is it not magnanimity to renounce all power in heaven and earth in order to adore the mere fact of power? Is it not justice always to hold the balance of forces in your hands and observe which is the stronger and heavier? And what a school of politeness is such a contemplation of the past, to take everything objectively, to be angry at nothing, to love nothing, to understand everything makes one gentle and pliable. Even if a man brought up in this school will show himself openly offended, one is just as pleased, knowing it is only meant in the artistic sense of ira et studium, though it is really sine ira et studio. What old-fashioned thoughts I have on such a combination of virtue and mythology. But they must out, however one may laugh at them. I would even say that history always teaches it was once, and morality, it ought not to be, or have been. So history becomes a compendium all actual immorality. But how wrong would one be to regard history as the judge of this actual immorality? Morality is offended by the fact that a Raphael had to die at 36. Such a being ought not to die. If you came to the help of history as the apologists of the actual, you would say he had spoken everything that was in him to speak a longer life would only have enabled him to create a similar beauty and not a new beauty, and so on. Thus you become an advocatus diaboli by setting up the success, the fact as your idol, whereas the fact is always dull, at all times more like a calf than a god. Your apologies for history are helped by ignorance, for it is only because you do not know what a naturans like Raphael is, that you are not on fire when you think it existed once and can never exist again. Someone has lately tried to tell us that Goethe had outlived himself with his 82 years, and yet I would gladly take 2 of Goethe's outlived years in exchange for whole cartloads of fresh modern lifetimes, to have another set of such conversations as those with Eckermann, and be preserved from all the modern talk of these esquires of the moment. How few living men have a right to live, as against those mighty dead. That the many live and those few live no longer is simply a brutal truth. That is a piece of unalterable folly. A blank wall of it was once so against the moral judgment it ought not to have been. Yes, against the moral judgment. For you may speak of what virtue you will, of justice, courage, magnanimity, of wisdom and human compassion. You will find the virtuous man will always rise against the blind force of facts, the tyranny of the actual, and submit himself to laws that are not the fickle laws of history. He ever swims against the waves of history, either by fighting his passions as the nearest brute facts of his existence, or by training himself to honesty amid the glittering net spun round him by falsehood. Were history nothing more than the all-embracing system of passion and error, man would have to read it as Goethe wished Werther to be read, just as if it called to him, "Be a man and follow me not." But fortunately, history also keeps alive for us the memory of the great fighters against history, that is, against the blind power of the actual. It puts itself in the pillory just by glorifying the true historical nature in men who troubled themselves very little about the thus it is, in order that they might follow, and thus it must be with greater joy and greater pride. Not to drag their generation to the grave, but to found a new one. That is the motive that ever drives them onward. And even if they are born late, there is a way of living by which they can forget it, and future generations will know them only as the first comers. Section 9. Is perhaps our time such a first comer? Its historical sense is so strong and has such universal and boundless expression that future times will commend it, if only for this as a first comer, if there be any future time in the sense of future culture. But here comes a grave doubt. Close to the modern man's pride, there stands his irony about himself, his consciousness that he must live in a historical or twilit atmosphere, the fear that he can retain nogio, his youthful hopes and powers. Here and there, one goes further into cynicism and justifies the course of history, the whole evolution of the world, as simply leading up to the modern man, according to the cynical canon. What you see now had to come. Man had to be thus, and not otherwise. No one can stand against this necessity. He who cannot rest in a state of irony flies for refuge to the cynicism. The last decade makes him a present of one of its most beautiful inventions, a full and well-rounded phrase for this cynicism. He calls his way of living thoughtlessly and after the fashion of his time, the full surrender of his personality to the world process. The world process and the personality of the earthworm, if only one did not eternally hear. The word world, that hyperbola of all hyperbolas, when we should only speak in a decent manner of man, heirs of the Greeks and Romans of Christianity, all that seems nothing to the cynics, but heirs of the world process, the final target of the world process, the meaning and solution of all riddles of the universe, the ripest fruit on the tree of knowledge. That is what I call a right noble thought. By this token are the firstlings of every time to be known, although they may have arrived last. The historical imagination has never flown so far, even in a dream. For now, the history of man is merely the continuation of that of animals and plants. The universal historian finds traces of himself even in the utter depths of the sea in the living slide. He stands astounded in face of the enormous way that man has run, and his gaze quivers before the mightier wonder, the modern man who can see all this way. He stands proudly on the pyramid of the world process, and while he lays the final stone of his knowledge, he seems to cry aloud to listening nature. We are at the top, we are the top, we are the completion of nature. O thou too proud European of the 19th century, art thou not mad? Thy knowledge does not complete nature, it only kills thine own nature. Measure the height of what thou knowest by the depths of thy power to do. Thou climbest the sunbeams of knowledge up towards heaven, but also down to chaos. Thy manner of going is fatal to thee. The ground slips from under thy feet into the unknown. Thy life has no other stay, but only spiders' webs that every new stroke of thy knowledge tears asunder. But not another serious word about this, for there is a lighter side to it all. The moralist, the artist, the saint, and the statesman may well be troubled when they see that all foundations are breaking up in mad, unconscious ruin, and resolving themselves into the ever-flowing stream of becoming, that all creation is being tirelessly spun into webs of history by the modern man, the great spider in the mesh of the world. We ourselves may be glad for once in a way that we see it all in the shining magic mirror of a philosophical parodist, in whose brain the time has come to an ironical consciousness of itself, to a point even of wickedness, in Goethe's phrase. Hegel once said, when the spirit makes a fresh start, we philosophers are at hand. Our time did make a fresh start, into irony, and lo, Edward von Hartmann was at hand, with his famous philosophy of the unconscious, or more plainly, his philosophy of unconscious irony. We have seldom read a more jovial production, a greater philosophical joke than Hartmann's book. Anyone whom it does, I not fully enlightened about becoming, who is not swept and garnished throughout by it, is ready to become a monument of the past himself, the beginning and end of the world process, from the first throb of consciousness to its final leap into nothingness with the task of our generation settled for it, all drawn from that clever fount of inspiration, the unconscious, and glittering in apocalyptic light, imitating an honest seriousness to the life, as if it were a serious philosophy and not a huge joke. Such a system shows its creator to be one of the first philosophical parodists of all time. Let us then sacrifice on his altar and offer the inventor of a true universal medicine a lock of hair, in Schleiermacher's phrase. For what medicine would be more salutary to combat the excess of historical culture than Hartmann's parody of the world's history? If we wish to express in the fewest words what Hartman really has to tell us from his mephitic tripod of unconscious irony, it would be one something like this: our time could only remain as it is. If men should become thoroughly sick of this existence, and I fervently believe he is right, the frightful petrifaction of the time, the restless rattle of the ghostly bones, held naively up to us is justified by Hartman not only from the past, ex causis efficientibus, but also from the future, ex causa final the rogue let light stream over our time from the last day, and saw that it was very good for him, that is, who wishes to feel the indigestibility of life at its full strength, and for whom the last day cannot come quickly enough. True, Hartman calls the old age of life that mankind is approaching the old age of man. But that is the blessed state, according to him, where there is only a successful mediocrity, where art is the evening's amusement of the Berlin financier, and the time has no more need for geniuses, either because it would be casting pearls before swine, or because the time has advanced beyond the stage where the geniuses are found. To one more important, to that stage of social evolution, in fact, in which every worker leads a comfortable existence with hours of work that leave him sufficient leisure to cultivate his intellect. Rogue of rogues. You say, well, what is the aspiration of present-day mankind? But you know, too, what a specter of disgust will arise at the end of this old age of mankind as the result of the intellectual culture of stolid mediocrity. It is very pitiful to see, but it will be still more pitiful yet. Antichrist is visibly extending his arms. Yet it must be so, for after all we are on the right road of disgust at all existence. Forward, then, boldly, with the world process as workers in the vineyard of the Lord, for it is the process alone that can lead to redemption. The vineyard of the Lord, the process to redemption. Who does not see and hear in this how historical culture, that only knows the word becoming, parodies itself on purpose, and says the most irresponsible things about itself through its grotesque mask? For what does the rogue mean by this cry to the workers in the vineyard? By what work are they to strive boldly forward? Or to ask another question, what further has the historically educated fanatic of the world process to do? Swimming and drowning as he is in the sea of becoming, that he may at last gather in that vintage of disgust the precious grape of the vineyard. He has nothing to do but to live on as he has lived, love what he has loved, hate what he has hated, and read the newspapers he has always read. The only sin is for him to live otherwise than he has lived. We are told how he has lived with monumental clearness by that famous page with its large typed sentences on which the whole rabble of our modern cultured folk have thrown themselves in blind ecstasy because they believe they read their own justification there, haloed with an apocalyptic light. For the unconscious parodist has demanded of every one of them the full surrender of his personality to the world process, for the sake of his end, the redemption of the world. Or still more clearly, the assertion of the will to live is proclaimed to be the first step on the right road, for it is only in the full surrender to life and its sorrow, and not in the cowardice of personal renunciation and retreat, that anything can be done for the world process. The striving for the denial of the individual will is as foolish as it is useless, more foolish even than suicide. The thoughtful reader will understand without further explanation how a practical philosophy can be erected on these principles, and that such a philosophy cannot endure any disunion, but only the fullest reconciliation with life. The thoughtful reader will understand then one really could misunderstand Hartman, and what a splendid joke it is that he should be misunderstood. Why should the Germans of today be particularly subtle? A valiant Englishman looks in vain for delicacy of perception, and dares to say that in the German mind there does seem to be something splay, something blunt-edged, unhandy, and infelicitous. Could the great German parodist contradict this? According to him, we are approaching that ideal condition in which the human race makes its history with full consciousness, but we are obviously far from the perhaps more ideal condition, in which mankind can read Hartman's book with full consciousness. If we once reach it, the word world process will never pass any man's lips again without a smile, for he will remember the time when people listened to the mock G5 PLM Hartman, sucked it in, attacked it, reverenced it, extended it, and canonized it with all the honesty of that German mind, with the uncanny seriousness of an owl, as Goethe has it. But the world must go forward. The ideal condition cannot be won by dreaming. It must be fought and wrestled for. And the way to redemption lies only through joyousness, the way to redemption from that dull, owlish seriousness. The time will come in when we shall wisely keep away from all constructions of the world process, or even of the history of man. A time when we shall no more look at masses, but agile individuals who form a sort of bridge over the wan stream of becoming. They may not perhaps continue a process, but they liven out PF time as contemporaries. And thanks to history that permits such a company, they live as the republic of geniuses of which Schopenhauer speaks. One giant calls to the other across the waste spaces of time, and the high spirit talk goes on, undisturbed by the wanton noisy dwarfs who creep among them. The task of history is to be the mediator between these, active and to give the motive and power to produce the great man. The aim of mankind can lie ultimately and only in its you guessed examples. Our low comedian has his word on this too, with vol de Soudef his wonderful dialectic, which is just as genuine as its admirers are admirable. The idea of evolution cannot stand with our giving the world process an endless duration in the past. For thus every conceivable evolution must have taken place, which is not the case, O rogue. And so we cannot allow the process an endless duration in the future. Both would raise the conception of evolution to a mere ideal, and again rogue, and would make the world process like the sieve of the Danaides. The complete victory of the logical over the illogical, O thou complete rogue, must coincide with the last day, the end in time of the world process. No, thou clear, scornful spirit, so long as the illogical rules as it does today, so long as, for example, as the world process can be spoken of as thou speakest of it, amid such deep-throated assent, the last day is yet far off. For it is still too joyful on this earth. Many an illusion still blooms here, like the illusion of thy contemporaries about thee. We are not yet ripe to be hurled into thy nothingness, for we believe that we shall have a still more splendid time, when men once begin to understand thee, thou misunderstood unconscious one. But if, in spite of that, disgust shall come throned in power, as thou hast prophesied to thy readers, if thy portrayal of the present and the future shall prove to be right, and no one has despised them with such loathing as thou, I am ready then to cry with the majority in the form prescribed by thee, that next Saturday evening punctually at 12 o'clock, thy world shall fall to pieces. And our decree shall conclude thus, from tomorrow time shall not exist, and the time shall no more be published. Perhaps it will be in vain, and our decree of no avail. At any rate, we have still time for a fine experiment. Take a balance and put Hartmann's unconscious in one of the scales and his world process in the other. There are some who believe they weigh equally, for in each scale there is an evil word and a good joke. When they are once understood, no one will take K. Hartmann's words on the world process as any one thing but a joke. It is, as a fact, high time to move forward with the whole battalion of satire and malice against the excesses of the historical sense, the wanton love of the world process at the expense of life and existence, the blind confusion of all perspective. And it will be to the credit of the philosopher of the unconscious that he has been the first to see the humor Joseph the world process, and to succeed in making others see it still more strongly high, the extraordinary seriousness of his presentation. The existence of the world and humanity need not trouble us for some time, except to provide us with a good joke. For the presumption of the small earthworm is the most uproariously comic thing on the face of the earth. Ask thyself to what end thou art here as an individual, and if no one can tell thee, try then to justify the meaning of thy existence a posteriorly by putting before thyself a high and noble end. Perish on that rock. I know no better aim for life than to be broken on something great and impossible, animus magna prodigus. If we have the doctrines of the finality of BH coming, of the flux of all ideas, types, and species, of the lack of all radical difference between man and beast, a true but fatal idea, as I think, if we have these thrust on the people in the usual mad way for another generation, No one need be surprised if that people drown on its little miserable shoals of egoism and petrify in its self-seeking. At first it will fall asunder and cease to be a people. In its place, perhaps individualist systems, secret societies for the extermination of non-members, and similar utilitarian creations will appear on the theater of the future. Are we to continue to work for these creations and write history from the standpoint of the masses, to look for laws in it to be deduced from the needs of the masses, the laws of motion of the lowest loam and clay strata of society? The masses seem to be worth notice in three aspects only. First is the copies of great men printed on bad paper from worn-out plates. Next is a contrast to the great men, and lastly, as their tools. For the rest, let the devil and statistics fly away with them. How could statistics prove that there are laws in history? Laws. Yes. They may prove how common and abominably uniform the masses are. And should we call the effects of leaden folly, imitation, love and hunger, laws? We may admit it, but we are sure of this too, that so far as there are laws in history, the laws are of no value, and the history of no value either. And least valuable of all is that kind of history which takes the great popular movements as the most important events of tri-past, and regards the great men only as their clearest expression, the visible bubbles on the stream. Thus the masses have to produce the great man, chaos to bring forth order. And finally, all the hymns are naturally sung to the teeming chaos. Everything is called great that has moved the masses for some long time, and becomes, as they say, a historical power. But is not this really an intentional confusion of quantity and quality? When the brutish mob have found some idea, a religious idea, for example, which satisfies them, when they have defended it through thick and thin for centuries, then, and then only, will they discover its inventor to have been a great man. The highesting and noblest does not affect the masses at 8, the historical consequences of Christianity. Its historical power, toughness, and persistence prove nothing, fortunately. As to its founder's greatness, they would have been a witness against him. For between him and the historical success of Christianity lies a dark, heavy weight of passion and error, lust of power and honor, and the crushing force of the Roman Empire. From this, Christianity had its earthly taste, and its earthly foundations too, that made its continuance in this world possible. Greatness should not depend on success. Demosthenes is great without it. The purest and noblest adherents of Christianity have always doubted and hindered, rather than helped, its effect in the world, its so-called historical power, for they were accustomed to stand outside the world and cared little for the process of the Christian idea. Hence they have generally remained unknown to history, and their very names are lost. In Christian terms, the devil is the prince of the world and the lord of progress in consequence. He is the power behind all historical power, and so will it remain. However ill it may sound today, in ears that are accustomed to canonize such power in consequence, the world has become skilled at giving new names to things, and even babble. It is truly an hour of great danger. Men seem to be near the discovery that the egoism of individuals, groups, or masses has been at all times the lever of the historical movements, and yet they are in no way disturbed by the discovery, but proclaim that egoism shall be our God. With this new faith in their hearts, they begin quite intentionally to build future history on egoism, though it must be a clever egoism, one that allows us some limitation, that it may stand firmer, one that studies history for the purpose of recognizing the foolish kind of egoism. Their study has taught them that the I state has a special mission in all future egoistic systems. It will be the patron of all the clever egoisms, to protect them with all the power of its military police against the dangerous outbreaks of the other kind. There is the same idea in introducing history, natural as well as human history, among the laboring classes, whose folly makes them dangerous. For men know well that a grain of historical culture is able to break down the rough's blind instincts and desires, or to turn them to the service of a clever egoism. In fact, they are beginning to think, with Edward von Hartmann, of fixing themselves with an eye to the future in their earthly home, and making themselves comfortable there. Hartman calls this life the manhood of humanity, with an ironical reference to what is now called manhood, as if only our sober models of selfishness were embraced by it, just as he prophesies an age of graybeards following on this stage. Obviously, another ironical glance at our ancient times, where he speaks of the ripe discretion with which they view all the stormy passions of their past life and understand the vanity of the ends they seem to have striven for. A manhood of crafty and historically cultured egoism corresponds to an old age that hangs to life with no dignity but a horrible tenacity, where the last scene of all that ends this strange, eventful history. His second childishness and mere oblivion sans teeth, sans eyes, sans taste, sans everything. Whether the dangers of our life and culture come from these dreary, toothless old men, or from the so-called men of Hartman, we have the right to defend our youth with tooth and claw against both of them, and never tire of saving the future from these false prophets. But in this battle we shall discover an unpleasant truth, that men intentionally help and encourage and use the worst aberrations of the historical sense from which the present time suffers. They use it, however, against youth in order to transform it into that ripe egoism of manhood they so long for. They use it to overcome the natural reluctance of the young by its magical splendor, which unmans while it enlightens them. Yes, we know only too well the kind of ascendancy history can gain, how it can uproot the strongest instincts of youth, passion, courage, unselfishness, and love, can cool its feeling for justice, can crush or repress its desire for a slow ripening by the contrary desire to be soon productive, ready, and useful, and cast a sick doubt over all honesty and downrightness of feeling. It can even cozen youth of its fairest privilege, the power of planting a great thought with the fullest confidence and letting it grow of itself to a still greater thought. An excess of history can do all that, as we have seen, by no longer allowing a man to feel and act unhistorically. J for history is continually shifting his horizon and removing the atmosphere surrounding him. From an infinite horizon, he withdraws into himself, back into the small egoistic circle, where he must become dry and withered. He may possibly attain to cleverness, but never to wisdom. He lets himself be talked over, is always calculating and parlaying with facts. He is never enthusiastic, but blinks his eyes and understands how to look for his own profit, or his parties in the profit or loss of somebody else. He unlearns all his useless modesty and turns little by little into the man or the graybeard of Hartman. And that is what they want him to be. That is the meaning of the present cynical demand for the full surrender of the personality to the world process, for the sake of his end, the redemption of the world, as the rogue Yves von Hartman tells us. Though redemption can scarcely be the conscious aim of these people, the world were better redeemed by being redeemed from these men and graybeards, for then would come the reign of youth. Section 10. And in this kingdom of youth I can cry, land, land enough, and more than enough, of the wild voyage over dark, strange seas, of eternal search and eternal disappointment. Whatever it be, we must land there, and the worst haven is better than tossing again in the hopeless waves of an infinite skepticism. Let us hold fast by the land. We shall find the good harbors later, and make the voyage easier for those who come after us. The voyage was dangerous and exciting. How far are we even now from that quiet state of contemplation with which we first saw our ship launched? In tracking out the dangers of history, we have found ourselves especially exposed to them. We carry on us the marks of that sorrow which an excess of history brings in its train to the men of the modern time. And this present treatise, as I will not attempt to deny, shows the modern no-tell of a weak personality in the intemperateness of its G-criticism, the unripeness of its humanity in the too frequent transitions from irony to cynicism, from arrogance to skepticism. And yet I trust in the inspiring power that directs my vessel instead of genius. I trust in youth that has brought me on the right road, enforcing from me a protest against the modern historical education, and a demand that the man must learn to live, above all, and only Section 1, use history in the service of the life that he has learned to live. He must be young to understand this protest, and considering the premature grayness of our present youth, He can scarcely be young enough if he would understand its reason as well. An example will help me. In Germany, not more than a century ago, a natural instinct for what is called poetry was awakened in some young men. Are we to think that the generations who had lived before that time had not spoken of the art, however really strange and unnatural it may have been to them? We know the contrary, that they had thought, written, and quarreled about it with all their might. In words, giving life to such words did not prove the death of the word makers. In a certain sense, they are living still. For if, as Gibbon says, nothing but time, though a long time, is needed for a world to perish, so nothing but time, though still more time is needed for a false idea to be destroyed in Germany, the land of little by little Hergelmany event. There are perhaps 100 men more now than there were a century ago who know what poetry is. Perhaps in another century there will be 100 more who have learned in the meantime what culture is, and that the Germans have had as yet no culture. However proudly they may talk about it, the general satisfaction of the Germans at their culture will seem as foolish and incredible to such men as the once lauded classicism of Goethe, or the reputation of Rambler as the German Pindar, seemed to us. They will perhaps think this culture to be merely a kind of knowledge about culture, and a false and superficial knowledge at that. False and superficial because the Germans endured the contradiction between life and knowledge, and did not see what was characteristic in the culture of really educated peoples, that it can only rise and bloom from life. But by the Germans it is worn like a paper flower or spread over like the icing on a cake, and so must remain a useless lie forever. The education of youth in Germany starts from this false and unfruitful idea of culture. Its aim, when faced squarely, is not to form the liberally educated man, but the professor, the man of science, who wants to be able to make use of his science as soon as possible, and stands on one side in order to see life clearly. The result, even from a ruthlessly practical point of view, is the historically and aesthetically trained Philistine, the babbler of old saws and new wisdom on church, state, and art, the sensorium that receives 1,000 impressions, the insatiable belly that yet knows not what true hunger and thirst is. And education with such an aim and result is against nature. But only he who is not quite drowned in it can feel that. Only youth can feel it, because it still has the instinct of nature that is the first to be broken by that education. But he who will break through that education in his turn must come to the help of youth, when called upon, must let the clear light of understanding shine on its unconscious striving, and bring it to a full vocal consciousness. How is he to attain such a strange end? Principally by destroying the superstition that this kind of education is necessary. People think nothing but this troublesome reality of ours is possible. Look through the literature of higher education in school and college for the last 10 years, and you will be astonished and pained to find how much alike all the proposals of reform have been. In spite of all the hesitations and violent controversies surrounding them, you will see how blindly they have all adopted the old idea of the educated man in our sense being the necessary and reasonable basis of the system. The monotonous canon runs thus. The young man must begin with a knowledge of culture, not even with a knowledge of life, still less with life and the living of it. This knowledge of culture is forced into the young mind in the form of historical knowledge, which means that his head is filled with an enormous mass of ideas, taken secondhand from past time, dollar and peoples, not from immediate contact with life. He desires to experience something for himself, and feel a close-knit, living system of experiences growing within himself. But his desire is drowned and dizzied in the sea of shams, as if it were possible to sum up in a few years the highest and notablest experiences of ancient times, and the greatest times too. It is the same mad method that carries our young artists off to picture galleries instead of the studio of a master, and above all the one studio of the only master, nature. As if one could discover by a hasty rush through history the ideas and technique of past times, and their individual outlook on life. For life itself is a kind of handicraft that must be learned thoroughly and industriously, and diligently practiced if we are not to have mere botchers and babblers as the issue of it all. Plato thought it necessary for the first generation of his new society in the perfect state to be brought up with the help of a mighty lie. The children were to be taught to believe that they had all lain dreaming for a long time under the earth, where they had been molded and formed by the master hand of nature. It was impossible to go against the past and work against the work of gods, and so it had to be an unbreakable law of nature that he who is born to be a philosopher has gold in his body. The fighter has only silver and the workman iron and bronze. As it is not possible to blend these metals, according to Plato, so there could never be any confusion between the classes, the belief in the Saturna Veritas of this arrangement was the basis of the new education and the new state. So the modern German believes also in the Saturna Veritas of his education, of his kind of culture, and yet this belief will fail, as the Platonic state would have failed, if the mighty German lie be ever opposed by the truth. That the German has no culture because he cannot build one on the basis of his education. He wishes for the flower without the root or the stalk, and so he wishes in vain. That is the simple truth, a rude and unpleasant truth, but yet a mighty one. But our first generation must be brought up in this mighty truth, and must suffer from it too, for it must educate itself through it, even against its own nature, to attain a new nature and manner of life, which shall yet proceed from the old. So it might say to itself in the old Spanish phrase, Defienda mi Dios de mi, God keep me from myself, from the character, that is which has been put into me. It must taste that truth drop by drop like a bitter, powerful medicine. And every man in this generation must subdue himself to pass the judgment on his own nature, which he might pass more easily on his whole time. We are without instruction, nay, we are too corrupt to live, to see and hear truly and simply, to understand what is near and natural to us. We have not yet laid even the foundations of culture, for we are not ourselves convinced that we have a sincere life in it. We crumble and fall asunder, our whole being is divided, half mechanically. Into an inner and outer side, we are sown with ideas as with dragon's teeth, and bring forth a new dragon. Brood of them. We suffer from the malady of words, and have no trust in any feeling that is not stamped with its special word. And being such a dead fabric of words and ideas, that yet has an uncanny movement in it, I have still perhaps the right to say cogito ergo sum, though not vivo ergo cogito. I am permitted the empty s, not the full green vivere. A primary feeling tells me that I am a thinking being, but not a living one, that I'm no animal, but at most a cogito. Give me life, and I will soon make you a culture out of it, will be the cry of every man in this new generation, and they will all know each other by this cry, but who will give them this life? No God and no man will give it, only their own youth. Set this free, and you will set life free as well. For it only lay concealed in a prison. It is not yet withered or dead, ask your own selves, but it is sick, this life that is set free, and must be healed. It suffers from many diseases, and not only from the memory of its chains. It suffers from the malady which I have spoken of, the malady of history. Excess of history has attacked the plastic power of life, that no more understands how to use the past as a means of strength and nourishment. It is a fearful disease, and yet if youth had not a natural gift for clear vision, no one would see that it is a disease, and that a paradise of health has been lost. But the same youth, with that same natural instinct of health, has guessed how the paradise can be regained. It knows the magic herbs and simples for the malady of history and the excess of it. And what are they called? It is no marvel that they bear the names of poisons. The antidotes to history are the unhistorical and the superhistorical. With these names, we return to the beginning of our inquiry and draw near to its final close. By the word RT, unhistorical, I mean the power, the art of forgetting and of drawing a limited horizon round oneself. I call the power superhistorical, which turns the eyes from the process of becoming to that which gives existence an eternal and stable character to art and religion. Science, for it is science that makes us speak of poisons, sees in these powers contrary powers, for it considers only that view of things to be true and right, and therefore scientific, which regards something as finished and historical, not as continuing and eternal. Thus it lives in a deep antagonism towards the powers that make for eternity, art and religion, for it hates the forgetfulness that is the death of knowledge. and tries to remove all limitation of horizon and cast men into an infinite boundless sea whose waves are bright with the clear knowledge of becoming, if they could only live therein, just as towns are shaken by an avalanche and become desolate, and man builds his house there in fear and for a season only. So life is broken in sunder and becomes weak and spiritless, if the avalanche of ideas started by science take from man the foundation of his rest and security. The belief in what is stable and eternal, must life dominate knowledge or knowledge life? Which of the two is the higher and decisive power? There is no room for doubt. Life is the higher and the dominating power, for the knowledge that annihilated life would be itself annihilated too. Knowledge presupposes life and has the same interest in maintaining it that every creature has in its own preservation. Science needs very careful watching. There is a hygiene of life near the volumes of science, and one of its sentences runs thus: the unhistorical and the superhistorical are the natural antidotes against the overpowering of life by history. They are the cures for the historical disease. We who are sick of the disease may suffer a little from the antidote, but this is no proof that the treatment we have chosen is archichem. And here I see the mission of the youth that forms the first generation of fighters and dragon slayers. It will bring a more beautiful and blessed humanity and culture, but will have itself no more than a glimpse of the promised land of happiness and wondrous beauty. This youth will suffer both from the malady and its antidotes, and yet it believes in strength and health and boasts a nature closer to the great nature than its forebears, the cultured men and graybeards of the present. But its mission is to shake to their foundations the present conceptions of health and culture and erect hatred and scorn in the place of this rococo mass of ideas. And the clearest sign of its own strength and health is just the fact that it can use no idea, no party cry from the present-day mint of words and ideas to symbolize its own existence, but only claims conviction from the power in it that acts and fights, breaks up and destroys, and from an ever-heightened feeling of life when the hour strikes. You may deny this youth any culture, but how would youth count that a reproach? You may speak of its rawness and intemperateness, but it is not yet old and wise enough to be acquiescent. It need not pretend to a ready-made culture at all, but enjoys all the rights and the consolations of youth, especially the right of brave, unthinking honesty, and the consolation of an inspiring hope. I know that such hopeful beings understand all these truisms from within and can translate them into a doctrine for their own use, through their personal experience. To the others there will appear in the meantime nothing but a row of volley 11. G-covered dishes that may perhaps seem empty, until they see one day with astonished eyes that the dishes are full, and that all ideas and impulses and passions are massed together in these truisms that cannot lie covered for long. I leave those doubting ones to time, that brings all things to light, and turn at last to that great company of hope to tell them the way and the course of their salvation, their rescue from the disease of history, and their own history as well, in a parable whereby they may again become healthy enough to study each history anew, and under the guidance of life make use of the past in that threefold way: monumental, antiquarian, or critical. At first they will be more ignorant than the educated men of the present, for they will have unlearned much, and have lost any desire even to discover what those educated men especially wish to know. In fact, their chief mark from the educated point of view will be just their view of science, their indifference and inaccessibility to all the good and famous things. But at the end of the cure they are men again and have ceased to be mere shadows of humanity. That is something. There is yet hope, and do not ye who hope laugh in your hearts. How can we reach that end, you will ask? The Delphian god cries his oracle to you at the beginning of your wanderings: know thyself. It is a hard saying, for that God tells nothing and conceals nothing, but merely points the way, as Heraclitus said. But whither does he point? In certain epochs, the Greeks were in a similar danger of being overwhelmed by what was past and foreign, and perishing on the rock of history. They never lived proud and untouched. Their culture was for a long time a chaos of foreign forms and ideas, Semitic, Babylonian, Lydian, and Egyptian, and their religion a battle of all the gods of the East. Just as German culture and religion is at present a death struggle of all foreign nations in bygone times. And yet, Hellenic culture was no mere mechanical unity, thanks to that Delphic oracle. The Greeks gradually learned to organize the chaos by taking Apollo's advice and thinking back to themselves, to their own true necessities, and letting all the sham necessities go. Thus, they again came into possession of themselves and did not remain long the epigoni of the whole East, burdened with their inheritance. After that hard fight, they increased and enriched, won the treasure they had inherited by their obedience to the oracle, and they became the ancestors and models for all the cultured nations of the future. This is a parable for each one of us. He must organize the chaos in himself by thinking himself back to his true needs. He will want all his honesty, all the sturdiness and sincerity in his character to help him to revolt against secondhand thought, secondhand learning, secondhand action. And he will begin then to understand that culture can be something more than a decoration of life, a concealment and disfiguring of it, in other words, for all adornment hides what is adorned. And thus the Greek idea as against the Roman will be discovered to him, the idea of culture as a new and finer nature, without distinction of inner and outer, without convention or disguise, as a unity of thought and will, life and appearance. He will learn, too, from his Epicurean experience, that it was by a greater force of moral character that the Greeks were victorious, and that everything which makes for sincerity is a further step towards true culture. However, this sincerity may harm the ideals of education, TFV reverenced. A JGAMT and Dave power to present better whole system of merely decorative culture.